Okay, we're finally like almost halfway done with this. Almost. So moving on to strength. First strength card is AL's Huntmate. It's a 4 cost 3/3 creature. And it has beast form, gains +1/+1, and you draw a card. This is pretty okay. Not really the best beast form card, but it kind of helps get you there. The card draw definitely helps. And as long as you can play this on turn 4 and you're breaking a rune at the same time, it's basically a 4/4 draw card, which I don't think is bad at all. I'll put it as pretty average card. It's a bit more consistent than a lot of these guys. AL the Huntress is a 7 cost 3/3. On summon, she'll deal 1 damage, but also has beast form, gains +2/+2, and you destroy a wounded enemy creature, or just a wounded creature. Now, this is actually pretty good removal for red decks. Usually by turn 7, it's not too hard to break a rune, and also get a free kill with this, unless you're going up against some like really insane control. So, if you're able to do that on turn 5, it's basically a 5/5 and destroy a wounded creature. Really, she's only terrible if you can't get the beast form ability off, like on summon. Otherwise, she's pretty bad. I think that puts her about on the level of Wild Incarnate, because they both require like the entire game before that to be kind of going well for you in different ways. One requires you to have not taken damage, the other one requires you to be able to put damage on the board. So I'm gonna put her in above average, right next to Wild Incarnate. Afflicted Elite is a 2 cost 3/1 with summon, deal 2 damage to each player. I think this guy, so he's really good in like the burn decks and the prophecy decks. The 1 health hurts it. It obviously dies to every bit of removal, every creature. But I would say the only other limiting factor is like if you're in an aggro mirror, then sometimes you don't really want to be hurting yourself. But it's still like pretty good in those decks that I did mention. I'll put it like with, it's about on par with Slinking Jackal. So I'll put it in the slightly above average, but not like really above average cards. Aldora the Daring is a 3 cost 3/3. She has a treasure hunt for action, creature, item, and supports. She will then gain +6/+6 if you draw 1 of each of those cards. And she also has the ongoing text: whenever a friendly creature hunter or friendly treasure hunter finds something, you summon a Skywag, or you give Skywag +1/+1. The Skywag starts off as a 1/1, so with Aldora, it's kind of interesting because she's meant to function in like a treasure hunt heavy deck. Those aren't very good. The main thing limiting treasure hunt is that most of them are a one-time thing, and they're usually not even that great. Like one of them, the endurance ones, like you give the guard that you draw +1/+1. That's not always gonna help you at all. The red guy is whatever item you draw from his treasure hunt, you give it +1/+1 or something like that. Those are very low impact and not very guaranteed to happen. At least with Aldora, the very next turn she's going to trigger one of them, and if she sticks around for a few turns, it's probably very likely she'll eventually get there. But don't ever count on her becoming a +6/+6. That's pretty much never going to happen. Yeah, just waiting on her to get that big just really hurts her. So I'm gonna put her in like average, but on the pretty low end of average. Aldrune Armsmaster is a 4 cost 2/3 with charge and rally. Definitely having such low stats for a 4 cost really hurts. Charge and rally are a pretty good combination of keywords though. So you're at least guaranteed a buff something, even if this just runs into something and dies, and even if that buff is random, I think that's still fine. Really needs to be in a rally heavy deck though to be like really good. So I'm gonna put it like, yeah, this is another one that's gonna be like pretty low average. It at least gets immediate impact, whether it's pushing damage or maybe doing a trade and then also rallying. So I'm not going to say it's terrible, but it's going to really need some work. So I'll put an average. Alakir Survivalist is a 4-cost 3/4. On summon, you put a steel dagger into your hand, and whenever he equips an item, he gains +1/+1. So if you equip that dagger onto him, it basically becomes a 5-cost 5/5, basically. But if you have any other items, obviously he's gonna have the chance to get quite a bit bigger. Let's see, I'm sure there are some OTKs that can be done with this guy, but I think he's just a little bit too weak to direct removal. Let's see. It's starting to get to that point where there's like a lot of cards to compare it to that are already on here. So I'll put him in average as well. Ancestor's Battle Axe is our first strength item. It's a 7-cost item. It gives +4/+4 to the creature that you play it on, and it also gives the top creature of your deck +4/+4. I think this is far from the best item. It's okay reach. I mean, 4 damage isn't bad, but you're paying mostly for the amount of health that this gives. And really, if you're looking for reach, there's just cheaper options that give the same amount, like Sentinel Battle Mace. So I think that definitely hurts. And then you also don't even know where that second buff is going. It could be on something that just, I don't know, something like a Spider Worker. Like, what good's a 2-cost 5/6 going to do that late in the game? Maybe not that much. Yeah, I think it definitely, it's a somewhat better than some of these. Actually, this is the bad and unplayable section. I don't think it's unplayable. It's just not gonna do too much, so I'll put it in below average. Ash Berserker is a 4-cost 3/3. At the end of your turn, if you have a creature with 5 power or more, you draw a card. This guy is actually pretty good. If they're not able to deal with him, an aggressive deck can really keep their, momentum going with this guy, especially because they're gonna be playing a lot of creatures that have more than 5 power. He also fits in the item decks really nicely because also very easy to get a creature to above 5 power. And he is one of the Dagoth creatures that's very easy for him to trigger his own ability, because you just need any item that gives +2 attack and he's just going to be drawing you cards every turn. I think he's definitely an above average card. Yeah, I'd probably put him right about there. Ashlander Zealot is a 1-cost 1/2. On summon, it'll battle an enemy creature. So on its own, this card is just terrible. It's never going to kill anything of value, especially because it has 1 attack and 2 health. Like, even later on, it's going to die to literally everything. It really needs a lot of support to be good. It needs either multiple rallies or it needs Doomcrag on the field to be good. So I'm not going to say it's unplayable. It does have a home for it, but it's going to be really inconsistent. So I'm just going to put it pretty much down and below average, because you really need to make that thing work. You need to put a lot of thought into that one. Aspect of Hearsing is a 9-cost creature with 6/6 in stats. But on summon, you get presented 2 options. You get presented the Aspect of Strength, which gets +6/+6 and guard, so it becomes a 12/12 with a guard. And then the Aspect of Speed, it just gains charge, so kind of like a red Tazcat, just without the breakthrough. And the last gasp ability of summoning a 4/4. I think that's still good though. The becoming a 12/12 for 9, it's not the most broken thing ever. There's going to be ways for someone to be able to deal with it. But that's a lot of stats for a 9-cost. Really, it's about where you'd want it to be. And the fact that it has the flexibility of being a giant wall, if you're playing this and you've been able to stall long enough, your aggro opponent may not have the resources to silence this. It obviously does a lot worse of a job in a control matchup, because it's going to be very easy to get, just killed off by an action or something. But the speed, 6 damage is a lot, and that's why Tazcat's pretty good. Tazcad's obviously going to be a lot better because it has breakthrough, but I'm still going to say that this guy is a pretty strong card. I think there's also the fact that you can run 3 of them. That helps. So I'll put him up there. Assassin's Bow is a 3-cost item. It gives just +3 in attack, but also gives the wielder cover at the end of that turn, which I think is an okay way of pushing damage. And giving something cover can be really annoying if your opponent doesn't have any just, direct removal. And it's a good way to like keep a very high powered creature still alive. I think this has some pretty good utility. So I'm going to give it like a slightly higher than, well, like it's still going to be average, but it's going to be like in the higher end. Bankorai Butcher is a 4-cost 4/3. On summon it, it'll become a 6/5 if you have another orc. This guy is very solid in orcs. Becoming a 4-cost 5/6 is pretty strong. That's like a lot of stats that early. And I think what also helps this guy a little bit is that like if you're going up against a control opponent and you get a 5/6 down, obviously you have another orc, so they might waste like an edict or a javelin on this, which means that you're free to use a wood orc headhunter after this. So yeah, I think this guy is definitely above average. I mean, that's just like a lot of stats to have at that point. And obviously, like, yeah, it only goes in an orc deck, but still, like, orcs are pretty solid. Battlefield Scrounger is a 5-cost 3/3 with charge and slay. You put a random item in your hand. Really understated. I think there's just too much variance with like the items. I don't know, I kind of want to say he's quite a bit below average because, one, this guy is really expensive, so if you do play him on turn 5 and if he is able to kill something, you're probably not going to get an item that you can even immediately use, and this guy's probably going to die the very next turn anyway, or he died immediately, so it's kind of just like a, it's not even really giving you, sometimes they can give you like positive card advantage, but not really, so I'm just going to say it's below average. Battle Rage Orc is a 3-cost 2/3 with charge. I think this guy's a little underwhelming even in orcs. I think Morkel Gatekeeper is a better way to get like 2 damage, like in a way that can be with reach or like defensively. So, I mean, that's my opinion. But I think this guy's also going to be either on the low end of average or just straight up below average. And I'll put him in below average. Bedeviling Scamp is a 3-cost 3/3 and makes all cards cost a minimum of 3. This literally only counters like market decks, which, yeah, those aren't too bad on their own, but I'm going to put this in niche because anytime you do a Hexa Gauntlet, you want 6 of those guys in there because you run into so many market decks, and this is like the one way of dealing with that. So I'm just gonna put it in niche. Belligerent Giant is a 7-cost 7/4 with breakthrough and has a summon ability of being able to unsummon a creature in the lane that you summon it to, or you destroy an enemy support. This is absolutely, I'm just gonna scroll all the way up to the top here. This guy's absolutely one of the best cards in the game. One, the choice of taking out a support or, a really big like guard, just any valuable creature back in your opponent's hand is really good and can swing the game immediately. Yeah, he's about like where Ancano is. So yeah, there's that. And like also having breakthrough is a lot. Obviously, like the worst thing about this card is that it only has 4 health, so it dies to a lot. For a turn 7 or a 7-cost creature. What else? Also, you can unsummon your own creature. It doesn't say unsummon an enemy creature. It has even more flexibility when it comes to the unsummon part. So yeah, this guy straight up to the top, S tier card. Berserker of the Pale, is a 3-cost 4/2 and has the ongoing ability of when you summon a creature with 5 power or more, you give it +1/+1 in breakthrough. First off, I think it's kind of funny that this card has like a lot of synergy with the Dagoth cards, even though it came out like this came out in the Skyrim set, and that's in the Morrowind set that came after. It's kind of funny. But anyway, this is a good support card for some aggro decks. Maybe even some like mid-row type stuff. I guess, you know, like an unexpected 6/6 with breakthrough can be something. But it's not really going to be the most impactful kind of buff. So I'm just going to say it's a little below average, but not by much. Like that's a card that you only slot 1 or 2 of, unless you're trying to do some weird funny combo with like Molimnir or something. Blade's Lookout is another 3-cost 3/3 creature. When you summon a dragon, you draw a card. I think this is one of the better lookouts. Drawing a card is always good, and it helps the slower dragon decks a little bit. I would say it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword. This is one of those cards that you include in a dragon deck that isn't like really heavily focused on the dragons, especially because the dragons cost like so much. It's kind of easy for them to get a clunked up hand, so where you don't want to be drawing more. But you know, if you're not focusing on the dragons as much, you might have other creatures that you can play alongside this because they're a little bit cheaper. I think it's, where's the Woodland Lookout? Where did I put that card? I think they're about on par. These are probably the 2 best lookouts. Blast Bones is a 5-cost 3/1 with charge, and it has the last gasp of deal 1 damage to all creatures in that lane. This is such a weird card. Like, one, it costs too much, even for like 3 damage as reach, if you want to call it that. And then the dealing 1 damage to all creatures in the lane is just also super weird. The animation's cool though. Yeah, no, I'm gonna say that this is just a below average card. It's probably worse than a lot of these. I'd say it's worse than a lot of those guys. Blighted Elite is a 3-cost 5/3 and has the ongoing ability of at the start of your turn, it will deal 2 damage to you. So this is very similar to the Afflicted Elite that deals 2 damage to each player just by being played. This having like 5 attack and 3 health is actually kind of like interesting. I think this is like the biggest you can reasonably get a 3-cost, because the ongoing ability like doesn't really hurt it too much because it can fit in some decks like Prophecy Battle Mage, where like, oh, you don't mind taking a little bit of damage, and you know, as long as it doesn't get lightning bolted immediately, it's gonna get you some value more than likely. It's kind of an interesting one to rate. I think I'll put it in the higher end of, I don't want to say it's I don't know, it's kind of a weird one to rate. I'll put it in like the above average, but it's gonna be like on the very low end. Blood Crazed Daedroth is a 3-cost 3/2 with the summon ability of draw a card if there is a wounded creature in this lane. It's not the best card draw out there, but it's not really hard to trigger this either. I mean, it's a pretty simple card. Yeah, it's understated, but it draws you a card too, and it's in a color that can do that pretty easily, and combos very well with other colors that can do that, so I'll say it's average. Blood Dragon is a 5-cost 5/7. It has the ability of ignoring guards and may attack creatures in any lane. So on the surface, very good stats and 2 very solid abilities for like mid-range decks. It's just weak to removal, but ignoring guards and being able to attack things in another lane, I mean, this is the kind of card like I play this on like turn 5. Even if I have control of the field lane, I just drop it in the shadow lane, because then it's still a card that can do damage in the field lane, but also has to be answered by your opponent in the shadow lane. I think it's a strong card, but it's not like busted or anything. I'm gonna put it in the strong card category. It'll be on the slightly like lower end though, because it doesn't really do too much other than just apply a lot of pressure. Bog Lurcher is a 4-cost creature with 9 power and 1 health. I don't know, man. If you're doing like Giants Camp or something, like sure, but this is terrible. This is so bad. Like it dies to everything. It's honestly like, yeah, even Prophet of Bones and yeah, I think like all these cards above it are more playable than this. Bone Bow is a 2-cost item. It gives +1 attack and also has the ability of silencing another creature. So this is kind of a weird one. Like if you don't own an Earthbone Spinner or like the Halalu Sharpshooter, then this is a really good replacement for them. It also, you know, it doesn't damage a creature like Halalu Sharpshooter does or the Earthbone Spinner, but still a cheap silence for 2 Magicka and then also giving you a little bit of a damage boost. Not much, but that can still be something. This is still kind of like a unique... I kind of want to say it's above average, just because... I'll say it's average. On the higher end, though. Burn and Pillage is a 5-cost action. You deal 1 damage to all enemy creatures in a lane for each destroyed enemy rune. So I don't run this card enough, but I kind of find it a little bit too inconsistent to run in aggro decks. I mean, if you can destroy all your opponent's runes, then this card's probably amazing, but if your opponent's doing a very good job of like slowing you down and blocking you like every turn and just preventing you from putting any damage down, yeah, it's literally just gonna be a brick and it literally wouldn't even be playable. I'm going to say it's below average, but it's probably going to be a bit more consistent in all of these. Bushwhack is a 0-cost action. You give a friendly creature the ability to ignore guards and to attack creatures in any lane. So you basically allow any creature to be a blood dragon with, you know, its effect. And honestly, I really love this card. I think, honestly, this is a pretty good utility card. Definitely, you probably don't put 3 of these, maybe unless you're doing like a 3-color aggro deck. I actually think this is pretty good. Being able to give any creature the ability to ignore guards is very strong. So I'm going to put it in above average. Kimono Tong Heavy is a 5-cost 4/3 with a plot ability of unsummoning a creature in this lane with less power than Kimono Tong Heavy. Just as a refresher, for plot, you need to play something. It can be an action, anything, before you play this. And I have to wonder like what exactly this is going to be balancing. I mean, there's a few useful creatures that this can unsummon. It can unsummon friendly creatures too, so that gives it a little bit of utility. I'm gonna say kind of, you can get some use out of him, so I'm gonna say he's like average, but definitely on the lower end. Candle Hearth Brawler is a 4-cost 2/5 and it has charge and guard. So this is another card that gets a lot of help from stuff like Doomcrack Vampire and some items. And I think it does have enough health to be a okay defensive option for strength. Like it's close enough to Hive Defender. And especially when you think about like red being an offensive color, yellow being more of a defensive color. So it's obviously not going to be like on the same level as Hive Defender, but the fact that it has charge kind of helps. Yeah, I think I'd be willing to say it's about like, it's average, but it's usable. Cast Out is a 3-cost action with Prophecy. You can unsummon a creature, any creature, so it's versatile. It can stop your opponent from killing you if they have lethal. If you just want them to not drain with something, bam. If you have this in your hand and, you know, You need to attack past a guard, unsummon it, and also just making, like, if you're in an aggro mirror, making your opponent lose tempo by unsummoning like their biggest guy. It's kind of a really good effect for its cost, and the fact that it also has prophecy is pretty good. I think all of that is pretty strong. Yeah, I'll say it's definitely above average. It starts getting into the tier of being almost like a super strong card. Cauterize is a 0 cost action. You deal 2 damage to a wounded creature. So I'd say this is decent removal. But I think cards like Finish Off or Leaf Lurker are just going to be more valuable and more consistent because they actually just straight up remove something. This is going to be like a Firebolt on something that has to... It's like a conditional Firebolt. It has to be played on something that's already taken damage, which 2 or 1 damage is not an uncommon amount to get a creature down to, but it's still going to be really inconsistent, so I'm going to put it in below average. Child of Hirsine is a 6 cost, 6/7, so it already has pretty alright stats, and it has the Slay ability of being able to attack again that turn. So obviously it's really good in Slay decks, and also things like Swift Strike that can get this guy to just do an absolute like metric fuck ton of damage if a prophecy isn't drawn. It can also sometimes be too slow, but even like Rage can help in those kinds of decks sometimes. I'd say this is a strong card. It just needs to basically be played like... This is one of those cards where I know I have like a whole section of them. Where are they? Basically the cards where if you don't answer them, they just kind of kill you. Where do I have those guys at? It's like a bunch of like snowball cards and stuff. Yeah, kind of like Sails Through Storms, like probably, yeah, about the same level. They both have like really powerful abilities that require them staying alive for a turn to get some kind of synergy going. But yeah, if you like let any of these live, then you probably just like lose to them. So definitely an above average card. Circle Initiate is a 2 cost 2/2. It has Prophecy and also Beast Form. It gains +2/+1, so it'll become a 4/3 if you break a rune while she is on the field. Honestly, so it's very strong in aggro decks, in most of them. And the fact that it only costs 2 doesn't hurt the fact that you need to play it when a rune's broken, because that's pretty cheap. You know, even if you happen to not break a rune until like turn 4 or 5, you can play this along with like another 2 or 3 drop that can start, you know, representing a lot of damage your opponent wasn't expecting. And even on its own, like in a little, like maybe slightly slower deck, it's not that bad on its own either, because it can very easily still be a 2 cost 4/3, which is very good. Definitely say it's... I think it's above average. Probably say it's about right there. Cliff Hunter is a 6 cost 3/3 with Prophecy. On summon, it will battle an enemy creature. Honestly, this is just like one of the lowest impact prophecies. So like this, you would think this would support like some kind of rally deck, but it would only support a rally deck if you're playing this from hand, and it would have to like get a very large amount of those buffs to be usable. And if it does get drawn as a prophecy, it doesn't matter if you rallied it, because you wouldn't have. It's been in your deck that entire time. And rally applies only to creatures in your hand. So this is supposed to be more in like a hand buff deck, where you're not even a hand buff. It'd have to be like just a deck buff where you're using Praetorian Commander. And what else are you using? Are you using the other reptiles to use training grounds with this? It's not going to be good. It's very unplayable. All right, Cloak and Dagger. So it's one of those other pretty much double cards, and luckily they're both close enough to each other that I can rate them both immediately. So Cloak gives +2 health and Dagger gives +2 attack. They both cost 1. So this is pretty interesting because this one is pretty straightforward. So they each cost the same as the Steel Scimitar, but by paying 1 extra, you can basically split the stats in a way, which I think is fine. I think it puts both of them kind of on par with Steel Scimitar. See, I think there's scenarios where either one's better. We haven't rated Steel Scimitar yet, though. I do think Steel Scimitar is pretty good, so let's see here. It's definitely like a I don't know, it's an interesting card to rate. I'll put it like on the higher end of average. I think the versatility and being able to split them up like that is kind of unique. And I think 2 stats for 1 magic isn't too bad. Yeah, we'll just put Cloak and Dagger right there. Corporous Disease is a 1-cost action. It gives silence a creature, and then you give that creature +2 attack. This is a very interesting card because it can be used offensively or defensively. You know, offensively, you can use this to silence a guard, so you can attack like past that creature, or yeah, attack past that creature, attack something else, or just hit face. And defensively, you can silence an annoying creature, maybe something that it just has like a powerful effect, something like maybe a Breton Conjurer, and you know, it becoming a 3/1 isn't the worst thing in the world. I feel like this is a card that should be played more often. It's pretty funny. It's a unique one. It's like a unique effect, being able to buff a creature right after you silence it. It's very weird. I'm gonna say it's average though, not particularly great. It's probably gonna be on the lower end. Yeah, probably about right there. Covenant Marauder is a 1-cost 2/1 that gains +2 attack while you have no cards in hand. Honestly, I am not super sold on this, like, at all. Being a 4/1 conditionally is very weak, even for a 1-drop. You really need, like, the... what's the name? The Orc banner, the support. Yeah, the Chieftain's banner. And even then, it's still, like, not going to do anything. You really need to be, like, just dumping your hand, and if your opponent has an answer for everything you just dump onto the field, then you're kind of screwed. Even, like, the 2-cost orcs are just way more consistent and just kind of overall better. I think this is going to be, like, almost unplayable. Yeah, I'm going to pretty much put it with, like, Enraged Mudcrab. Covenant Plate is a 3-cost item. It has Prophecy, Mobilize, and Guard. It gives +3/+1. So if you do mobilize this, it's a 4/2 with Guard. So pretty much like a Morkel Gatekeeper, which Morkel Gatekeeper is kind of far down. Basically kind of the same deal. Like, and it costs the same, and it also has Prophecy. That's very similar to that card, and I think that card is pretty good. They have kind of different uses though. Let's see. It has different utility. Being an item, you can potentially use this as reach very easily. It can also just be used to make a creature like Cannon Hearth Brawler a lot bigger and a lot more annoying to take care of. Let's see, I'll definitely put it in average. When we get to Morkel Gatekeeper, it's probably going to have a slightly better rating, but we'll get there when we get there. Cradle Crush Giant is a 6-cost 6/4. On summon, it'll deal 2 damage to all other creatures in that lane. This is a really good option for mid-range or even some control decks that are not running blue or just don't have access to Ice Storm. It's much less damage because, you know, it's 1 less damage and it only goes to 1 lane. But, you know, you're also putting a decently statted creature on the board at the same time. That can be pretty useful. Let's see, yeah, I think this is just going to be a flat out strong card. It doesn't go into every red deck, like some aggro decks really can't use this because all the really aggressive red deck or red creatures have literally 1 or 2 health, so they die to this being played. So it doesn't really help them. But, you know, against those decks, this shuts them down, allows trades, puts some pretty big attack on the board. So yeah. Wait, no, not just above average. Yeah, just kind of a strong card in general. Craven Conscript is a 3-cost 5/4. Craven Conscript is permanently shackled unless you have him equipped with an item. I don't think he's really that terrible. You know, it works in the color because red is known for using some items when you introduce some other colors to it. So it also does work well in self-silence decks because that's kind of a lot of stats for a 3-cost. Let's see here. I would be willing to call it not average, but definitely on the very, very low end, almost like below average. Daedric Incursion is a 3-cost action. You draw a random Daedra from your deck and you also invade. So you're likely going to be drawing an invade Daedra if you are playing this, which, you know, it helps those invade decks kind of keep going. It's like the one good way for invade to not completely run out of cards, but it's not going to be super great at doing that. I think, you know, it is good for that deck, but it does have, you know, some utility outside of invade. Because think about it, you can use this as a way to search for, I don't know, if you're a singleton deck that happens to have a few Daedra and maybe you're like summoning Atronachs. And I don't know, maybe in like a, so it's kind of a weird one to talk about actually, because I'm trying to think of like what's the best way that some of these cards can be used. And another way this card can be used is like a singleton Covenant deck that has a lot of the Atronach synergies, a few maybe like Sower of Revenges, Dark Seducer, I think the Gatekeeper's a Daedra. Kind of like some of those are just kind of very strong ones that are in like the other colors, like Reeve. It's a way of like just pulling them out of your deck kind of easily. That's not going to be very consistent though. So yeah, I'm just going to say it's below average. Dagoth Dagger is a 1-cost item. It gives the creature breakthrough and also +2 attack, +1 health. Pretty much going to put this with Cloak and Dagger. So all these 1-cost red items, let me just go ahead and drop it there. So maybe I'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to Steel Scimitar, but they all kind of give very similar stat buffs in kind of different ways. So once we get to Steel Scimitar, I'm going to drop it like literally right next to all of these guys. I'll talk about it a little bit more so we can side by side compare them all, but I'm going to put it in average for now. Okay, Dagoth Oathman is a 3-cost 3/3. If you have an agility card in play, he gains +1/+1, and if you have an intelligence card in play, he becomes a +1 or gets +1/+1. So if you have some assassin card, then it becomes a 5/5. So I think this is a very solid one. Kind of continue on with like these Oathmen. You know, on average, if you're just playing this as a 3/3 for 3, that's not terrible. It's not gonna like lose you the game probably, but if you can consistently even get this to like a 4/4, that's still, you're basically summoning like a slightly worse young mammoth, which is pretty good. And then, you know, if you can get it to a 5/5 on turn 3, you're gonna be in a really good position. I think this card has the really good benefit of being able to slot in very nicely into either Battle Mage or Assassin list, because both of those colors are usually pretty aggressive outside of like maybe a mid-range BM and like a Control Assassin. But the reason why I say that is because the turn 3/4/4 is very good, and both of those types of decks probably really appreciate that. So I mean, a 3-cost 4/4 is really hard for a lot of decks to answer very easily, especially on curve. So I want to say it's above average just because it can kind of fit into those as well. Devouring Flame is a 2-cost action. It deals 2 damage to a creature, and if that would kill it, instead you banish it. I guess if you're going outside of blue, it's kind of like an okay Firebolt. It can have some okay upside. Not much though. It is always kind of refreshing to see this being used when people don't have access to Firebolt. I still want to say it's kind of... It's not very often that it is going to banish something, but like when it does, it's probably really nice when you do. So I was rated as average. Dread Clan Fear is a 6-cost 6/3, and on summon, all enemy creatures will lose guard. So I feel like if you want to get rid of guards, just use Intimidate. This effect literally already has an action for it, and you will only need this if you have lethal without your opponent's guards in the way. So like doing that for a cheaper cost anyway, maybe sooner than this, because Intimidate only costs 1 magicka. This costs 6. I think that's way better than the body that this provides. So I am just gonna say it's straight up bad. It's not entirely unplayable, but what's the point of running it when Intimidate exists? And they're both from the core set, so I'm kind of curious as to why this is a thing, maybe for Arena, but whatever, it's a bad card. Dremora Archer is a 3-cost 1/1. It has Prophecy, and on summon it'll deal damage to a creature equal to Dremora Archer's power. So this isn't really an invade card, I think. You know, even if your gate is like level 4, as long as it's not giving lethal, it's not going to do anything too insane. It's only going to deal 2 damage, which isn't super good or anything. This is really for like, honestly, I think this is really like a rally or a hand buff kind of card, because if things go correctly, then that can be like really insane removal, but that's going to be very inconsistent. It's probably like just an okay option for those decks. It can also trigger a finish off or a Leaf Lurker, so I'm going to say it's below average, but it has actually some pretty good potential. Like, you could slot it into a few things and it will probably do kind of okay. Dremora Markinaz is a 10-cost 5/5 with guard, and on summon you double a creature's power and health. So this is really slow to actually run into your deck. This can be selected randomly by quite a few cards like Forces of Destruction or Moonmoth Castellan, which can make this card like sometimes insanely powerful if you get it like really early. This really is only good though if you play it on like a finisher that like Tazcat. If Tazcat dealt damage but it wasn't enough to kill your opponent, and your opponent somehow wasn't able to kill it, then bam, you turn Tazcat into a 12/12. That can pretty much win you the game right there. I'll say it's like on par with these guys. These are like the kind of guys that like, they don't necessarily win you the game if they show up, but they have the potential to like lead to that. But Dremora Markinaz a little more so, because it can have some direct reach potential, I guess. If anything, he can be a 10/10 with guard, but I don't think that's really good. So put him on the very top end of average. Drive Mad is a 4-cost action. A friendly or a creature, it can be any creature, battles itself. So this is good enough. A single removal for red. You can make a case between this or Fell the Mighty. I think they both have their own strengths and weaknesses. Like, there are certain cards that Fell the Mighty doesn't hit, and then there's also cards that Drive Mad, while it will hit them, it won't actually like kill them. Something like a Martin Septum that has like very high health and like no attack. Like, it just won't kill itself. So I think it's interesting in that respect. I think it's a strong card. I mean, it's good for red to have a little bit of like removal that isn't just like, hey, destroy a creature unconditionally like Javelin. So it gives it like a little bit of, it gives red control decks a little bit of options. So I'll definitely say it's an above average card. It's not going to be like particularly amazing. And now we get into Duel Atop the World, 7 cost action, and so you give a friendly creature a +3/+3, and then it battles your opponent's most powerful creature. So this is not the best removal spell around. It can be okay on like a big breakthrough creature, but this costs a lot, and since it targets the most powerful creature, yours is likely gonna die. Depending on, obviously it's gonna be inconsistent because it depends on what creature you select and just whatever your opponent's most powerful creature is. Really needs like a lot of work to be okay. Yeah, I don't want to say it's just flat out bad, so I'll say it's below average. Dushnik Y'all Archer is a 4-cost 3/3 with guard, and on summon it can deal 1 damage or destroy an enemy support. So I love this card, but I'm gonna put my own bias aside. This is still a very good card against anything running any kind of early support, and also even against the aggressive list that use, a lot of things with 1 health, like Relentless Raiders, Afflicted Elites, and stuff like that. It helps with defense because, 1, you can probably kill a creature and then block some other stuff. And it even has extra utility because if the 1 damage doesn't kill something, or, you're not destroying a support, if you're still at least hitting something, maybe you can play like Leaf Lurker, finish off something like that allows this to like remove something. I think that's pretty good and gives it a lot of variety in decks that it can be played in. So I'm just gonna flat out say that I think this is a very strong card, and I promise I'm not being biased with that one. I'm not gonna put it like at the very top or anything. I think it's just kind of a very strong, solid card. Yeah, I'd put it right there. Earthbone Spinner is a 4-cost 3/2. On summon, you silence another creature and then deal 1 damage to it. I've been talking about this card constantly this entire video. So silence with a ping effect, like right after, answers so many snowball cards and other things like Breton Conjurer, Descendant of Alkosh, like just so cleanly. So it can fit in like anything going from mid-range to control. It can even fit in aggro because a lot of the 3 to 5 cost things that aggro runs is kind of more like utility for slowing your opponent down even more after you've hopefully like really gotten some like good board advantage against them, just to really like hamper their ability to block your damage. So I'd say it's basically a red staple, kind of like how Leaf Lurker almost is, but maybe almost like pretty much like on par with like Cliff Racer. These are like just really strong cards. So yeah, top tier. The low stats don't even hurt it like at all. Ebon Thread Cloak is a 2-cost item. It does have Mobilize. It gives +1 attack, +2 health, and when you equip it to a creature, that creature cannot be targeted by your opponent's actions until the start of your next turn. That, again, I'm just going to keep saying that not allowing your opponent to interact with stuff can be really broken and allow you to get away with things that you probably shouldn't be able to get away with. I think this card is kind of slept on a little bit. It's not like insanely powerful or anything. Like the stat buff isn't huge, and that helps it being like such a cheap card. But it's a good effect on a very cheap card. So I'm gonna put it in like definitely. I actually probably just say it's kind of like an above average card. It's not like super strong, but it can fit into a lot of things very nicely. Enraged Dragon Knight is a 4-cost 5/4. When you summon her, she will consume a creature to deal 2 damage to each player. This is kind of like the Afflicted Elite, but on steroids, so to speak. It only costs, 2 more? And its only requirement for dealing damage to your opponent and yourself is that something has died. And if you're playing aggro, it's probably likely that one of your creatures has died because your opponent is trying to slow down your damage. So yeah, the consumability is very easy to get off, and I think this is very good for its stats too, because a lot of the creatures that come before this, they a lot of creatures that come before this, they, individually they don't have the most attack. Like it'll be like a 1 cost with 2, a 2 cost with 3, and then like a 3 cost also with 3. But you drop this down and suddenly, you have 5 damage on the board in addition to all that. So your opponent's a lot more tempted to, and this is, probably going to be like the beefiest creature that you play. So your opponent's probably tempted to remove this, and it just is kind of like a early removal sink for your smaller guys to kind of keep doing a lot of damage. And in strength especially, a lot of those early guys have just kind of even more bonus to damaging your opponent, whether it's like the rune break stuff in Crusader decks or things like Relentless Raider that are very cheap. So yeah, I think it's a strong or above average card, but it only fits in aggro, really. Maybe some kind of mid-grow, but not super well into that. So yep, put in above average. Euraxian Berserker is a 3 cost 2/4, and it can consume a creature to gain +2 attack, so it can be a 3 cost 4/4. I don't think, again, it's kind of like in Ranged Dragonite, where it's not impossible for you to have a dead creature on curve at this point. So I think, if you do get the 3 cost 4/4 down, even if it doesn't become like a 5/5 with lethal if you consumed the Imbued Bosmer, I think it's still alright. It's kind of held back by needing to consume something, because yeah, there's also a lot of times where you can't exactly do that. So I'm just going to say it's an average card. Explore is a 1 cost action, so you can choose creature, item, action, or support. You will just put a random card of that type in your hand. This is the perfect description of a niche card. It literally can only work very well in like Skooma Cat or Unite decks for, generating a random card of random color. But it's probably still one of the worst for that, because no matter what you choose, you probably have a pretty even chance of drawing something from any color. So me being nice is going to be me putting it in a niche tier. Otherwise, I'd probably put it like at the very top of being bad. False Incarnate is a 4 cost 5/4, and very simple but powerful effect of your opponent not being able to gain health. Honestly, very good. If you don't want your opponent to gain any kind of health before you like finish them off, if you got them like to the point where you can kill them in 1 turn, then this is very good. Let's see, it's aggressively statted as well, with having more attack than health, so it fits those playstyles very nicely. Probably a card that you slot like 1 or 2 of in, just in case. Or if you're like going into a tournament and you see, oh, my opponent's running some stupid Empire health gain kind of thing, then bam, you slot this guy in, and you shut that down entirely. So yeah, I'm gonna put him in average. Fearless Northlander is a 3 cost 2/5 with Breakthrough, and when he takes damage, he gains +2 attack. So this guy's a funny card. I think this is the first card that like really, other than the Horker, I think, actually there's probably been a couple endurance ones, but this is the first strength card that really supports that self-harm archetype in Warrior. It's not the best effect around. I think this guy having 5 health and also him not needing to take damage on your turn gives him a little bit more viability. Let's see, if you can heal him, it's really good. I mean, this is an average card, like maybe kind of a low average card, if anything. But there's a lot of board states where he's actually not a bad pick at all, and can get really scary really fast. So yeah, I'll put him in average. Fear Totem is a 2 cost action with Prophecy. You unsummon a creature and then reduce its cost by 3. So 1, this can be good in a pinch if you get it off Prophecy and you just want your opponent to like lose an attack for that turn. Can also be very good for triggering powerful summon abilities like on your own side of the board, because it can be any creature. And the cost reduction kind of really helps that, especially if it's something with a very powerful ability, but maybe it's a bit expensive. Like I'm thinking like the Conjuration Tutor or something like that, where basically paying 5 for the same effect isn't too bad. Or I guess Praetorian Commander would be like a better case for that. I'll say I'm probably just gonna put it right with Cast in a Time, wherever that is. Because one, this is cheaper, but they both have Prophecy, and they both essentially do the same thing. Where did I put Cast Out? Yeah, I'd say... Well, actually, this... Well, yeah, no, they're even, because if you need this on a Prophecy, and you have to unsummon your opponent's creature, it could be very awkward if you just unsummon something that has a very powerful summon ability, and they're able to retrigger that again for a lowered cost. So I'd say they're pretty much the same. Fell the Mighty is a 4-cost action, and you destroy a creature with 4 power or more. This is not a bad removal spell. In later stages of the game, it can be even better than Javelin due to costing less. And then I would say the one thing going against this card is that there's a lot of... Not a lot. There's a handful of creatures that bypass this that also have like very powerful ongoing abilities. Like I would say... I know there's one that's going to be up here. Like Supreme Atromancer avoids this and is a very scary card to deal with. Something like... probably not. Alfiq Conjurer is probably a card that you would want to get rid of this, but maybe more so the Atronach. I still think it's going to be a pretty good card, so I'm going to put it in like the high average area, probably like where Giant Snake is. I think it's about there. Fetcherfly Golem is a 5-cost 5/5. When it takes damage and survives, you summon a 2/2 Fetcherfly Swarm. It's just literally a 2/2 with no text on it. I think there's another fun inclusion for those self-harm decks. And although it fits nicely in there, it can be, I guess, another option for maybe some mid-range deck that wants to take advantage of, having favorable trades. I think it's probably a little too slow for those, though. So I'm going to put on like the kind of lower end of average. Fiery Imp is a 1-cost 1/1. Whenever Fiery Imp attacks, it'll also deal 2 damage to your opponent. So you can kind of think of this as a 3/1. It can represent a surprising amount of damage, especially if you're playing against someone who hasn't really played the game that much, which is probably the best case for this, because most people don't realize that it's basically a 3/1, especially that early on when they don't have anything on the board. Let's see. It can push surprising damage, so I'll put it on average. One of the few 1-drops you don't really mind too much, drawing like maybe a turn or 2 later. So yeah, lower end of average. Fighters Guild Berserker is a 3-cost 4/2. It has the expertise ability of dealing 2 damage to your opponent. I think this is the first strength expertise card we talked about. So again, as a reminder, expertise triggers at the end of your turn if you played a action item or a support. So I think this is pretty good for any aggro list that isn't relying entirely on creatures to push damage, which most of them do. They want like a lightning bolt or something, items if you're just going solely red. So honestly, I think this guy's pretty strong, especially in those archetypes. So yeah, I'll say average, because yeah, it has to fit in like that kind of deck, but it's very easy to make them work, especially kind of later on when you can pair them with an item. It represents a lot of damage very fast. Fighters Guild Elite is a 5-cost 2/2, and he has the expertise ability of doubling his power and health. So I'm pretty sure there's like unique decks just for this guy, but it's very slow. you need to really build around this guy, so I'm just gonna say he's niche. But I'm sure that that's a very fun deck. I've never done it, but I'm sure it's a fun deck to build around. Fighter's Guild Hall is a 2-cost support, ongoing. When a friendly creature takes damage on your turn, you give it +2 attack. I like how this came out in the Morrowind set, but it's using the Bruma Fighter's Guild Hall from Oblivion, not Morrowind. But anyway, on to the actual card. This is like the literal support for the self-harm decks. I can see the possibilities in playing this on something that just kind of focuses on more durable creatures. Maybe some weird willpower deck that has like, hive defenders in it, and you slowly make them a little bit more threatening while you're trying to answer them. That kind of thing. It's low cost, but I wouldn't play it that early. So I want to say also the damage having to be only on your turn kind of hurts it a little bit. So I'm going to say it's definitely below average, but it has some use somewhere. Fighter's Guild Steward is a 4-cost 3/3. On summon, a friendly creature with 5 or more power battles an enemy creature. It's an interesting form of removal because it comes from like a creature. So if you can make a favorable trade out of it, I think it being understated might be worth it, but it's going to be really inconsistent. You really need something on board that can survive that trade or even be able to make one. It's not the hardest thing to do. I just don't think it's going to happen all that often, so I'm just going to put it in below average. Fireball is a 4-cost action. You deal 1 damage to all enemies. I don't know why this exists, honestly. Like, it doesn't even help. It doesn't even help self-harm decks because it only hits your enemies. I don't know. It's terrible. It's pretty bad. Firepot Spider is a 1-cost 1/1 and has a last gasp ability of dealing 1 damage to all creatures in the lane that it dies in. It's kind of a cute addition to the self-harm warrior decks. It's not going to be the greatest inclusion. I think using a self-ping effect like a rapid shot is probably going to be better. If you have a single creature that you want to hit, maybe like a Breton Conjurer or something, because that's just an immediate 1 damage. The lane wide effect is going to be more difficult to pull off well. But, it does have a much higher payoff in some situations. I'm going to say it's below average by quite a bit. So that's where it's going. Flame Spear Dragon is a 4-cost 4/5. When your opponent summons a creature, Flame Spear Dragon aims at it. At the start of your turn, Flame Spear Dragon deals 1 damage to the creature it's aiming at. That is a lot of text to just say that he deals 1 damage to the last creature your opponent summoned. This is an effect that has some synergy with other colors, like Agility's removal with Leaf Lurker and Finish Off, and it has good enough stats to kind of be an okay inclusion in there. I'd say this is a little bit above average because it becomes a okay. I think, it becomes an okay card for, archer decks that kind of have that synergy. So, I'll put it in average. Flaming Breath, 2-cost action. It does have Prophecy, and it deals 1 damage to everything. So, every creature on the board, and both you and your opponent's health pool. Honestly, pretty bad Prophecy. It's not going to do much if you're triggering this off Prophecy, and maybe only has some use in self-harm decks. That's about it. So, bad card. Fortress Watchman is a 5-cost 5/4 with guard. This is an orc, which means that as a 5-cost, it's overshadowed by Wood Orc Headhunter by a lot, and even Soul of Revenge, which is very commonly run in orcs, even though it's not an orc itself. And I get that those have higher rarities, but this is hardly a substitute if you're missing those cards, because those are what make the decks viable, and this kind of doesn't. This kind of slows it down by quite a bit, I think. It's below average, but not like incredibly below average, so I'd say it's about there. Frenzied Elite is a 1-cost creature. It has 1 attack, 3 health, and when it takes damage, it gains +1 health. I guess it can be an okay enough 1-drop for the Self-Harm Warrior decks. The 3 health does help it a little bit. I think the attack is probably not going to help it too much, though. It can like make it eventually trade up with something if it literally only gets hit by 1-cost stuff or 1 power stuff. Yeah, because then it can basically flip into being a 3-1, but I don't think that's very good. So yeah, it's definitely a below average card. Actually, yeah, no, it's going to be worse than a lot of those. Garnag, the Dark Adherent, is a 4-cost 4/5. It has Breakthrough and the ongoing ability of players can't have more than 7 Magicka. I'm going to shoot straight up to the tippity top here. I'm getting to the point where I might have to start cutting out how much I have to scroll up on this. But anyway, amazing card. 1, it's got solid stats. 4/5 for 4. Pretty good. The Breakthrough definitely helps. 4 damage with Breakthrough is good enough most of the time. For quite a few creatures, it's going to still deal some Breakthrough damage. He's an Orc, so he has the Orc synergy. And that's not something that he relies on at all, either. You know, it just adds like a few more decks that he can be run in very well. But really, the thing that puts this guy as like in contention for one of the strongest cards in the game is limiting players' Magicka to 7 is really powerful. This stops control decks from having like any kind of good late game turn at all. Most of the hard removal is going to waste, like if your opponent uses hard removal on this, it's going to eat up pretty much all of their Magicka. Other than finish off, and that's still only going to leave them with like 5 Magicka. If you have like other stuff on the board, it's not going to be enough. But, you know, things like Edict, Javelin, they all cost 5, so it's going to really limit what your opponent can do in that turn. So this is just one of those cards that, like, if you have a good board and it's getting to the point where you're, like, turn 7 to, like, 8 or 9, you just want to finish the game on the very next turn and just not give your opponent the opportunity to do anything, you slap him down and you win. And I think what also helps is it's not really shown the way that it's presented in the text, but when he dies, your opponent doesn't gain that Magicka back that they would have had. So say like you play this when your opponent has 12 Magicka, so you know they have 7 out of 12 Magicka. Then they use a Javelin on this. I know when I first encountered this card, I did that, and I thought, okay, that'll knock me back up to 7 because I spent 5, and then I had 5 Magicka being taken away from me by Garnag, so I'd be back at 7 basically is what I thought. Nope, that's not at all how it works. You're just stuck at 2 Magicka, and that helps the more aggressive player who played Garnag, because now that Garnag is dead at the start of their next turn, now they have 12 Magicka to just beat you in with. So that adds like another layer onto why he's probably really good and like very awkward to play against. And you know, that layer of it ensures that even if your opponent has a way of dealing with this and maybe in some way like clearing the board, you're still probably going to be better off in that next follow-up turn after he dies. So yeah, absolutely one of the best cards in the game. I'd probably say I'm going to do a little bit of rearranging, but yeah, these are 3 of the most powerful cards in the game. Alfie can probably go up a little bit, but probably even raise up Lightning Bolt. I'm going to do a little bit of readjusting now that we're getting a little bit later into the tier, into the video. But yeah, Garnag is a freaking amazing card. Giant's Camp is a 4-cost ongoing support. At the start of your turn, you set each friendly creature's power equal to the power of your most powerful creature. This is a very gimmicky, very funny but gimmicky way to win a game. It can also be a little frustrating to set up easily because I mean, if you set this up and you spend like a lot of your cards trying to like, you know, make this basically one shot your opponent, but before the start of your turn when this like does that, your opponent just removes it, then you're in a very bad position. So I would say, yeah, it's gonna be below average. Gladiator Arena is a 4-cost ongoing support as well, and at the start of each player's turn, you deal 2 damage to that player. So this is kind of an iffy card. On one hand, there's, you know, so much support removal that can hit this right after it's played to where it's not an issue. And if we're still staying on like the negative side of things, so it's possible, and it has happened to me, where it's possible for this card to kill you if you lose control of the board. And it has sucked for me when the opponent gets me down to 2 health and I have Gladiator's Arena in play, and then I just, you know, died on my own support. That has happened. Really the only thing, also, you know, the fact that this can trigger a prophecy for the opponent before they even play anything can also really screw you over, because they're just getting a free card at the start of their turn. It's very interesting. In an aggressive deck that gets ahead very fast, it can be okay. I'm honestly just gonna put it with Giants Camp and stuff. I mean, I think all 3 of these supports are kind of similar. You need a lot of things to go right to play all of these. So, I mean, they're all going to be below average. Grotswood Ambusher is a 5-cost 4/2. It is a prophecy creature, and she deals 1 damage to all enemy creatures in that lane. I don't think this is a terrible prophecy. It can, you know, help trigger follow-up, finish-offs, and leaf lurkers and stuff. Plus, 4 power for a prophecy creature isn't too bad. The only things holding this back really is the 2 health. So if you play this from hand, it's not really the best. But I mean, you can probably set this up to kill a couple things on turn, on, you know, curve. So I'm not going to say it's like above average or anything, but it's not so terrible that I'd say it's below average, but it's going to be on the very low end of average. Grappling Hook. Grappling Hook is a 4-cost item. It gives +3/+2 in stats. And on summon, you move an enemy creature into the lane that you played this in, and it loses cover. So this is a pretty good item, and the utility on this is very good. You know, being able to move something the opponent is trying to keep away, that's potentially really annoying, especially if, you know, you've taken over the field lane, and then they just put like a drain creature over. You just slap this on one of your guys, move it back over, and suddenly you can kill it. That is very powerful. I think this card, I don't think it's slept on, but I think it's very underused for the utility that it provides. Like, maybe not as a 3-of, because a 4-cost item is pretty expensive, especially if it's not giving like really good stats and keywords like the Battle Mace. Yeah, I want to say it's pretty high average card. Greystone Ravager is a 2-cost 4/1 with Prophecy. He is good in Orcs, Prophecy, Battle Mage, and maybe even like burn or just straight up aggressive decks for, you know, potential racing against other aggro. The 1 health hurts a lot, like actually quite a bit. So yeah, I kind of want to say, it's about there. It's below average, but it's not that hard to play it. Like, if it sticks around for a turn or 2, it's going to deal a lot of damage, and that's pretty good for a 2-cost like that. Green Pact Ambusher is a 2-cost 4/1 with Prophecy and Guard. And the text states, at the end of your opponent's turn, if they have a full lane and Green Pact Ambusher is in your hand, you summon her to that lane. So this is a pretty unique prophecy, because it kind of also has another form of prophecy where, you know, if it's still in your hand and they fill a lane, she'll just come out of your hand and be ready to attack, because it happens after your opponent hits the end turn button, which is cool. It doesn't counter too much. It really only counters conscription, and you have to be like probably running rage with this, but it can help in aggro mirrors too if you're like ignoring each other's creatures and you just want that little bit of extra damage, especially if you drew her early and you knew your opponent was going to go wide very early. Can be a pretty decent boost in those scenarios. It's definitely better than Greystone Ravager. And I know I just placed him, but where is he? Right there? Yeah, she's definitely quite a bit better. Okay, very quickly, I need to come clean. I'm doing this on a second take, and I totally forgot to put... Crap, where is she? This is why I forgot about her the first time. I lost track of her. Agent of Marin's Dagon. I totally forgot about her. So, I'm just going to say I put her in average. And I think she... Okay, so she's a 2-cost, 3/2. And at the end of each turn, if you invaded, then she gains +1/+1. I think she's an okay way of pulling damage away from your Oblivion Gate. But this doesn't increase every time you invade. It's just once per turn if you happen to invade that turn, which doesn't hurt. It does hurt the snowball effect of this card, so... That's kind of why I put it in just average, because it's just one of those other things that if you're playing invade, then your opponent has to kind of deal with at some point. So yeah, average. Grumite Magus, maybe? I don't know how to pronounce that one. Anyway, it's a 7-cost, 5/5 with guard. Your opponent discards the highest cost action in their hand. Honestly, this is a very powerful effect. Like, you can't lie about that. I think some of the biggest issues are, it depends on if your opponent is even playing high cost actions. If not, like, I guess if they're playing any decent actions, then this is probably going to get rid of something. But it's still very dependent on what your opponent's playing. And then it costs the same as like Belligerent Giant and some other powerful 7-cost cards that exist in other colors. So I think it's a strong card. It's just not like super oppressive or anything. And it can also like kind of not do anything. So it's kind of like wherever that one guy is. Probably put him like in this tier. Yeah, Hollow Death Priest. Hollow Death Priest is probably more likely to go off though. I'll put him in above average. I mean, it's a powerful effect. It's just going to be very inconsistent because it just depends on what your opponent's running, and then also what they happen to just have in their hand. Guildsworn Bloodluster is another 7-cost creature, this time with 4/4 and the expertise ability of +2/+2 and battle an enemy creature in that lane. This is completely alright. It's one of the bigger like battle creatures. I just think the high cost hurts this because it's going to be a lot more difficult to get an immediate trigger with this. Like, you would need at least, I don't know, 8 magicka to have a 6/6 battle something. Yeah, I'm gonna just say it's average, but it's really hard to set up, so that's where I'm gonna put it. Guildsworn Incendiary is a 4-cost 2/6 with the expertise ability of dealing 1 damage to all creatures in the lane. I guess for self-harm and also like the Battle Mage decks with like Brett and Conjurer. I don't think it's going to be the most effective way of doing that though. So it's definitely below average. I'll just drop it there. Heavy Battle Axe is a 4-cost item with +4/+1 is what it gives. It doesn't have any kind of, ability when you play it. I think this is really overshadowed by Sentinel Battle Mace, because if you're playing if you're playing anything red with items, you'd probably want to also be dipping into intelligence. So at that point, it's like, why would you even consider playing this? Yeah, it would have to be like literally something that is only focused on aggression and nothing else. But even still, Battle Mace is just better than that because the ward still has more defensive benefit than 1 health. Especially in a lot of the strength creatures that get played before this, like, your Relentless Raider, your Imbued Minotaur, your Afflicted Elites. They all have like 1 health, so only giving them 1 more isn't going to help, even if they become a very damaging creature. So yeah, I think it's a bad card. High Rock Stalwart is a 6 cost 5/5 and has summon +2/+2 if you have an item in play. It's not a super hard summon ability to trigger, but you know, on curve, a 6 cost 7/7 is okay. It's not gonna do too much. Maybe if the creature that has the item on it is more like threatening, then maybe it's gonna throw your opponent off a little bit. I'm not super sold on this card, so I'm gonna say that it's gonna sit on like the very low end of average. Hit and Run is a 4 cost action, so it draws 5 cards, and then you discard your hand at the end of the turn. This is a super awkward card. It's only moderately decent if one, you're on turn 12, so you have 12 or 13 Magicka if you still have your, you know, a ring charge. So that has to happen. And you also are running like literally only 1 or 2 cost cards, maybe a couple 3s in the deck, because there is no way the average deck is able to play this and not be suffering greatly after you discard everything in your hand. Only other case is if your deck like does not care about discarding things, and that's in fact what it wants to do. But even still, you're left with nothing in your hand the following turn. This is very difficult to use. So it's gonna go into like, this is below average. Yeah, it's gonna be like, it's another card that's like on the verge of being unplayable. Halalu Sharpshooter is a 3 cost 2/3 with the plot ability of silencing a creature and then dealing 1 damage to it. So if you happen to have these instead of Earthbound Spinners, it's a good substitute. There's cases to have either one in your deck. Earthbound can probably be better in faster paced decks because this has plot. You need to play like something else with this to get the silence effect. Yeah, so that, you know, this fits in like maybe something a little bit slower. Let's see, I'm just gonna say it's a strong card. It has some versatility because it can still fit in, you know, some aggressive list pretty well and some mid-range stuff. I mean, it's kind of the same as Earthbone Spinner, maybe just not as ubiquitous because, you know, it does have that plot like kind of handicapping it a little bit. But, you know, it's just one of those things where like there's a case for either one. I just think Earthbone Spinner is just gonna be more consistent because it doesn't have that plot ability. So it's gonna go in the strong card tier. Hunter Killer's 7 cost creature, 3 power, 4 health. On summon, you battle an enemy creature and then battle another enemy creature. By turn 6 or 7, you know, if you ring this out, there is very little that this card is gonna kill. And, you know, probably not survive against the pull off a second battle, and it's probably never going to survive 2 battles with how low the stats are on this thing. It can maybe have some use in a very, very heavy, like rally heavy deck, basically, but that's not going to be consistent at all. You know, especially compared to other cards that cost 7, like other late game cards. Yeah, this is a bad card. Actually, yeah, it's worse than like a lot of these. It requires way too much setup. Yeah, probably about where like Cliff Racer Onslaught is. Imbued Minotaur is a 3 cost creature with 5 power, 2 health, and breakthrough. When Imbued Minotaur is consumed, give the consuming creature +1/+1 in breakthrough. So this is a great aggressive card if you can stick. The breakthrough helps. 5 power is a lot on a very cheap body, so even like a little bit later on, it can combo with some things, you know, like Rage, if you really need that. And I guess the consume mechanic kind of helps. It just dies to a lot, so yeah, I'm gonna say it's about where Routwood Ambusher is. So it's gonna be like an average, but kind of almost a very below average card. Imposter's Mission is a 4-cost action. You summon an imposter with power and health equal to the power of your most powerful creature. So this is kind of like Red's version of, what is it, Dark Rebirth and like Doppelganger or something. But like the Wish version. This is like the version where you're like, hey, do we have Dark Rebirth or Brilliant Experiment? And your mom's like, we have Dark Rebirth and Brilliant Experiment at home. Basically. Strength isn't supposed to have the ability to resummon things easily, so it's kind of balanced for that. Since it doesn't actually resummon the creature, it's just going to be a big body. It has very limited use. It's only really going to be good if you're ahead on board. Definitely below average. Yeah, it's probably better than most of those. Improvised Weapon is a 0-cost item. It gives breakthrough and +1/+1. So this has very nice utility with cards that like rely on the item synergy, like Rehad Horseman, because it's like he becomes like an 8/3 with breakthrough on turn 2 or 3, which is kind of insane. I mean, it's an okay item. Giving breakthrough to some stuff for free can be pretty powerful. I'm gonna say it's average. It's actually kind of almost on par with like Cloak and Dagger and Steel Scimitar and Dagoth Dagger. So I'll say it's up there. Okay, Inspiring Stormcloak is a 4-cost 2/2 with a last gasp of summon a 2/2 rallying Stormcloak in each lane. Honestly, there's probably way better ways to generate board presence. This is going to be below average card. Definitely. Not much to say there. Intimidate is a 1-cost action. Enemy creatures lose guard. This is a very powerful ability. It's kind of situational because it's not a true silence effect. So, you know, drain cards can be a problem in a lot of scenarios. But, you know, there's like... This counters cards like Defensive Bruma like insanely well, especially if your opponent was like relying on that to stop them from dying. So I'm gonna say that this is a strong card, especially for its cost. Like this can allow you to win games that you had no business winning. Yeah, strong card. Invasion Scout is a 1-cost 1/1. On summon, you just invade. It's kind of a necessary evil type of card, so it's kind of like the Is he on the board or on the screen right now? I've already talked about him. So he's kind of like this guy, this 1/1 rally guy, where you kind of have to have these very cheap cards for that mechanic to kind of get it going. And it does the job fine, probably better than Serethi Scion, because Serethi Scion has to actually attack. This is a summon ability. So I'll say it's average. Invade's just not very good, so you know I'm gonna put it in below or you know low end of average. Gerald Forager, 2-cost 2/2. There's way better 2-drops, especially in red, and then even more so when you get in other colors. I mean, it's probably. I mean, yeah, I'd put it right there. It's almost unplayable, but hey, if you are just starting the game, at least you get Gerald Forager like at the start. Jorun's Vanguard is a 5-cost 4/4 with Veteran, gains +2/+2, and gives the top creature of your deck +2/+2. I don't think we've talked about Veteran in a while, but Veteran triggers when the creature attacks and survives. On turn 6, it'll become a 6/6, and then, you know, give a buff to something else. I guess if you can attack with him, it's going to be alright. It's not going to be the best stats. Getting some health can help it stick around longer, though, if it happened to take any kind of damage. Oh, man, where do I put this guy? I want to say average. It's really slow. I think right there fits. At least it's a little bit proactive by giving something a buff. Keeper of the Gates is a 6-cost creature, 6/6. When you invade again. So this is the kind of card that when it gets played, you either deal with it or you lose to it, pretty much. It's kind of a hard one to rate. So I'm going to stick it with the other snowball cards. I said that already and I couldn't find them earlier, but I've been paying attention to where they are now. Okay, so like Quinrall Burglar, that kind of card. Like, if it gets played and your opponent's able to like make use of it on the following turn, then you probably lost. Kind of the same thing with like Quinrall Burglar. This is kind of one of the cards that makes Invade boring to play against, though. Because the most common answer to Invade is you just let them blow their hand early on, like, and they don't play anything. You just don't hit them until you can kill them. And that's because of cards like this. Because this is a card where, like, if you keep giving them cards throughout the course of a game, by the time they play this, and if you're not able to deal with it, then they immediately flip the board state around with a handful of cards. So yeah, it's going to be average for me. Because at least for the Invade decks, they need it to go that way, and most people don't allow Invade to play that way if they can help it. Kinreeve Champion is a 4-cost 4/3. Whenever Kinreeve Champion takes damage, it deals that much damage to your opponent. This is a very fun effect to play with. It has some use in different types of decks, and it combos with certain cards as well, like Red Ear. But yeah, no, really, this is a fun card to use to pressure your opponent, because you can pretty much guarantee that this guy is going to put in some work. Really, like, silence is probably the best answer to this outside of hard removal, and even then, silence isn't the best option because this still has like 4 attack. I'm gonna put it in high average. I'd say it's better than quite a lot of these. Yeah, I'd put it right there. Lord of the Arena is an 11-cost 8/8, and on summon you choose 2 creatures to battle each other. This is a pretty good effect, and I think it suits the cost and the body very well. You know, if you're tired of running Alien Guardians, this is one of the few 1-card answers to them, which is very strong. It gives it a roll there. The only thing that sucks is that it eats up a lot of magicka and a color and like deck combination that only like can fit in very few decks. So I'm gonna give it a high average. Probably like, yeah, like that actually. It's not a card that you like lose to, but it's a card that can swing things back into your favor, especially if you're playing like Ebonheart and you've gotten more than 12 magicka, then you can actually like play some other stuff after that. Lower Canton Smith is a 3-cost 2/2 with plot. You equip a friendly creature with a +2/+2 steel scimitar. So on its own is slightly understated, but giving something 2/2 worth of stats later on in the game can be pretty relevant to allow some trades. I think it's very good in low curve aggro decks. It can actually kind of get really oppressive, especially because it can equip itself and become a 3-cost 4/4. If not, it's just 3-cost 4/4 in stats, which is generally good, and it gives it a little bit of versatility. It won't be on the same level as like Young Mammoth, but yeah, it's got a place. I'll put it there. In average. Lumbering Ogrim is a 4-cost 7/4. Lumbering Ogrim can never gain cover. I really like the idea of this card. Like just a really overstated creature that has like a really huge downside. It adds like a lot of flavor to like the overall collection, I think. I think though this coming down on the same turn as a lightning bolt can, and like, you know, right before javelin and stuff can hit this, really hurts, and those cards are staples. It's probably going to be the highest priority for your opponent to remove if they can. I'm going to say it's just average, because it can deal a lot of damage if your opponent doesn't have a way of stopping this. And if you're playing, you know, a pretty well-made deck, you can probably augment this with something else to help it push a lot more face damage. Yeah, I'd say it's about like where Serpentine Stalker is, kind of like those types of cards. Lyris Titanborn is a 6-cost 5/5. At the start of your turn, you deal damage to your opponent, destroying their front rune. Important to note that if you're doing some kind of weird giant synergy, her secondary creature type is giant. Anyway, it's a fun effect. It can be an okay, like, top-end type of card for your aggro list. I love playing It's a lot like the Ultimate Heist, where it doesn't matter if your opponent healed like 100 like health and they have no runes, you can just one shot them. I think she's gonna be worse than. Let me find it. Yeah. So she's gonna be worse than the Ultimate Heist because the Ultimate Heist is at least an action, so you get like immediate. You get that immediate use. Like it's something that you can do without your opponent like stopping it necessarily. Whereas this, you have to play her and she has to stick around long enough to have that effect happen. So I think that's gonna stop her from being a flat out just strong card, and she's just gonna have to sit in like the high end of average. Well, not high end of average, the high end of being above average. Mage Slayer is a 2-cost, 3/2. Mage Slayer can't be damaged by actions. I think this is a pretty okay option for a 1 or a 2 of an aggro decks. It counters lightning or fire bolts nicely. And I mean, it's kind of just a fair card because it's still answered to pretty much every 2-drop for the most part. So I think I'd put it in. This is like another card that's like entirely average. Like it's good at its cost, but like later on you really don't want to draw this. Marauder Chieftain is a 4-cost 1/5. You give a friendly creature, actually just any creature, give a creature +1 attack, and when another friendly creature gains power, Marauder Chieftain also gains that much power. This is a super interesting card because a lot of things synergize with this. Like literally just gaining power from anything, even if it's a creature that's attack was lowered and then it goes back up for whatever reason, like because the card's effect ended, that counts. And yeah, there's just a lot of fun ways to stack this. It can be pretty hard to. It can be hard to do, but in a lot of the right decks, it's not that hard actually. It's not like a great card, but yeah, it can do a lot of work very easily. Markarth Bannerman is a 5-cost creature, 4 attack, 4 health. When Markarth Bannerman attacks, you put 2 1/1 Nord Firebrands with charge into your hand. Let's see, the Nord Firebrands are just these guys right here. They're 0-cost creatures, 1/1 charge. They're pretty good. That makes this a pretty solid card, even just like, even in aggro, some forms of it, it's pretty durable. I think the effect makes up for the lack of damage that most red cards are going to have at this cost. It's very useful in several other decks too that use Shrine of Namira, Journey, to Sovngarde, Doomcrag. So it actually has a surprising amount of versatility, like beyond when you just look at it like on the surface. The main drawback is that so much silence or removal is going to hit this. So I'd say it's about there. It's going to be above average for sure, but a lot of things answer it very nicely. Mehrunes Dagon's Flayer is a 3-cost 2/3. At the start of your turn, you deal 1 damage to another friendly creature and give it +2 attack. I think I'm going to say that this is niche, mostly because it can go into Self-Harm Warrior, and like it goes into some of the ones with Giant's Camp, and like with the Marauder Chieftain, like that deck as well. It's all right in those lists, and I wouldn't say it quite carries them, but yeah, it's a little bit too specific for me to like really rate it too fairly. Mighty Ally is a 3-cost 3/3, and on summon it will gain +3 attack and breakthrough if the top card of your deck is a strength card. This is probably one of the most consistent red 3-drops in like pretty much in the right red deck. It is. Anything not running Lightning Bolt like Channeled Storm or Silence is going to have a hard time dealing with the breakthrough damage when this thing attacks. So I would say I'd say it's right about there. It's probably going to get like 1 attack in. It might even die to that attack, but 6 damage with breakthrough on turn 3 is going to deal quite a bit of damage. Modron Orain is a 4-cost 4/4 with breakthrough. And on summon, your opponent summons a Blackwood Hoodlum in each lane. These Blackwood Hoodlums are 1/1 creatures, and they have a last gasp ability of giving Modron Urain +2/+2, I believe. It can work in like some Slay decks, and the fact that he only takes 1 damage to gain, a decent stat boost, even like just off the 1 in his lane, is alright. Summoning those 1/1s on the opponent's side isn't usually too big of a deal, but there's also certain matchups and situations where that can backfire very easily and like actually help your opponent's game plan a little bit. So I'm going to, maybe being a unique legendary kind of hurts it a little bit, so I might go on and say that it's just going to be like a little bit of it, just an average card. Morkel Gatekeeper is a 3-cost 2/2 with Prophecy and Guard. When you summon it, you give the creature +2 attack. So this is pretty much like Covenant Plate. Once I find and remember where I placed it, because like I said, I kind of rate these cards pretty similarly. Pretty sure I placed it somewhere around here. Yeah. So these basically have like the same stats, even if you just play Covenant Plate like Mobilize. These are both, 4/2s in stats with Guard and Prophecy. The only difference is the Mobilize on the item and the Gatekeeper giving +2 either to itself or another creature. So I think this is just a pretty solid Prophecy in general. I think generating like an actual just usable body is probably going to be better, because with the Covenant Plate, if your opponent has a silence and ping effect like Earthbound Spinner, then this is a complete waste of time. Whereas this, you might be applying the buff to something else more threatening, and then this is probably also defending it, so it may make it a little bit harder for your opponent to deal with. So I think it's going to bump it up a little bit, but not by much. Like, I'd probably say, and probably right about there. In average is where I'd put it. Morthal Watchman is a 1-cost 2/1. No text. Yeah, why would you run this? It's already worse than the green version of this, because at least the green version has Guard. Maybe only marginally better than Bog Lurcher, because Bog Lurcher gets answered by so many more things at a later time, and it's a much heavier Magicka investment. Probably about where Prophet of Bones is. Molamnir is a 9-cost 9/8 and has Summon and Slay. Battle an enemy creature with less power than Molamnir's health. So he's going to be able to take out a total of 7 attack, if possible, from your opponent's board. 9 power is definitely going to help him do that, because 9 power is kind of like a very weird specific amount of attack to have. Not very many creatures have exactly 9 health, so that's going to kill quite a lot of things. And then on top of that, I mean, this is kind of a good tool for what's the word I'm looking for, like mitigating a lot of, maybe you're going against a bunch of like small guys with like 2 or 3 attack. Bam, Molamnir can kill like 3 of them, maybe some kind of weird combination of that, or just like one really big threat. And then also he also kind of fits in the Self-Harm Warrior a little bit, because you can just heal him, and then the Slay part of the ability can be re-triggered again repeatedly. I think he's a good card. He can provide an okay amount of tempo. I mean, 9 Magicka is quite a lot to spend. So I'm going to put him as an above average card. I think he's actually better than, he's about on par with Almalexia, because kind of the problem that these top above average cards have going against them is that they're one-ofs, so they're hard to re-trigger their effects, especially specifically these ones, because they're not blue ones. So you have to be running Battle Mage, Sorcerer, Assassin, also Battle Mage to re-trigger those effects very easily. So yeah, I think being at the top of above average suits Molamnir pretty well. Nervous Giant is a 4-cost 6/5. If Nervous Giant takes exactly 1 damage, you destroy him. This guy's actually pretty powerful. He is stopped by a lot of cards. Granted, the opponent has to have like those specific things like rapid shot. I can't think of her name, but I know she's down here somewhere. She starts with an S. Sharpshooter Scout, Skaven Pyromancer. A lot of things deal 1 damage. Quicksilver Crossbow deals 1 damage. A lot of creatures and cards deal exactly 1 damage. So I think he's a pretty fair, like, he's a very fair, like, big body that, like, he's kind of like, again, one of the other cards that, like, if your opponent plays him and you don't have an easy way to deal 1 damage, this card will probably kill you. And 5 health, I think, is fair. Really, the big thing pushing this card being, like, not terrible is the fact that it has such high stats. So, actually, I kind of want to put it a little higher in average. I think I'd put it there. Right by Lunar Sway, Garner's Harvest. Actually, man, it's kind of... Yeah, I think Corrupted Shade's a closer comparison. Like, just one of those overstated guys that, you know, has like a bit of a drawback. Okay, Nord Firebrand is the 0-cost 1/1 charge creature that we talked about earlier. So on its own, this is kind of like an okay utility card. Maybe you just need to deal 1 damage for free. Maybe you include it because you're running Doomcrag. I think it's better to have some of the cards that generate it because they all generate 2 copies of it. Maybe I'd only include 1. I'd probably actually just say that it's average. Yeah, I think it's just kind of on the lower end of average. Like a 0-cost 1/1 with charge is very straightforward. And there's like a little bit of nuance in some decks that I can go into, so yeah. Northwind Outpost is a 3-cost ongoing support. Your friendly strength creatures have +1 attack. I just think this is way too low impact for the cost. Like, at most you can play this late game and you'll maybe get 8 damage. Maybe get a couple trades that you shouldn't have gotten. I think just running some items would be more impactful. So I'm going to say that this is like another very, very low average card. Orc Clan Captain is a 2-cost 2/2. Other friendly creatures in that lane have +1 attack. I think this guy, so yeah, he's an orc, so he obviously has those synergies going for him. But really, any deck that goes wide, like, is just good. The orc synergy is just kind of a bonus at that point. And it may surprise your opponent to, like, you know, play this in a full lane. And you get +3 extra reach on some big creatures already. So I think this guy is actually pretty strong. Let's see, he does have to fit in like a specific deck archetype, so I think that kind of puts him like just on the very high end of average. Orc Clan Shaman is a 2-cost 3/2 with breakthrough. Other friendly orcs in this lane have breakthrough. So it's not as good as the Orc Clan Captain because it literally says other friendly orcs in that lane have breakthrough. So it limits him quite a bit more. This is one of those cards where, like, yeah, if you're building for orcs, maybe you include 1 or 2 of these for some potential reach. But I think you're maybe better off just slotting 3 Orc Clan Captains and maybe some of the other 2-cost orcs. Or maybe some other 2-cost cards just to get past guards through items and cheap actions like Intimidate. I think, yeah, it's a below average card. Only supporting orcs, like, really hurts it. Orcish Warhammer is a 4-cost item. Gives breakthrough and +3/+3 in stats. This actually provides okay-ish reach and like durability to a creature. Breakthrough, I think the breakthrough is what really pushes this card into at least being like kind of average. You'd probably rather play like just a pretty decent statted creature. But still, like, this can, you know, be something that you slot 1, like just 1 of these into an aggro deck, and it's a way of getting past a guard while also maybe keeping something alive, and, you know, still dealing face damage because +3/+3 is quite a bit. So yeah, Ornamented Sword is a 2-cost item with Mobilize and Breakthrough. It gives +2/+1. So if you mobilize this, it's a 2-cost 3/2 with Breakthrough. That is basically just ordinary Kaguti. I guess I might as well just rate these both the same because they're basically the same thing. Ornamented Sword is going to be better because later on you can just play this on a big creature and give it Breakthrough, and it might deal like a significant amount of damage. So that's going to push Ornamented Sword into being average. But we're getting to the point to where a small difference between two similar cards is actually going to hurt the weaker card quite a bit. Because I'm going to put this in probably... So if we look in like relation, this is pretty much... These two cards being right next to each other is a good example of like how fucking crowded this list is right now. Like these are two very similar cards, but like literally a lot of these are just better than ordinary Kaguti because they're a bit more versatile and they have some other kind of function, whereas this is just a basic like aggro card that doesn't do anything on summon. So it drops down probably to about like right here. So like they're very similar, but it's going to be like all the way down here, kind of close to the low end of average. Pact Oathman is a 2-cost 1/3. On summon, if you have an agility creature in play, he gains +2 attack. And if you have an endurance creature in play, he battles an enemy creature. So he can be okay cheap removal if you have if you meet the requirements. I think he sits in a kind of awkward place though, because there's much better red 2-drops, and like, yeah, like it's not hard on like, I don't know, say turn 5 to drop a green blue and then this guy, or green purple and then this guy. I don't know, he sits like at an awkward cost, and then like later on a 3/3 that just battles something isn't really that great. So yeah, I'm just gonna say he's below average. Pact Shield Bearer is a 4-cost 3/5 with Veteran. Your opponent's actions cost 4 more next turn. If this guy can attack and get the Veteran ability off, this is a very good way of slowing down a control opponent. I mean, it can be hard to make him work. I think the health on him helps him stick around quite a bit. Like, so he has good health for triggering the ability, and the ability is insanely powerful. So I will give him that. And it comes down to, like, if he sticks, then this comes down on the turn when things like Javelin, Ringed Out, Ice Storms can happen. Dang, actually I kind of want to push him a little higher. It's a really powerful... I think it's going to sit with, like, these guys being really powerful effects that are situationally useful and maybe are going to be a little bit hard to pull off. So yeah, high end of average. Alright, Plunder is a 2-cost action that puts 2 random items in your hand. So there's a lot of really bad actions, or not actions, items. I mean, some of the items are also situationally useful. Like a lot of them sit in like below average. I mean, we're just looking at so many of them like already. Like there's, if we just scroll up to where I would like reasonably place this, let's see, items 1, 2. I think being like on the high end of like low average, there's already like over 20 items that I would not probably want to pull off of this that are all like directly below this. Maybe anything above this is probably a little bit more valuable, and there's, you know, a good chunk of items, but kind of what I was saying before is just like these random item, these like put random whatever cards just are hurt by the fact that the scope is so wide. So yeah, it's gonna go in below average. Pouncing Sensei is a 7-cost 4/7 with guard. If you play it on a wax turn, it'll become a 7/7 with guard, and if you play it on a wane turn, it'll be a 4/7 with charge. I don't know. It's worse than... I think it costs too much. I mean, unless you're just doing something specifically with charge, it's gonna be below average. 7/7 sure, but that's easily answerable. Protector of the Innocent is a 2-cost 3/2 with Prophecy and Guard. Honestly, this is very strong. More so for like something from aggro to like mid-range, which a lot of red decks fit into. Let's see, I definitely say it's an above average card. Probably about right there. I don't know. This coming down early as a Prophecy can be very helpful, especially if you're planning on going wide. It's just a solid like 2-cost card that also can maybe function as just a chump like guard to throw in the way of the opponent's creatures sometimes. And it's also cheap. So yeah, I think it's an above average card. Prowl Smuggler is a 2-cost 3/2 with Pilfer. Every time it pilfers, you equip a steel dagger to a friendly creature. This is okay. Not the most powerful pilfer ability. It can allow some really annoying like steamrolly type games, but this still dies to a lot of stuff pretty early on. So I'm just gonna say it's average, but on the fairly low end of being average. Quicksilver Crossbow, 3-cost item. It gives +1/+1, and the wielder will deal 1 damage. This fits nicely in any deck using a lot of lethal creatures like the lethal Ebonheart Slay kind of ramp stuff. It also kind of just fits Archer, giving it another way to ping stuff, so I would probably say it's low average. It fits specific decks very well, but yeah, that's what kind of holds it back a little bit. Okay, Raiding Party is a 3-cost action. You put 2 1/1 Nordfire brands into your hand. This is definitely better than just the vanilla 1/1s. Most people would probably say not really, but if you're running something like this in your deck, you probably have some kind of, you know, other function for the 1/1s rather than just putting them directly into your deck. So that makes me want to just put them higher than the actual firebrands themselves. You know what, never mind, I'll put them below average. Rampaging Minotaur is a 4-cost 3/2 with Breakthrough and Charge. This is okay in like the Charger decks, you know, the Archer decks that just literally have everything with Charge inside of them. I don't think those decks are very good, especially against anything that's like okay and draws decently enough. 4-cost for 3 damage really isn't that great. I'm gonna put it in below average, right about there. Rapid Shot is a 1-cost action. You deal 1 damage to a creature, and if it survives, you draw a card. This is super easy cycle ability. It can really fit in any red deck. Like, it's kind of like Shadow Shift, and that's why I'm scrolling all the way up to the top. They're very similar cards. Now I'm getting to that point where I need to pay attention to where Shadow Shift is. Yeah, it's very similar. You know, Shadow Shift moves a creature. There's probably times where you don't want to move a creature to draw a card, but you might have to. There's also times where you might not want to deal 1 damage to a creature, but you might have to draw a card. Both very similar, and they both, you know, function in very similar ways for their respective colors. So I'm going to put them both in being strong cards. Ratway Prospector is a 1-cost 1/2 with a treasure hunt looking for support, item, and actions. She'll become a +5/+5 if you find all 3 of those types of cards. So she'll be a 6/7. And after she attacks, you give her cover. This is pretty much never going to happen unless you have a deck built specifically for doing that. And even if you did, how good is that going to be? The easiest way to maybe do that is you run a few supports and then you run Battle Mage's Onslaught. Maybe you'll do it very early. I just don't see that ever really being that useful against most good decks that draw decently, so yeah, it's a bad card. Redoran Battlesphere is a 3-cost 1/3 item with Rally. Now for strength, I think it's interesting that it gives more health than attack. I don't think... See, this item is kind of weird. I'm going to just go ahead and place it like with Cruel Axe, basically. So like I don't see the point of it having Rally. It'd just be fine. Also, if it just gave +1/+3 I think the rally maybe hurts it a little bit because maybe it gives your opponent more of an incentive to remove it if it's in certain decks. I don't know. I just don't think it's that good. So it's going to go into the below average tier. Reeve, Blade Master, is a 4-cost 3/5 creature. When he attacks, he deals 2 damage to your opponent. Then he increases the damage dealt by 2. So if he goes face, like that's probably the easiest way to like do this. He'll do 2 damage and then bam, smack for 3. Then that'll be 4 damage. So the next time he'll hit for 4, then 3, which is 7. So basically he can scale up his damage very quickly. Again, maybe the fact that he's a unique card is going to hurt him a little bit. But it is kind of a interesting card. Like, okay, let me just go ahead and find where I'm going to put him before I start rambling and losing my train of thought. I think the cost difference between Quinral, Burglar, and Reeve kind of makes up for the fact that Reeve is a one-of. Because these are, again, snowbally cards that, like, if you don't answer them immediately and they start, like, really helping your opponent get ahead very quickly, you're probably going to lose to it. Maybe Quinral Burglar is better because, like, it has Drain as well. It can fit in some other stuff. Whereas Reeve is pretty much just like an aggro card. So I'll say it's average. Relentless Raider is a 1-cost 2/1. After an enemy rune is destroyed, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. This card does a surprising amount of damage, especially if you draw more than one of them in your opening hand. Like, you can do absurd things with this card. It doesn't happen to me very often, but there's been a few times where I've drawn them, pretty much all 3 of them, like within my first 3 turns, and I basically kill my opponent by actually just straight up damaging them by like turn 4. And it's a lot, and it also synergizes well with other cards like the Wisp Mother, wherever she's at. I think she's somewhat high on this part of the list. Well, yeah, Wisp Mother, you know, there's also no TK involved with them, where you put 5 of them on the board, you break a rune, they all deal 1 damage, 5 damage is going to deal enough to break a rune, and they just keep doing it over and over again. But yeah, I think it's a strong card, especially, I mean, obviously it's an aggro card, but it really helps push any aggro deck, like, to dealing a lot of damage. Relic Hunter is a 2-cost 3/2 with Treasure Hunt. Looking for items, you give the item +1/+1. So this is a pretty simple card that helps item heavy decks a little bit. There's a few, you know, actions in red that give guaranteed items, like the Slay Dude with 3/3 in charge, Plunder, Salvage right here. There's a few ways to trigger it very easily, but it's aggressively statted, so it helps that playstyle a little bit. So I'll say it's on the very, it's like on the low end of average. Riften Pillager is a 2/3. 3-cost, and on summon it'll gain +1 attack and +1 health for each destroyed enemy rune. So this is really bad on turn 3 with no runes broken. It can be useful in a top deck war if you need a cheap powerful creature. I guess you really need to be breaking runes though, and that can be, I don't know, okay. I'm gonna say it's below average. Rehab Battle Mage is a 3-cost 3/3. He gains +3 health and guard while equipped with an item. I think this guy is actually, the 3 health isn't insane, but you know, playing like a Steel Scimitar on this on like turn 4 creates what a 4, like a what, a 4/10 or something like that, a 4/8. Trying to think, yeah, 4/8 with guard on turn 4. That's kind of obnoxious. Yeah, this guy's actually got some pretty good defensive utility. I'd say he's right about there in average tier. Rehab Horseman is a 2-cost 2/2. Gains +3 and +3 attack and breakthrough while equipped with an item. This is very good for the item decks. I think if you give this guy Take Off the Dagger, Improvised Weapon, it becomes even better. And you just pair that with a Rage, you get a like a literal OTK with like no magic investment. I think that's pretty strong, so I'm gonna put him just like an average. And you know, the only early answer to him is like a negation. That's about it, really, and like a firebolt if you gave him an item that doesn't give any health. So yeah, I'm gonna say he's average. Rimmon Siege Weapon is a 3-cost ongoing support. At the start of your turn, each friendly creature deals 1 damage to your opponent. So this allows strength to have Pilfer decks involved with it, which helps because some Halalu decks have like a lot of Khajiit and stuff like that have Pilfer abilities. And it can be a really good way to give a lot of cards that struggle to basically do anything if they're answered immediately. A good way to like, maybe you play this and it doesn't get removed, and then on the following turn you drop your Tenmar, Swiftclaw, your, I don't know, Quinwall Burglar, and like something else. The 2/2 with Prophecy and Pilfer +1/+1. Suddenly your opponent's like, oh, what do I get rid of? Do I get rid of all the creatures or do I get rid of the support? Kind of boosts like one specific type of deck though, so I'm gonna put it in average. It's very good at that, and also like just being able to give all your creatures just 1 damage for free can also be pretty oppressive in the right, you know, really the decks that go wide and deal, you know, a lot of damage already. Salvage is a 2-cost action. You choose an item in your discard pile, you draw it, and all items with the same name from your discard pile. So this can be really good for reach. I don't think drawing all the copies of it is going to be super relevant all the time, but getting some easy reach can be pretty useful. And then obviously there's some, I don't know, some weird combos with this. Maybe not the most consistent thing, but I'd be willing to call it an average card. Serethi Scion is a 1-cost 1/1 with Rally. This is okay in rally heavy decks, I guess, but it's never really going to do that much. If it doesn't get killed by removal, then you'll likely maybe get 1 or 2 rallies off if you're lucky. I feel like this is the kind of card that gets into the realm of like you're maybe devoting a little bit too much into rally if you're really playing this and expecting to use it. I know I said Invasion Scout is definitely better than this because that's at least like a summon ability. This has to stick around for a bit. So yeah, I'm going to put it in below average. Savage Ogre is a 7-cost 5/5, and on summon you give a creature +5 attack this turn. So it can provide a decent amount of reach for a turn. For a common, providing 5 damage out of nowhere is actually not that bad. I'm not sure what deck would run this unless you're missing some late game finishers, like maybe a Battle Mage that's missing an Onkano. But would you still run 3 of these? I don't think so. I think it's okay. I'm going to put it in below average, but it's going to be kind of near the top end of below average. Scuttler, 1-cost 1/2. It's worse than Morthal Watchman, because I mean they trade literally evenly, but at least Morthal Watchman is pushing some damage. This guy is not. Nope, that's not even. Yep. Probably actually better than Bog Lurcher still. Seasoned Captain is a 4-cost 4/4 with Rally. When you rally, also give a random item in your hand +1/+1. I guess it's okay in just aggro decks that have some items in them. Like, it has good utility for that. If you're going, you know, that heavy on the rally too, then I guess it's a little bit better. Maybe it's likely that this comes down a little bit overstated if that happens, and your rallies have been going well. So if that happens, great. If not, then maybe you can play this and use any other rally creatures you have to buff up a pretty decent item. So yeah, I'd say it's low end of average. Senche Rot Grave Prowler is a 6-cost 5/5 with Pilfer. Consume a creature to gain power and health equal to the consumed creatures. This is one of the few cards I did not test because reading the card text, it's not entirely clear if it means... I think what it means is that like you just basically absorb that creature's stats onto this. That's I don't know, man. That's really weird. I'm gonna put it in niche. Like this would need a lot of support to stick around to make really good use of. So yeah, that's where I'm gonna put it. The Senchei Noble is a 6 cost 7/4 with guard. I mean, a big defensive body is sometimes alright, but it's weak to so much, and having guard kind of hurts. So I'm gonna say it's for sure a below average card. Servant of Dagoth is a 5 cost 4/4. If you have a creature with 5 power or more, then Servant of Dagoth will gain +2/+2 and guard, so it'll be a 5 cost 6/6 with guard. I think if you can trigger that ability, it's probably going to be decent for defending whatever your valuable 5 power creature was that triggered this. It's still going to be weak to a lot of removal at that point. And if you get stuck playing this as a 4/4 for 5, that's not great. So I'm going to say that this one's also... I think it's below average. Maybe not like insanely below average. Holy shit, I have a lot in below average. Sharp-Eyed Ashcan is a 6 cost 6/6 with plot. You discard your entire hand and then draw 3 cards. So if you play this on turn 6 without the plot ability, then it's probably not going to be as... It's not going to be great because it's just going to be a vanilla 6/6. And, you know, it's weak to... Well, actually, okay, the plot ability has some pretty good use. If you literally only have this in 1 card in your hand, then you basically get to refill your hand, which is okay. I guess, I think maybe an aggressive deck can also use this to kind of keep some gas going. But I think Triumphant Jarl is going to be better because that also suits the aggressive play style a lot better. I don't think it's a bad card, though. It's got some kind of really fun use, and it can maybe sometimes do something really cool. So yeah, I'll put it in the low end of average. Sharpshooter Scout is a 1 cost 1/1 with Prophecy and on summon deal 1 damage. A little bit underrated. Being able to get 1 damage in decks with Finish Off and Leaf Lurker with a Prophecy can be very useful, and also very powerful if Doomcrag is on the board. Most of the time it's going to be pretty low impact, though. So I'd be willing to call it low. Just kind of below average. Shield Breaker is a 3 cost 2/2. Well, 3 cost item that gives +2/+2. And on summon, an enemy creature loses guard. This card is kind of an underrated form of silence. Especially, again, kind of like Bone Bow. If you don't have Earthbone Spinner or Halalu Sharpshooter, because those are epics, this is a really good substitute. And if I'm pretty sure Intimidate is a rare card, so it can, if you're really struggling that much for gems, then yeah, this is a really solid inclusion. And giving +2/+2 is also very useful because it helps just suit those aggro decks very well. I'm gonna say that this is an average card. Sylvanar Tracker is a 2 cost 3/1 on summon. Gains charge if there is a wounded enemy creature in this lane. This is pretty bad. I'd just rather this be a 2 cost 3/1 with charge, and it would probably be very strong. The fact that it has to check if there's a wounded enemy creature in this lane, or in the lane that it's played into, just gives it the implication that you're trying to use it as removal, and the 3/1 stat line just isn't really that good for it. And it's like, kind of, what's the point? Just run Finish Off. Because it does the same thing and just doesn't waste a body. That's a bad card. Scar Drillmaster. 6 cost 5/5 with Rally. When she rallies a creature, you put a copy of the rallied creature into your hand with +1/+1. So if this can survive long enough to actually rally, this is going to be really strong. Getting 2 of the same rallied creature is going to help in card advantage a lot. It's really dependent on the creature that gets the buff, though. So, it's another one of those cards that's just like on the very high end of like being a little too situational for its own good. So I'm gonna put it on the very top end of being below average. Oh, I need to say the one thing hurting it though. Let me go scroll back up to her. The one thing hurting her is that it says when she rallies a creature, not just if it was any rally, bam, she would shoot up to being like probably a good card. But the fact that she has to rally the creature means that she's the one that has to stay alive and actually do the rallying, which hurts a lot. So yeah, that's why I'm putting it so low. Skaven Pyromancer is a 3-cost 2/3. On summon, it'll deal 1 damage to all creatures in that lane. Really versatile card. It fits into quite a few decks very nicely. You know, the decks that care about things like Finish Off and Leaf Lurker. Doomcrag is basically just giving it a free lane wipe. And in mid BM for proccing things like your Breton Conjurers and Daggerfall Mages. Has a lot of utility. So I'm just going to put this as an overall solid card. And also allowing trades is just also very good. Skeever Infestation is a 3-cost action. You summon a Skeever in each lane with power and health equal to the number of infestations you've played, and then you shuffle 2 more copies of this into your deck. It's a meme card. I mean, I've seen guitarists on bass win some really stupid games with this. Shout out to that guy. Yeah, it's a meme card. It's pretty much, it's bad. You can make a deck for it though, but it's not going to be very good or consistent. Skirmisher's Elixir is a support that costs 4 magicka with 3 uses. Every time you activate it, you give a creature +2 attack and breakthrough. I mean, it seems a little bit slow unless you're running a lot of charge creatures. Maybe looking to make some trades while also pushing damage because of the breakthrough. Yeah, it's definitely a below average card. It's just a little too slow for the decks that would want to use it for that extra reach. Skyborn Dragon is a 6-cost 7/3 with the summon ability of battling an enemy creature. I actually like this card a lot, but it's not the best. It's generally going to be acting as a removal spell because the 3 health pretty much guarantees that this is not going to survive a battle with anything noteworthy. It only costs 1 more than things like, you know, Javelin. I mean, it adds dragons to the discard pile if you're doing like Alduin stuff and other immediate dragon synergies from like the lookouts. It's pretty clunky though, so I'm going to put it in, this is average, right? I'm going to put it in like below average. It at least does something as soon as it comes down. So yeah, maybe I'd say it's better than some of these. Skyforge is a 3-cost support with 3 uses. Every time you activate it, you can equip a friendly creature with a steel dagger. Once you have equipped 3 daggers, Skyforge will change into Underforge, which is an ongoing support. Oh damn, what does it do? Underforge gives friendly werewolves +1/+1, and you can also activate it once a turn to transform a creature into a werewolf. Very specific. Only supports 1 deck and like 1 archetype. It's okay at supporting it, but it's a 1 of in that deck, and it's not doing a particularly great job, so I'm just going to say it's kind of a bad card. Stampede Sentinel is a 6-cost 7/7 with breakthrough. You can't be damaged by actions or supports. This is very niche. So it has good stats, but this is like used for stopping a lightning bolt kill. How likely is that gonna just stop like a more aggressive opponent from just, you know, having lethal on the board though? Unless you're doing like Hexa Gauntlet or something where you don't want their 0-cost actions to be like hurting you, I guess, from the support itself doing the damage. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in niche. Finally, Steel Scimitar, 1-cost item, gives +2/+2. This is a very good cheap item, just kind of in general. It gives good stats for the cost, and it's great in most item decks. And I've been mentioning it quite a bit when I talk about the other strength cards that cost 1 and give very similar stats. Once I find those guys, pretty much going to rate these all very similarly. Yeah, I'm going to rate these all very similarly. So Steel Scimitar is just kind of like the best one consistently because +2/+2 on something is a pretty good buff actually. It's going to allow a lot of creatures to trade up very favorably and also give them a higher chance of sticking around. Cloak and Dagger, being able to split them is nice because you might want the +2 health on something that has already kind of decent attack but just needs to survive a trade. The Dagger is probably going to be good for something that already has high health but doesn't have good attack but needs to trade into something. And then the Dagoth Dagger is kind of, I would say, like the best of both worlds, so I'm actually going to put it like in between them. But being able to give something breakthrough for very cheap actually gives it a little bit more synergy with cards like Rage and stuff like that. So they're all very like average items, and they all give very similar stats, which is why they're all like basically going to be in a line together in average. Stendarr's Hammer is a 5-cost item that does not give any, a set amount of stats. Instead, what it does is it doubles the wielder's power and health, and it also makes the wielder only able to attack creatures. This is a very funny item. This kind of has a huge drawback. So, one, the cost is one, and the fact that it doesn't give like consistent stats is another drawback. So this fits in some weird OTK deck. Yeah, it's going to be a below average card. If you give this something really big with breakthroughs, if you give it something like that, then sure, it's probably going to do a lot of damage. But yeah, that's not going to be consistent at all. Stone Throw is a 3-cost action, and you destroy an enemy creature as long as you have a creature with higher power. This is not bad removal at all for the cost. There's plenty of red creatures and items that can get this to kill creatures that would surprise you. It's overall pretty good, but it's a little bit reliant on how the board state is going on both sides. So in some matchups it's going to be pretty bad, and in other ones it's going to just be absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just list this as a strong card. Stone Shard Orc is a 3-cost 2/1, and on summon, he will deal 1 damage to an enemy creature for each friendly orc. This is just a very good card for like the mid-range orc kind of stuff. On a good draw, this can like deal with a lot of early defensive creatures very easily, and even like later on, the summon ability scales very well when you have a lot of orcs in play if you've really been doing a good job, having them stick on the board. It's only really weak against decks that can actually like deal with orcs every turn, which I would say isn't like too many of them, not without like those decks being I guess like hurt significantly by like losing so many cards to just dealing with stuff. Yeah, it's an above average card for sure. Stormcloak Avenger is a 4-cost 4/4. At the end of your turn, if 3 or more friendly creatures died this turn, you summon a 2/2 Rallying Stormcloak. I don't know, man. I kind of don't know how to rate this one. I mean, killing 3 creatures a turn just to get a 2/2, that's kind of hard to do. And like, who even wants to be doing that for a 2/2? Actually, yeah, I think it's just a bad card. Stormcloak Camp is a 3-cost ongoing support. At the end of your turn, if a creature died this turn, you deal 2 damage to your opponent. It's kind of a weird support. It can be good in matchups where you're pushing face damage, but also, you're forced to make a trade or two every turn. I think it's still a little awkward, to say the least, especially on curves. So I'm just going to say it's below average. It can, help maybe some decks that, like I said, if you're putting more than you're losing down or losing like on the board every turn, maybe it'll help. But how well is that going to work out, or how well is that going to be set up for you? Stormcloak Vanguard is a 2-cost 1/1 with charge, and it also has the last gasp ability of putting a 5/5 Stormcloak Battalion in your hand. The Stormcloak Battalion's a 4-cost card, which helps a little bit because on its own this is not good at all. There's cards that can grant this lethal, so that's fine. So play this in like some Doomcrag variants. I know some people put it in like mid-range to give them like a guaranteed 4 cost that has good stats, but I don't know, maybe just run some some alright 4 cost cards, I guess. Kind of on the low end of average, I think. Stout Heart Giant is a 5 cost 6/4, so this is just a big attacking body. I mean, it isn't there. I know there's another vanilla card that has like almost the exact same stats. It's kind of like maybe, no, actually it's worse than Lame Corpus. At least Lame Corpus doesn't get lightning bolted for just 1 more damage. It's basically like Highland Lurcher too. Like, in fact, all these cards are pretty much just the same right there. So yeah, bad card. Stronghold Patrol is a 3 cost 3/2. On summon, you draw a card if you have 2 other strength creatures. I mean, it's okay. It's okay card draw if you're going mono red. Maybe not so much in fast-paced aggro decks, because you could just use stuff like Crusader's Assault and stuff like that. But, maybe in Orcs, especially if you're going more on the red side of Orcs, those Orcs tend to be pretty much better than a lot of the purple ones. It's a little understated and maybe a little inconsistent to be a 3 of if you have too much of the other colors that you're using. So I'll say it's on the low end of average. Swiftwing Dragon is an 8 cost 5/5 with charge. Honestly, this is kind of not a terrible finisher. 5/5 with charge is a solid body for reach. It's not as good as something like Cliff Racer, because Cliff Racer only has, 1 less stat on each, health and attack, and it costs like a lot less. But at the same time, just having constant things that can just deal damage to your opponent, this can be like on the top end. It's kind of, so yeah, it's like a bit expensive, but like when you think about it, it does the same amount of damage as like Onkano immediately for the same cost. It just doesn't have the same flexibility as Onkano, because Onkano can go face, it has breakthrough, and if you need to deal 5 damage to something with exactly 5 health, he's going to still stick around, which makes it kind of interesting to rate. For a common, I think being able to be comparable to a card like Onkano is actually not, that actually means that it's not really in a bad spot. So I'm going to put it, yeah, pretty much in the middle of the average. Sword of the Inferno is a 2 cost item that gives +2 attack, and on summon, the wielder deals 2 damage to itself and to another creature. This is good for Slay decks, but not the ones that use like lethal creatures, because the lethal creature will probably kill itself before it gets its Slay ability, which I've done before, unfortunately. It can support some Battle Mage lists as well, like that care about popping wards like Breton Conjurer and stuff like that. So it's got more than 1 home, and +2 attack is not bad at all for 2 Magicka. So I will say this is absolutely an average card. Syl, the Duchess of Dementia, is a 6 cost 7/6. On summon, this lane becomes Dementia. So, okay, so the Dementia lane, basically any of these things that transforms a lane into something else will remove, like, if you play this in the Shadow lane, now there's not a Shadow lane. Cover is not going to happen in that game anymore unless Hidden Trail is played again. And even still, Hidden Trail says field lanes become Shadow lanes, so even still, like, Dementia is always just going to be Dementia. So the lane change mechanic is very good. And what the Dementia lane actually just does as its like function is, if you have the highest power creature in that lane, you deal 3 damage to your opponent at the start of your turn. So that makes this very good for like aggressive to like mid-grow decks, because 7 power is pretty hard to beat, especially at 6. At 6 cost, that's actually kind of hard to beat. Some creatures at this cost are like really low power because they have a lot of value, or they're just really big beat sticks that are easy to answer. So yeah, this is a very strong card, especially if you're already ahead on board and you're being very aggressive at the start of the game. By the time this comes down, yeah, this is a good card. I'm glad that they made Syl a card and they actually made her like quite strong. Just scrolling up. I'll put it right about there. The red here is a 10 cost action, and you just deal 10 damage to every creature. So this is kind of strength's oh shit, I need to delete everything button. Very few creatures without a horde are going to be able to, withstand this. Ward is like literally this card's like only weakness, and all in all, that's like a very strong action. It can buy you, because it's in strength, it means it's a little bit more limited, and also because it's a one of, yeah, it's limited to cards or to decks that probably want to ramp at least a little bit, so you can play this and then something substantial afterwards, which isn't a whole lot of decks. But even still, if you're in one of those games where, like, if you're playing just kind of a general red control against like some other kind of control deck that's also just playing one or two heavy hitters per turn, this can probably buy you a turn or two afterwards, as long as your health isn't so low that you're like gonna die to like literally anything. So yeah, I think it's a very strong card. The only thing going against it is that it's a one of, but still very strong effect. Tiny Dragon is a 2 cost 1/1. On summon, you deal 1 damage to all enemy creatures in that lane. So this card's actually pretty good for a good few reasons. It gives dragon decks using strength a very cheap dragon to trigger, like the lookouts and stuff like that, especially because the Blades lookout is probably one of the better ones. You can slot this in an archer list, and it fits very well in an archer list for dragons because you have Sheer Point Dragon, this, and then in combination with Leaf Lurkers and Finish Offs, very good synergy there. And then the Woodland Lookout healing you constantly, very good. And also things that just kind of only care about the wounded creatures, or like Doomcrag, where the 1 damage to a whole lane is just going to wipe them out. That's also pretty freaking strong. It's obviously just a little understated, but like at 2 cost of 1/1 with a strong summon ability isn't too terrible. I don't want to say that it's a niche ability or like, a niche card. Yeah, it fits in like quite a few decks and it does pretty well in them. I'll say it's above average. Probably about like where Dominion Oathman is. Trebuchet is a 4 cost 0/4 creature. At the start of your turn, you deal 4 damage to a random enemy. Could be a random enemy creature, it could be your opponent's face. I like the idea of this card, but it's just so inconsistent. 4 damage is a lot to most creatures, and it's also enough that it's likely to break a rune. Aggro might not really care about the latter part of it though, because why would it like use a no attack creature to maybe hit something annoying or to maybe hit your opponent? I think that makes it a pretty bad card. Probably marginally more playable than some of these guys. Trial of Flame, 5 cost action. You choose a lane and you destroy all creatures except for the most powerful creature on both sides of that lane. This is questionable removal to include in a deck. Burn and Pillage is probably going to be more useful for more aggressive oriented lists, and then Unstoppable Rage is just going to be better in general. Most of the time, the creature you want to remove, like that you would want to target with wide removal, is going to be probably the most powerful creature in that lane, unless it's something like with high value but low attack compared to everything else around it. That's not as common though, so I'm just going to say it's also kind of a bad card. Triumphant Jarl, 6 cost 4/4. If you have more health than your opponent, you draw 2 cards. This is one of the best Woodmore cards. Usually when you play this, it gives you enough steam to finish out the game within the next couple turns. So every aggro red deck should have at least a couple of these, depending, of course, on how low your curve is and how much like other draw options you have if you're playing like Crusader and you have options like Crusader's Assault. But yeah, this is a very strong card, and it doesn't even have to be in just aggro, which is why I'm going to put it as just like an in general strong card. Because if you're like also mid-grow to mid-range deck that can go aggressive very easily, like basically a deck that can set up a good board, and then at some point you draw this and then you just smack your opponent's face very easily and then draw this to get even more card advantage. Yeah, strong. Trouble Seeker is a 5 cost 3/5, and when you summon him, he battles an enemy creature, but also whenever he takes damage, he deals damage to you, to your own health. Not the most useful ability. The only place that would be useful is in Prophecy Battle Mage, where you don't care if you're getting hit because you might be breaking your own rune and getting another free creature out of it, or just another creature in general. Even then, you'd probably want to run something a lot more consistent. I guess if your opponent doesn't, even if your opponent doesn't have a creature for you to battle, it's still just a 3/5 for 5, which isn't great. It's like super low. It's super low average. Like it has a place, and it can probably do something really stupid, but nah. Ulfric Stormcloak is a 5 cost 6/5 with Breakthrough. When you play a shout, you draw a random Nord from your deck. So he has good enough stats. I think him being strength means he's a little bit more limited. You'll probably have some useful Nords depending on, I guess, what color you're dipping into. Yeah, especially with like the Alliance War giving some Nords, there's I think a Nord or two in Endurance. That was also a thing just kind of in Skyrim as well, or the Heroes of Skyrim set. So I think, in Willpower, I think this is more helped out more because in Heroes of Skyrim, 3-color decks weren't a thing. Now they are, so you can maybe splash in some other weird color that has some other weird utility Nord that you want. I'm just gonna say it's average. The stats alone make him fine enough, but as a 1-of, that doesn't really help. But I guess if you're using shouts a lot, then there's probably something you can do with him. I'll put him right there. That seems about appropriate. Ulfric's Zealot is a 4 cost 5/2 with the last gasp ability of putting a heavy battle axe into your hand. So I put the battle axe very low. I know it's pretty much ready for me to rip into again. Yeah, so this is the battle axe. A 5/2 on its own isn't that great. Sure, it pushes some damage, but it dies very easily. Negation and stuff like that kills this very heavily. I guess it's okay for reach. Yeah, it's not a good card. It's also just kind of not terrible. It's kind of a whatever card. I would never include it in anything serious. Underworld Vigilante is a 5 cost 4/1 with charge, and has the summon ability of giving all enemy creatures in that lane, making them lose cover. That's pretty strong. Also just kind of a really useful like aggro card. It's pretty much like Cliff Racer for red, which, if you're playing Archer, you probably don't need this, but sometimes if your opponent just has like an annoying drain creature in the shadow lane and it has cover, making it lose that is pretty strong. That would almost make it have more utility than, our buddy the Cliff Racer here. But I think that I think it belongs pretty nicely in the above average tier. The 1 health hurts it. Like, its only function is going to be to either kill something annoying or to hit a face, and it's not going to survive long after doing either of those. Unfinished Business is a 6 cost action that will cost 3 less for each friendly wounded creature, and the actual effect of the action is to unsummon a creature, then you may unsummon a friendly creature. Nowhere in the card does it say that you can't unsummon 2 friendly creatures. You can totally do that if that's what you want to do, which is interesting. It's still kind of a weird way to bounce creatures. Sure, it's probably very easy to do it for free. Maybe you can bounce a couple of your own guys as a way to heal them for free. So, I don't know. It can be a little tricky to set up, so I'm going to put it on, like, also kind of the low end of average. Like, right there, I think. Unrelenting Force is a 3 cost action. It is also our red shout. So at the first level, you unsummon an enemy creature with power 3 or less. The level 2 version is you just unsummon an enemy creature. And the level 3 version is you unsummon all enemy creatures in a lane. This is honestly probably the worst shout. I'd say this and the yellow one. What is it? Call of Valor. Those are probably the 2 worst ones. So the first copy is very underwhelming and holds the card back, and then the second level is a worse cast out and a worse Fear Totem, because Fear Totem's already like got even more going for it than the level 2 version of this. And then once you get to level 3, yeah, it's pretty freaking insane. Unsummoning an entire opponent's lane is pretty stupid. This relies too much on like having the word walls in place to play it. So I'm gonna say it's not unplayable, because sure, you could in some fantasy games open up with 2 word walls, put them both on Unrelenting Force, and your opponent just can't do anything for a while. If that happens, sure, but I'm still gonna put in probably just about bad or where did I just put it? Yeah, almost bad, but very far below average. Unstable Madman is a 3 cost 2/2. At the end of your turn, he will gain +1/+1. Then, if he has 5 power or more, he changes into an Unstoppable Berserker, and the Unstoppable Berserker will gain +2/+2 at the end of every turn. Pretty much, if you can get him to 5 power quickly, he becomes a lot better. And I think, unlike the other Snowball cards, oh my god, it's gonna take me forever to find them. I know I've been like seeing them every time I scroll up past them, but probably better than Tenmar Swiftclaw. I will say that. And you know what? Probably on the same level as like Preserver of the Root, where like with a little bit of support they can get their secondary ability going very easily, but it's also not terrible to play them on curve, or you know, like ringing them out on turn 2 and 3 respectively. Yeah, I think they fit there quite nicely in average. Unstoppable Rage is an 8 cost action. A friendly creature deals damage equal to its power to all other creatures in its lane. I am just gonna go ahead and scroll all the way up. Yeah, this is an amazing card, but I'll explain why. Okay, yeah, this is a stupidly strong card. So it gives red decks the removal like on par with something like Dawn's Wrath, but it has even greater potential because this combos very well with anything that has Breakthrough, Drain, or Lethal. It can provide some insane plays because of that. You can one-shot your opponent if you have something really big with Breakthrough. You can gain an absurd amount of health if you're attacking 7 other creatures with like a 5/5 with Drain. And then even if it's a 1/1, 1 cost with lethal, and you drop that on turn 9 along with this, bam, you just wiped out a whole lane. The only downside is that it requires a little bit of setup and the board state for it to be as crazy as it can get. But even still without that, it can be just a solid removal option, like with really only upsides, because it's already an improvement over Dawn's Wrath, because you're leaving probably your best creature still in the lane, whereas with Dawn's Wrath, you're literally killing everything in that lane, even your own guys. So yeah, I think this is just an amazing card. Valenwood Huntsman is a 3-cost, 3/1, and on summon deals 1 damage. I honestly think the Sharpshooter Scout is better than this. It does the same thing, and it's way less... it feels way less bad if it just dies immediately to something stupid. Where did I put a Sharpshooter Scout? It's honestly worse than Valenwood or than Dremora Archer. It's way worse than that. I'll put it down here. Basically. Yeah, there's just better ways to set up a, pinging a creature to make it wounded. Even like setting up lethal on it. There's just way better ways to do that. Verminious Fabricant is a 2-cost, 2/2. And when you summon it, if you have a neutral creature in play, you silence another creature. I guess if you have enough neutrals to pull this off consistently, then sure, include it. It's not a terrible silence option for red decks doing a lot of neutral splashing. But there's other ones that don't have like any condition to their silence effects. They might cost more. They might be in higher rarities, like with the items and stuff, but they don't have that like neutral synergy that's required, which means that those cards fit in more decks. And I think any neutral decks that want to dip into like other colors for utility, like silence and stuff, they have similar actions in endurance that are much better, like mute and hush and stuff like that. So yeah, I think this is an unplayable card, because like, why would you run it when you have those other options? Vigilant Giant is an 8-cost, 8/8 with Breakthrough and Guard, and on summon it draws you a card. I think this guy's just really slow. He has very average stats and like, abilities and keywords for, a legendary card. Granted, you can run 3 of them, so it's not like he's a unique legendary. Maybe if your opponent has been running like a lot of, basically I would say wasting the early removal, then this guy's going to be pretty good. Yeah, I think he's kind of just an above average card. Volendrung is an 8-cost support with 2 uses. When you do activate it, you give a creature +4/+4 and Breakthrough. This is almost unusable. It does provide reach, but honestly it's just way too slow. It is weak to support removal as well. I'd say it's only good if you have lethal with it and it's like already in your hand when you can play it and you have no other options. But honestly, just run a lightning bolt. You get more versatility with that. It's definitely it's very low for sure. I think it's still somewhat playable though, so I'll put it just on the very end of below average. War Hardened Senche is a 4-cost 4/3. The wax ability is +1/+1, so it can be a 4-cost 5/4, which isn't terrible. And then the Wane ability is to battle an enemy creature. So yeah, the wax ability is okay enough. I think the battle mechanic part of it is definitely weaker because this doesn't have very good health. It's probably not going to survive anything. So I definitely want to say it's below average. I'll put it there. Whirling Duelist is a 6-cost 5/5. When she equips an item, she deals 1 damage to all enemy creatures in that lane. I love this card. This card is dumb with Doomcrag Vampire, or giving her a Daedric Dagger or the I think the Poison Dagger or something like that. But it's usually going to be too slow and too clunky to get those effects off. Otherwise, you just need a ton of cheap items with like, wounded synergies going on. Probably average. It doesn't need like too much help getting set up. It's just the help it does need is very slow and very dependent on what you have in your hand. I'll put her like right there in average tier. Whiterun Trooper is a 4 cost 6/2. So this is kind of like a heavy battle axe. This would need the breakthrough to even be remotely playable. It dies to literally every form of removal available at this point in the game. Just about every guard is going to stop this in its tracks, but hey, what can you expect from the cards you get at the start of the game? It's pretty bad. Widow Daedra is a 4 cost 5/3. When an enemy rune is destroyed, you invade. So this card is for sure one of the scarier invade cards. At least if the invade deck is already like ahead on board and you just have not been able to put anything down or keep anything sticking on the board. This can represent like several invades on top of like if they already have a full board and then they play this like on turn 8 and they invade 5 times, and then on top of whatever they already have in their hand for invading, can get out of hand very fast. So I think I'm going to put it in above average because this is one of the cards that does carry invade very well. I just I see maybe about 20% of invade players maybe use it the right way. So yeah, above average. Wildfire Dragon is a 7 cost 6/6 with breakthrough, and on summon it will deal 1 damage to all other creatures, but it also has the slay ability of gaining +1/+1. So the summon effect is very low impact for how much this thing costs. It can be kind of tricky to get this to kill like anything most of the time. I can probably count on one hand how many times I got a really good Wildfire Dragon down. Let's see, if you had Doomcrag, this thing becomes scary, but if it kills a bunch of weak guys, it's probably just going to get removed or silenced. I'm going to say this is a very strong below average card. Yeah, some of these can probably be a lot more usable than Wildfire Dragon. So yeah, below average. Windhelm Gatekeeper is a 4 cost 2/4 with guard and veteran +3 attack. So actually the veteran ability isn't too bad because it'll become on turn 5 a 5/4 with guard, which isn't terrible. I think what hurts this is that it has guard right from the outset. If this like gained guard, it would probably be a lot better, because then you could at least like maybe throw it in the shadow lane and let it get guard over there. I don't want to say it's bad. It might just be a little bit below average. Yeah, I'd probably say it's there. It just so happened, actually, just like I was looking at the colors more. I was like, hey, there isn't a red card here, but I happened to throw it next to a bunch of other veteran cards. Withered Hand Cultist is a 3 cost 3/4. So it already has good stats and has the ongoing ability of making all actions cost 2 more. That is both on your side and the opponent's side. Honestly, this is a huge like card for aggro. It's like a very early win condition against control, especially the ones that rely on a lot of very cheap removal. Especially because like a lightning bolt comes right after this, and probably like a javelin if you like drew this like slightly later, like on turn 4. It just allows like those types of cards to just be safely ignored for a couple more turns, which is like that helps aggro like so much. And even if this gets removed, and like eventually if you have another one, you can just drop another one down if you happen to draw one, and that's just gonna be a huge problem for you know, like ice storms and javelins and all that to be able to deal with your board. So yeah, Wizard Hat and Cultist is an amazing card. Wood Orc Headhunter is a 5-cost 5/4 with Breakthrough, and on summon, he will gain charge if you have another Orc. Alright, so the immediate comparison is to Murkwater Skirmisher, because this guy is a staple in every Orc deck. Literally pushes that deck to be somewhat viable and to be like a finisher for those decks. It's bad everywhere else. Yeah, this is why like these cards, I'm like for sure putting these guys at the very top of you know, the niche tier, because these are strong cards in their own right. It's just the fact that they only fit in like either one type of deck, or like one type of deck but also only one specific color combination for that like mechanic, like with Rebellion in general. It's just too niche. By my definition, it's a niche card, which is why I'm putting it here. It's strong, but yeah, niche. World Eater's Eyrie is a 6-cost support. Ongoing. When you summon a creature that costs 7 or more, you double its power and health. This is way too slow, too clunky, way too restrictive in most decks. I've literally only ever had someone pull this off on me one time, and literally it's just because I didn't have the support removal in my hand. That's literally it. Yeah, it's a bad card. Wrothgar Forge is another 7-cost support ongoing. The first time you summon a creature, each turn you equip it with a random item. Honestly, I kind of love this card, but it's just a little too slow, and kind of like with the Plunder, there's so many crap items that this can end up not doing very much for you. Even more so because it only applies the item to the very first creature you summon each turn. It's definitely not a good card. Yeah, below average is where I'm going to put it. Zivali Warlord is a 4-cost 3/3 with Charge and Guard. This is okay reach, I guess. It also has the utility to protect some more damaging creatures in its lane. It probably doesn't belong in every red deck, but you know, it's one of those ones with like Candlehearth Brawler where maybe you consider it for its defensive and offensive options. Where did I put Candlehearth Brawler? I probably like rated it surprisingly high. Yeah, I put it there. I think having more health on a guard makes Candlehearth Brawler a bit better. I'd probably put it there. Alright. Oh, we're getting close to finishing here. We're on to Willpower now. And we're starting off with a huge dud. Honestly, kind of a couple duds. But anyway, A Land Divided. This is an 8-cost action, so you can either fill the left lane with Stormcloak Skirmishers or the right lane with Colovian Troopers. So the Stormcloak Skirmishers are 3/1s with Breakthrough, and the Colovian Troopers are 2/2s with Guard. But you only get one lane of either of those. The fact that like you can't like choose, I feel like this would be an okay effect if it was like pick a lane and then choose if you want the Stormcloak guys or the Troopers. Then it'd probably be at least somewhat playable. But for this cost, it's just way too restrictive, and it's insanely weak to board-wide removal. Honestly, it's a pretty bad card. Okay, I think a lot of those other ones are more playable than that. It's a bad card. Alchemy is a 2-cost action. You give your activated support 1 extra use. Every time you empower, this action will grant 1 extra use. This is a very specific card. It needs to be used obviously in a support heavy deck. but I think it's too slow for that deck because that deck doesn't even like hitting face, like, ever. No, I think it's just, yeah, it's a bad card. Like, it doesn't suit that archetype at all. Aldmeri Patriot is a 1 cost 1/2 that will gain +1/+1, so it can be a 1 cost 2/3 if you have an action in your hand. If the summon ability does proc, then I think it's pretty good. A 1 cost 2/3 is not bad at all. Otherwise, it's average. But there's quite a few yellow decks that run a large amount of actions. I think it's definitely better than a lot of these. Yeah, I'd say it's about like on par with some of those guys right there in below average. Alfiq Illusionist is a 3 cost 2/1. If you play on a wax turn, she will summon another Alfiq Illusionist in the other lane. And if you play on a wane turn, she'll get +1/+2 in guard, so she'll be a 3/3 with guard for 3. So on its own, this is fine. 3 cost for 2/2/1s in either lane isn't bad. I think that's pretty fair. And I mean, like, at that rate, you're basically paying 3 Magicka for what, 4/2 in stats. That's kind of playable as long as like it's in the right deck. But I mean, the 3/3 for guard is also fine. But you play this with like a Moongate Rebellion General, that becomes a very powerful combo. I think this being a part of that, it's not the most important like aspect of that combo, but that boosted it up quite a bit to like being an average card. It just relies so heavily on like the support and like a specific creature being in play. But yeah, I'd say it's a low end average card. Alpha Wolf is a 4 cost 3/1. Other friendly wolves have +2 attack. There's just not enough wolves that exist for this to provide any value at all, especially for the 4-drop slot in Willpower. And it also has really bad stats. And the ability is ongoing, so once it dies, your other wolves just go back to being like, what, 1/1s, 2/2s, whatever. Yeah, this is a pretty bad card. I'll just drop it down right there. Ambitious Hireling is a 2 cost 1/1. On summon, he will give another friendly creature power and health equal to his own power. Decent in rally decks, he's fine there, but also sees, play in decks that run like 5th Legion Trainer and like Divine Fervor and stuff. That's a kind of nice niche for this to fill. Even if it's a bit situational and a little bit hard to set up, I think it's still okay enough for me to say that it's a little below average. Apex Wolf, 6 cost 4/4 with Breakthrough and Drain. Also has the last gasp ability of draw the top creature of your deck and give it Breakthrough and Drain. Here we go, guys. This is the best wolf. So it has low stats for its cost. It does have decent keywords, but the last gasp is really the only thing that's like really saving this card, because only because you have no idea how powerful the creature you're getting with those 2 keywords. Like, those are strong keywords, but it's maybe going to be inconsistent. So this is like one of those cards that sits on the very end of being like average. Like, it's on the lowest end of average. Arrest is a 7 cost action. You steal an enemy creature, it will lose guard if it does have that, and will be permanently shackled. So this is a pretty unique form of removal. This is useful when there's like a creature that you don't want your opponent to have control of, but would also be beneficial if it's on your side of the board. But in a race, you can't like steal a guard to slow your opponent down, because that guard will then lose the guard. I'd say, oh, I grabbed the wrong card. I'd say do that, like, utility, being able to, like, nab something powerful, like, I don't know, Conjuration Tutor or something if you're running, like, some weird, maybe that's not the best example. Uh, what's a card that this would work well with? Something like Doomcrag. Like, if you solo Doomcrag and you're kind of running stuff that helps, like, support that, then sure. It'd be pretty good. That's another card that's, like... it'll be very situational, so I'm still gonna say that this one's also, like, pretty below average. Arrow Storm, 3 cost action. You destroy all enemy creatures with 2 power or less in a lane. This is only good against tokens that haven't gotten, like, any of their significant buffs yet, or, like, very early on against invade, to where those, like, early invade creatures aren't getting 2 power easily, and you can maybe also kill a gate. So this is gonna be another below average card. Artaeum Savant. I almost said servant. Artaeum Savant is a 3 cost 1/4. After you play an action, you give a random friendly creature +1/+1. If you could pick where the buff went, then this would be better. But I mean, a 1/4 on its own isn't that good. I think it's another below average card. A lot of these willpower cards really aren't, like, anything home to write. They're not anything to write home about until you get to some of the later ones here. Auradin Paladin is a 4 cost 4/4. When you play an action, he will gain Drain that turn. Not a terrible way to gain health if you're running a lot of actions. 4 points of Drain is pretty good. I'll say it's average. Probably on the low end. This is the average tier, right? Yeah, he's going to be on the low end of average. Probably about right there. Just because 4 health, or 4 points of drain is pretty good. And just being a 4/4 on top of that is fine. And willpower likes to run a lot of actions when it's run with other stuff, usually. Auroran Sentry is an 8 cost 5/7 with guard. When it takes damage, you gain that much health. So this is actually a strong effect, and the fact that it has guard does help with the effect. Like, it works, right? This is a card that just works. All this really does is stall, though. So I want to say it's slightly below average, but I do want to say it's one of the few cards that is at least able to fight pretty well because of its stats if it gets, like, silenced or something like that. I think because of that, I'm actually going to bump up Wildfire Dragon, because I didn't think about that when I rated Wildfire Dragon, that, like, if it gets silenced, it's still like a 6/6. This is still a 5/7. Those are pretty good stats to still just have on the board. So yeah, top end of low average, or below average. Alright, so this is going to be a spoiler. Bullywog comes with Spawn Mother, which is way down there somewhere. All the way down here. And I'm just not going to deal with it right now, dragging her all the way up. Yeah, this is the worst double card. The Bullywog has terrible stats, and even the... I mean... even the Spawn Mother is very dependent on your board state. Like, you have to be playing something that supports it, so they're both going to be bad. I'm just going to be saving the Spawn Mother for once I get to her, because I don't feel like dragging her all the way up right now. Alright, Balmora Captain is a 5 cost 4/4. The text reads Rally 2. Your other rallies give an extra +1/+1. So what does this mean? Rally 2 in my testing, and according to the UESP, which, by the way, the UESP is the best wiki for any game series available. The fact that this is attached to the Elder Scrolls, which the UESP is a very strong wiki for those games, but also for this one, for some of these mechanics like this, is awesome. So shout out to the UESP team for helping me out with some of the research on some of these cards. Anyway, so Rally 2 applies 2 instances of Rally. Every time I use this, it just applied 2 buffs to the same creature, which I would say is better than 2 buffs on 2 separate creatures probably, though that's probably debatable, and I also might be wrong. Usually when I tested this, I only had 1 or 2 creatures in my hand. But other rallies giving double stats definitely helps this card a little bit. I don't think rally is the best mechanic to build an entire deck around without some other kind of support. So all in all, I think that hurts the card a little bit. Still, it can be situationally useful in aggro or mid-row decks using willpower and, you know, some kind of function of rally a little bit. So I'll say that this is yeah, it's a low average card. It's average, but it's on the low end of average. Bandit Ringleader is a 6-cost 3/5 with the summon ability of giving other friendly creatures in this lane pilfer, draw a card for that turn. So this can be good with low damage cards, like a lot of just, you know, 1 or 2 power creatures. So you can draw like a lot for like almost no risk at all. Or even on the top end of some aggro lists to get a little bit more gas going for those last couple of turns. The weak stats probably hold it back a little bit, but not by much, because this can combo with some pretty nice pilfer and aggro synergies very well. Like, I mean, you think about stuff like Thieves' Den, Master of Thieves, even just, I don't know, like Crusader's Assault, just giving you like insane card draw, like a lot later on in the game. It's, I think it's a pretty high average card. I'd say it's about on par with Daedric Titan. Be at Peace is a 3-cost action. It has Prophecy, set a creature's power to 1. This is an okay Prophecy. It's fine sometimes from hand as well if you're just trying to like set up an execute kill. I think it's a little underrated, honestly. Again, this whole video is just my opinion. I think it's better than what it presents itself as. Like, from hand, yeah, sure, the cost can probably screw you up a little bit, but I think it suits some decks a lot better than what most other people like think it would. So honestly, I'd be willing to say that it's actually like kind of on the higher end of average. Bedlam is a 1-cost action. You put 2 1/1 scamps into your hand. Both of those scamps just cost 1 magicka. They're 1/1s. Paying 1 magicka to cost, or paying 1 magicka to draw 2 1-cost 1/1s isn't terrible, I guess, if you wanted to fill the lanes, I guess, but it's a very low impact effect. Yeah, it's pretty low. It doesn't even help invade decks like at all, really, unless like you're literally drawing a 2/2 with every keyword, but even still, like, just win the game at that point. Blackmail is a 1-cost action. You draw a copy of a random creature from your opponent's deck. So this is really good for Unite, or at least, you know, when you're playing against colors that aren't in your own deck, and maybe some of those annoying decks that like to just steal all your opponent's cards, or, you know, use your cards. I'm saying this. Those decks that your opponents play when they just steal all your cards and use them against you. Those decks really aren't that great or consistent, though. So I want to say it's probably below average. Blade's Guardian is a 5-cost 4/5 with guard, and on summon you give a creature in the other lane +1/+1 and guard. I mean, it can be okay defense if you want to hold both lanes, I guess, and it has okay enough stats. I think having guard itself helps quite a bit. There's gonna be another 5-cost guard that I think is a bit more universally just kind of better. So yeah, I'll say it's like kind of on the high end of average. Blessing of the Grove is a 4-cost action. You gain 2 health for each friendly creature. Honestly, this is a fair card. It requires synergy in the deck to make it work very well, to make good use of it, but it also depends on your opponent's deck and how well they've been dealing with your board up until you play this. So it could also be pretty damn near useless. I'm going to say it's below average. I don't think it's bad, but it doesn't really help any archetype very well at all. Blind Moth Priest is a 2-cost 2/3. On your turn, Blind Moth Priest he glows while your opponent has a prophecy on the top of their deck, and it's a very obvious glow. There's whole effects on this guy when that's active, and I think this is a very cool card. The effect is pretty powerful. It's on par with the blue card that shows you the top card of your opponent's deck, and while it doesn't outright tell you what the prophecy is, the fact that that there's a continuous, as long as it's on the board, there's a continuous chance of you knowing that there's a prophecy on board. So if you're or not on board, but in your opponent's deck, having that kind of knowledge can be very good when you drop this guy when you have enough creatures to just kill your opponent from 30 health because you've been doing such a good job at controlling the board. So he can give you a very good indication of when you just need to stop attacking for that turn and then continue on for the rest, or for your follow-up turn. I think in a vacuum, he's a very good card. He gets overshadowed a bit by some other stuff. I'm sure I've already passed the other card I was talking about at this point. I know it's a blue card. I'd say it's about on par with these guys right here. So yeah, I'll put him in average. Blood Pact Messenger is a 2-cost 1/1 with Pilfer. You draw 2 cards, and then you sacrifice Blood Pact Messenger at the end of that turn whenever he does Pilfer. It's okay in decks that might need some card draw, but it's so weak to any form of removal. I'm gonna say that it's below average. I don't know, at that point you're not really getting card advantage, which is what this card wants to do at that point. So yeah, I'm just gonna say below average. Brellock Commander is 8-cost 7/8, and summon and pilfer. You summon a random creature with 3 costs or less. So this can be a okay top end for decks that like to swing the board with stuff, but this is probably gonna be a little slow and inconsistent. So I'm gonna say it's below average. I mean, again, this is one of the cards where it's if you let this stick for a turn, it might win you the game. But I think the fact that it's limited to only summoning something that costs 3 or less, what kind of power level are you looking at? I don't know, a 3/3 with a keyword or some really useful summon ability. Not much. So I'd be tempted to say it's about Quinrall Burglar and stuff like that. If they stick around for a turn like these guys and they start getting their shenanigans going, then yeah, you're probably gonna lose. So I guess it's average. Bruma Oppressor is a 4-cost 3/3, and on summon, if you have another creature in each lane, you set a creature's power to 1. It can be an okay top end occasionally, I guess. If you like to swarm the board with creatures, but I don't think it's going to be that impactful most of the time, so I'm just going to say it's below average. Broom of Profiteer is a 2 cost 3/2. When you summon another creature, you gain 1 health. This is a pretty good card for racing, especially in decks that can put creatures down just every turn very easily. It does also have pretty good stats for its cost. It's, aggressively statted, which actually kind of gives it a unique position to where it can be in an aggressive deck, but also help combat aggression a little bit. I'm going to say this guy's a strong card. Probably about like where Giant Bat and stuff like that are. Alright, Call of Valor is a 3 cost action. It's the yellow shout, so it has 3 levels. On level 1, you summon a 3/3 Sovereign Guard hero. It's literally just a 3/3. It counts as a spirit if your deck cares about that at all. And then level 2, you summon 2 3/3 some Sovereign Guard heroes, and then on level 3, you summon a full lane of them. It's not the worst shout. That definitely goes to Unrelenting Force. So I'll definitely rank it higher than Unrelenting Force, because this only needs like 1 word wall to already start like getting out of hand. Where did I put Unrelenting Force? Again, we're starting to get to that point where like there's just way too many cards on this list. If I zoom out anymore, then I'm not even going to be able to see what the cards are. Yeah, I definitely pass it at this point. Yeah, I think it's another below average card, but it's probably a little better than some other stuff in the below average tier. So I'll put at the like top end of that. Calm is a 0 cost action. You give a creature -4 attack this turn, which is not bad for a 0 cost item. That's a very big like power reduction effect that's only on Cloud Illusionist. Without a Body and Prophecy, doesn't help because it only allows like a trade, which I think kind of hurts a little bit. I'd probably only put like 1 of these in a deck just to open up like maybe a free execute. I mean, -4 is a lot, so I'll just say it's below average. Cast in a Time is a 5 cost action, and you just banish a creature. We talked about this with Piercing Twilight and a little bit with I think Devouring Flame, whatever the red action was. But banishing a creature means you remove it from the game entirely. It doesn't get put in the discard pile. It's just, completely removed. I think this is pretty comparable to Piercing Javelin. The prophecy tag on Javelin means it's better in more situations than this is. But there's also scenarios where Cast in a Time is better. And those are also very, incredibly important. You play this on a Parthenax, and bam, they're done. They're not getting any more Parth loops at all after that. Any deck that relies on discard pile shenanigans is, really hurt by this. And those aren't uncommon to encounter, so this is like one of those cards where if you're playing heavy control, this is probably a good 1 or 2 inclusion of. So I'd say, yeah, it's definitely above average. I'd probably put it there. It's No, you can make a case for it to just be a straight up strong card. Cathay Rot Veteran, a 2 cost 1/5. Okay, 5 health is nice, but only 1 power. You really need I guess a Crusader deck where you're running something like the Battle Axe that gives +4/+1. Then this literally becomes a 6 cost 6/6. Oh wow. Yeah, no, this is definitely below average. Probably almost unplayable. It at least holds items well. It's not expected to do anything, but it can hold an item well. Cauldron Keeper is a 5 cost 3/5 with guard. When you summon her, she will give your activated supports, your supports on the field that have uses, she will give them an extra use. But also while she's in play, you may activate your supports an extra time each turn. So obviously very good in the support heavy deck. She's one of the few ways that you can make College Winterhold usable. That being said, I don't think she's a great card in general. She's very stally and slow when you think about some other, especially like some of the willpower based ones, like the one that just gives you health. It's very slow, so if that kind of deck can't get its healing down, then this is not good. Even against other control decks that will just kill the supports, it's not good. So, I mean, this helps push a deck to be somewhat playable. So I'm just gonna say it's on the very low end of average. Chanter of Akatosh is a 5 cost 1/2. After you play an action, you summon a random creature from your deck with the same cost. So this really requires a deck to be built around him, just so that way you're not summoning a bunch of sweet rolls every turn. It can still be quite powerful in the late game though, if you can like play him alongside, I don't know, like another Javelin or something. You can pull like another 5 cost, maybe even another one of him. But the incredibly low stats really hurt this guy like a lot. He's one of those cards again, like I'd probably say he's like right there, like just one of those cards that like, yeah, you might lose to it every now and then, but it really depends on you just not having an answer for it. But an answer for a 1/2 after turn 5 is very easy to manage. Cheydinhal Sapper is a 1 cost 1/3 with drain. 1 point of drain is not a lot. I mean, 3 health on a 1-drop is pretty nice, but it's just really weak. Yeah, it's so weak, I would just say it's probably about on par with like Cog Collector. Chodala's Treachery is a 9 cost action. So I think it's the only action with a plot. But so for 9 costs, you destroy a creature, which is already terrible. But if you have plot, then you steal a creature instead. Yeah, by itself, it's not good at all. A 9 cost Javelin is pretty terrible. If you can trigger the plot to steal the creature, there's probably some good use for that. But by the time this can be played, you can likely, you can likely steal something powerful, but that's a huge if. It's not easy to plan around. You literally need to play this around a 1 to like, a 3 cost thing. I don't think it's a bad card. It's actually like pretty powerful. It's just hard to set up. Maybe about on par with Yagram. I'll put it in average. Clanfair of Runt is a 0 cost 1/3 with no text. On its own, this is very average. It really wants some kind of tribal or invade buff to be better. I mean, it's nothing too crazy. 0 cost 1/3 isn't really going to do anything. I'm just going to say it's a bad card. Cleric of Kine, 2 cost 2/1 with Prophecy, and on summon you give a creature +2 health. It's an okayish Prophecy. Probably better to give the stats to something else that won't die immediately to like every form of removal. It's still a little bit of a low impact summon abilities, so yeah, that summon ability is just low impact. So I'd say below average, definitely. Cliffside Lookout is a 3 cost 2/5. When you summon a dragon, Cliffside Lookout gains +1/+1. Definitely one of the weaker lookouts, especially with all the silence that runs around nowadays. By itself, he has okay enough stats, but being able to die to execute, like just on its own, is pretty bad. I guess over time with some help this can get annoying to get rid of with the high health. It's just too slow. to get off the ground. I mean, this dude gets off the ground crawling. So it's going to be far below average for me. Clockwork Apostle, 7 cost, 3/3. You give another friendly creature +4/+4, and then it becomes a neutral creature. So +4/+4 is actually a pretty solid buff for a creature to have. It's enough to provide reach, you know, to finish a game. That's enough stats to give like significant advantage to something with like breakthrough or drain. I think it's a little underrated for what it can do, but that's mostly because there's just more consistent 7 costs, because this requires something else like pretty decent on board. I think this card is pretty underrated, honestly. I'm definitely going to put it in like average, maybe even like the higher end of average. People sleep on this card, dude. I'll put it with like Endural Archmage. Cloudrest Illusionist is a 4 cost 4/3 with Prophecy, and on summon she will give a creature a -4 attack for that turn. She is one of the biggest prophecies, and really not even that bad to play from hand like a lot of the other ones. Even played like as a 4 cost, it can allow another creature to make a favorable trade while, you know, putting a creature onto your board. And from Prophecy, it'll probably reduce incoming damage from like a very considerable threat. And again, if you play this like on your turn, -4 attack is a lot. Like, this frees up a lot of things to die to like execute. So I think this is a very good card. I'm gonna put her up there at the very top. I should probably just like start dragging them to where they go. Yeah, probably right there, yeah. At the very tip of just being... I wouldn't say she's ubiquitous for every yellow deck, but like, she doesn't need like really anything to be amazing in any yellow deck. So yeah, I'll put her at the top of strong. Conjurer's Spirit is a 3 cost support ongoing. At the end of your turn, if you gained health, you summon a 2/2 familiar. This is for extremely slow grinding decks, and it's fine if you're able to maintain that like health gain every turn. I think most decent decks that can deal with this before it gets out of hand, yeah, most decks can deal with this before it gets out of hand, like, just unless they just don't draw well. So I'm just gonna say it's on the very low end of average. It's just way too slow and doesn't provide a whole lot of benefit. Crassius's Favor is a 2 cost action. Summon 2 1/1 Imperial Grunts into a lane. Plot: you gain 1 health for each friendly creature in that lane. This is pretty good for those willpower decks that like to go wide with a bunch of buff cards like Divine Fervor and stuff like that. The plot, like, health gain thing helps, but it's not really that important for this card. So while that's not too relevant, in really good versions of that deck, this can help push damage when the buff card activate. Yeah, especially if you can play this like alongside a 5th Legion trainer, it becomes pretty strong. So I'd say, yeah, it's at least average. It's at least an average card. Cygnus Standard Bearer is a 4 cost 3/2. On summon, she will summon a 2/2 Imperial Soldier for each friendly support. When you summon a support, you summon another 2/2 Imperial Soldier. So, very cool way to fill up the board a few times. I don't see it super often. There's decks for it. I don't know, this is just one of those cards where it's like, it relies too much on like draw. The only times I've ever really lost to this is when the opponent got like, I don't know, they had the ring and they put 3 supports down by turn 4, and then like they can still do the same thing the next 2 turns and play this, and they just kind of like keep killing me. I mean, it's a good effect. I'll put it there. It's on the very high end of average. Doggy Rot Mystic is a 5 cost 4/5 with the Pilfer ability to draw a random support from your deck. So there's quite a few decks that can use this, and in the right deck, it's one of the tools that like really gets them going because they only use one or two supports to like support that entire deck. So the only downside to this is that it has to live a turn without getting removed or damaged, or blocked by a guard, which is pretty common to happen by turn 5. If you're playing this on curve. I still think the fact that it can be used in a wide variety of decks probably means that it's a little bit above average. Yeah, I think so. Dawnbreaker is a 4 cost 4/4 item, meaning it gives +4/+4, and on summon you destroy an enemy undead. So this is one of the very few items in Willpower that allows reach and durability. The undead effect isn't really all that important a lot of times, but I think the fact that Willpower has as many drain creatures as it does really helps this card like do a lot. It also pairs very well with like Crusader, where there's a lot of breakthrough stuff. I think this is a very strong card. So far, it's probably one of the best yellow cards, just because it's like one of the few items in Willpower that's actually, it's probably really the only good Willpower item, but it's solid in a lot of different decks. So yeah, good card. Dawn's Wrath is an 8 cost action. You destroy all creatures in a lane. So this is kind of one of those actions that's been a staple in yellow control decks, but it's one of those ones where you don't need 3 because of how high the cost is. It's a card that needs to be played around when you're going up against the yellow deck and you're being anything more aggressive than something that goes that even wants to control you like moderately. I think Unstoppable Rage is definitely better than this, but this is still a very strong effect, but it's very easy to play around. Very few times are you going to be like forced to play into this nowadays, I think. So I think it's a strong card, but it's not like one of the best. I think a lot of these other cards generate more value than Dawn's Wrath does a lot of the time. So it's a strong card, but it's just not one of the best. Dawnstar Healer is a 3 cost 3/3, and after an enemy rune is destroyed, you gain 3 health. He has potential OTK ability, but your opponent has to not draw a prophecy that can kill one of the 2 of these that you need on board for this to work. But normally he's not a bad option in an aggressive list if you're racing another aggro. So I'll definitely say he's an average card. Definitely put him with... Where's our average boy at? Come on, where is he? I think I already passed him. Yeah, there he is. Joining the average boys. Defensive Bruma is a 4 cost action. It will cost 2 less for every friendly creature with 5 health or more. And it gives friendly creatures +1/+1 and guard. This is a very solid way, especially later on in the game, to just completely shut your opponent out. If you have like at least a full board, just giving everything a +1/+1 buff and guard just has the potential to just absolutely shut your opponent down, especially a more aggressive opponent. And also, reducing the cost is not hard at all to do for Willpower. This is the color that has Hive Defender, Dagon's Seducer, just a lot of really high health, low power cards that just help make this like way easier to like get off for free, and also like add a huge benefit. So I'm gonna say that this is just a flat out good card. I think the question is like where exactly. I think it's Yeah, it's probably about on par with probably like Apex Predator, maybe. Descendant of Alkosh is a 1-cost 1/1, and she has the Pilfer ability of gaining +1/+1 and gaining a random keyword. This is a trap card for sure. Um, very weak to negation, Earthbone Spinner, anything that silences and pings. It very rarely goes off, ever. It's definitely a below average card. I'd probably say, what's the best below average card we have? Yeah, it's a lot worse than like a lot of these. Yeah, I'd probably put it right there. Devour is a 4-cost action. You destroy a creature with 4 power or less and give its keywords to a random dragon in your hand. Not the best source of removal, especially in Willpower, when it has access to things like Javelin, and this is conditional removal. Whoops. The potential upside can be huge, though. There's a lot of dragons that can become a lot scarier if you kill, like, I don't know, a giant bat with this, and suddenly you have, like, a, I don't know, an Odiving with Charge and Drain. There's enough weak creatures with those keywords to be a real swing when that happens. So I'll say it's on the low end of average. Dive Rock Fall is a 0-cost action. You banish a creature with 0 power. Fun, flavorful card. I'm gonna put it. Where's Adoring Fan? There he is. It goes directly above Adoring Fan because it kills him perfectly. And I get flashbacks to all those YouTube videos of people throwing the Adoring Fan off of Dive Rock in Oblivion. So yes, it's a bad card. Divine Fervor is a 5-cost ongoing support. You give friendly creatures +1/+1. Very good reach. It's solid. You know, tokens, mid-range, and even just pure aggro for some reach. Just all of that. Providing constant power and durability is just a really good buff to have. And I definitely want to probably put this at like maybe one of the it's probably going to go up there with like some of the really strongest cards in the game. Like, it's really powerful. Dren Bodyguard is a 5-cost 5/5 with guard. Basically just a better tusked bristleback, which is not going to be very good on its own. The guard helps, so I'll say it's below average. Better than a lot of these. Better than a lot of these because at least it just straight up has guard on its own. Let's see. The ink right about there is a good placing for it. Yeah, that's a good placing for it. East March Crusader is a 3-cost 4/2. You draw a card if your opponent has a destroyed rune. Very good for aggro or mid-grow decks to keep pressure going on because you're playing a high-power creature, hopefully relatively early, and if you've already broken a rune, this just gives you even more gas to just keep pummeling your opponent. And this guy, even just on his own in that kind of deck, is probably going to be likely to break another rune, so I think this guy's above average. Not going to be super high in average, because sure, there's some times where you draw this guy a little too fast before you can play him. It's probably better than some of these, because he doesn't need too much setup to work. So yep, definitely above average. Ebon Heart Oracle is a 5-cost 3/5 with Drain, and she has the ongoing ability of doubling the amount of health you gain. So really, she's like a 6/5 if you think about it, but only when it comes to the health gaining aspect. So on her own, the stats are a little lacking, but yeah, that ongoing ability is just so powerful. If you have the right deck built around her, that can make for some pretty insane plays. Um, yeah, she's a card that can like really just shut your opponent out very fast. Let's see. Yeah, even if the stats are lacking, I'd say that this is an above average card for sure. Actually, I'm going to put her on the very low end of being a strong card. Elixir of the Defender is a 2-cost support with 3 uses. Every time you activate it, you give a friendly creature guard. It's an okay way to stall, I guess. Not going to do that much. I think there was another card that's another elixir that's good at stalling, but nothing else. Where did I rate that one? Whatever. It's going in below average. That's where it's going. Elixir of Vitality is a 1-cost support with 3 uses. Every time you activate it, it gives you 2 health. It's definitely better than Healing Potion. It's 6 health for 1 Magicka, yeah, and it's over a couple turns, but that might be better. I don't know. I think it needs just way too much support. And at that point, I don't know. That's the thing that I don't get about these support decks. It's like, what's the point of stalling out the game for that long? Just play something that kills more efficiently. So I'm putting it on the very low end of average. Elsewhere Lookout, 3-cost 1/1. Every time he pilfers, you double his power and health. This is another trap card. Once I find Descendant of Valkosh, I'll put her there. Because it's basically the same thing, but arguably worse because it can't even gain any keywords. Literally, these are basically the same card. They're both trap cards. They're both super weak to all the same things. This one's actually going to be significantly worse. I'm going to put it way down here. Like, way down here, because yeah, it can't gain keywords. You need to give it like a lot of like item support and stuff like that, but even still, you're just making it even more likely that your opponent's going to want to put something into removing it very early on. So yeah, it's a below average card. Execute is a 1-cost action. You simply just destroy a creature with 2 power or less. This is pretty much a staple in any willpower card. Even some aggressive lists don't mind having this. It just stops so many things. And it also works very well with like all the cards in willpower that reduce power, especially things like Cloud Rest Illusionist and Calm that reduce power by so much. Yeah, this is just going to be a very good card once I'm done scrolling up. I'll say it's a strong card. Actually, it's going to be probably the very bottom of being an amazing card. Feasting Hunger is a 3-cost 3/3 with guard, and on summon you gain 1 health for each enemy creature. Just in general, every enemy creature. I think that helps. It's defensive and it gives you health. It's just a little bit too dependent on your opponent's board, which is actually not too bad compared to a lot of like early defensive creatures, because there's some scenarios where this is actually going to be like a really powerful counter to some decks. So I'd be willing to put it on like the higher end of average. Yeah, maybe like another row higher, something like that. Yeah. Feed is a 6-cost action. You destroy a creature and give its keywords to a friendly creature. This removal is extremely situational. Sometimes, I guess, you just need to get rid of something like Parthenax that doesn't have keywords, but this costing more than like Javelin and Casting in Time does not help at all. It has good value, but it's limited when it's compared to the fact that the better removal is just cheaper and is just universally better. This is just situationally better. So I'm just going to say it's a bad card, but it's one of the few bad cards that's like actually pretty playable in the right circumstance. You could probably throw this in like a singleton deck where you have Javelin, Edict. Crisis Begins, and then this as like 4 basic like removal cards. And if you splash red in, then yeah, sure, you have some more. But yeah, I think it's a pretty bad card. Fifth Legion Trainer is a 2-cost 1/3. When you summon another creature, you give it +1 attack. This is a very really good effect for this cost and body. This helps push aggro a little harder, and even some mid-range decks can really use the extra damage for trades. And this is just a very solid card because this is one of the very few cards that has a very powerful effect that's able to like allow it to use that effect to protect itself, because you can, you give like a 2/2 guard +1 more attack. Now it's a 3/2 guard, and it's defending this actively while being better at defending this. I think that definitely helps this card a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's a strong card. It's not absolutely like amazing. It's gonna be like a Wardcrafter level card. So yeah, it's gonna go up in strong. Alright, Fortress Guard is relatively cheap. It's a defensive option because it's a 4-cost 3/4 with guard. When you summon, you may discard a card to summon a 2/2 Colovian Trooper with guard in the other lane. It also has use in Unite decks that don't have purple. So you can... Oh god, where did he go? I guess there's a reason why I didn't do that effect. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I think he's pretty alright. Doesn't have the best stats or anything, but being able to summon 2 guards might be good. Summoning a purple card is good for the Unite stuff. Not as good as some other ones, so I'm gonna say he's gonna be on like the lower end of below average. Maybe not that low. Just kind of like a low average card. Forward Camp is a 3-cost ongoing support. So the ongoing effect is that your supports cost 1 less, and then at any point when you have one of these in effect, or in play, when you have 4 supports, you sacrifice this and summon East March Crusader in each lane. We already went over the East March Crusader. It's a very good card. So in aggressive decks that use a lot of supports, this is very powerful. You can get like insane card draw, especially if you proc like multiple of these like going off at once, because you're filling the board and filling your hand at the same time. So I'm just gonna go ahead and zoom all the way up to the top. Not all the way, but it's a very strong card. I'd probably say it's about on par with like the Ultimate Heist. Very good card. Gavel of the Ordinator is a 2-cost item with +2 attack, and on summon, the wielder of this item becomes immune to damage for that turn. This damage boost is good enough to warrant 2 magicka. Like, that's fine. This item really shines in the fact that the wielder is immune to damage for an entire turn. So this is amazing for mid-range decks that want to trade, and especially like just giving a card a lot of like attack and durability against certain archetypes. It's not like the strongest card out there, but it's probably one of the best items, and for how cheap it is, it does a really good job of like being effective. So it's going to go into above average, like on the high end. Golden Initiate is a 3-cost 3/3 with Prophecy and Drain, and honestly I love this card. It's a solid prophecy in like 99% of cases when it's drawn. Even from hand, a 3/3 with Drain is totally fine. So usually it's just going to be a solid card. It's a good card for like curving aggro out a little bit if you play it from hand. And really, like, if you can play in a lane where it's like uncontested and it's not risk of dying quickly, like, it's probably going to help you survive a little bit longer to help you get your later game plays out. And even in an aggro mirror, it's low cost enough to where like you can gain some health and help like race your opponent. So yeah, Golden Initiate is a pretty strong card. I'm going to put it in the high end of strong. Golden Saint is a 6-cost 4/4 with guard, and if you have more health than your opponent, then you summon a Golden Saint in the other lane. The other Golden Saint won't trigger this ability, so you can't just like flood the board with a bunch of Golden Saints if you just happen to have more health. It's just a chance to get 2 4/4s in each lane. Either way, that's not a bad effect. It's not a bad version of the Win More card thing that they put in the core set, but can really put a lot of pressure on immediately, especially when you're already ahead on board, because these don't die to like Ice Storm and stuff. So I think this is a pretty good card. Oh god, I just lost it. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna put her as a strong card, but also actually above average. Just kind of a generally strong card in most scenarios. So yeah, above average. Grand Inquisitor is our first Exalt Willpower card. So at a 4 cost, it's a 2/3. You can Exalt it for 4, so you can make it an 8 cost 5/6. And on summon, either way, it's going to have destroy a creature with less power than him. So at 4 Magicka, this isn't going to kill much of anything useful outside of like an Oblivion Gate. But at 8 Magicka, some more options open up. It's still a situational ability. What this needs is a lot of support through either Rally or like something like Cloud Illusionist, where you don't have to Exalt it, to where you can put like more pressure on the board while also removing a creature, which is kind of costly still. It's pretty hard to use effectively. This card is honestly one of my favorites. I really do enjoy this card. So I'd be willing to put it... I don't think it's a bad card. Probably be like... I think it's definitely average. It's going to be like on the lower end of average. Yeah, we're zooming out a little bit so we can get through the levels a little bit faster. Grey Viper Brigand is a 3 cost 3/4 on summon. You draw a card for each Grey Viper Brigand in your discard pile. It's an okay option for a card draw in some longer games, or if you get these very quickly. And it also does have pretty good stats for its cost, so I think it's definitely a little bit above average, not by much though. I'd say on average it's probably gonna be better than some of these guys here. Grizzly Gourmet is a 3 cost 2/1 on summon. You transform an enemy creature with 2 power or less into a Sweet Roll. The Sweet Roll is a 0/1 creature that whenever it gets killed by something, it heals that creature. So kind of just a huge bonus for you unless they put an item on it. Trying to think here. It has some utility. It's just it's not going to hit a lot of things, but some of the things it hits is pretty useful, I guess. So very low end of average. Like very low. Guildsworn Cavalier is a 5 cost 3/3 with expertise of giving friendly creatures +1/+1. The low stats and the cost kind of hurt this because it can be a little bit awkward to, trigger it. It's not impossible to do though, so I would be willing to say that it's probably on the low end of average as well. Probably like there. Guildsworn Hunting Tongue is a 7 cost 0/5 with the expertise ability of you may trade Guildsworn Hunting Tongue for an enemy creature. This card is super annoying. It can also backfire against you very easily. Most of the annoying thief decks that steal all your cards use these, or yeah, they use multiple copies of these. But yeah, they're quite slow, and this high cost doesn't help that much. So it's gonna go on the very low end of average to where it's almost unplayable. Guildsworn Oathman. The Guildsworn Oathman is a 5 cost 4/6 with the summon ability of if you have a strength card in play, you put an improvised weapon into your hand, and if you have an intelligence card in play, you put a forked bolt into your hand. This has pretty good stats just on its own. 4/6 is not bad, and really there's pretty good, cheap strength and intelligence cards that can stick around. And this Oathman supports like both like Crusader with the improvised weapon and also Mage with the forked bolt. It just supports Guildsworn in general very well. So I'm willing to put it on the very low end of being above average. Guildsworn Revitalizer is a 2-cost 1/5 with expertise. You gain 2 health. So this, high health, low cost, kind of solid expertise ability makes this card quite useful in a variety of decks, even just like outside of something that cares only about the expertise, side of things. The premium art is also very nice to look at, and shout out to Shward, because now every time I think of this card I think giggles. Anyway, I think she can be an okay card, a little bit above average, because she can help create some pretty annoying games, but she doesn't have the stats to back it up on her own entirely. She needs some help. Hafengar Marauder is a 5-cost 5/3. When a friendly creature destroys an enemy rune, you equip it with a random item. I think this is okay. It helps the decks that would consider it, but I don't think it's the best option for them. Like, it goes again with like what I've been saying about these cards that generate random items. You're probably not going to get a good item. You might get something like the Glass Helmet or something like that isn't going to help that much. So I'll just put it at like average. Harmony is a 2-cost action with Prophecy, and it gives all enemy creatures -2 attack until the start of your turn. Okay, so there's a little bit to unpack here that isn't super obvious for anyone who doesn't play this game. Maybe even for some of you who do play this game. The minus power, or the -2 power effect lasting until your next turn is actually pretty good. It makes the cost somewhat reasonable even from hand, because it has the potential to save you from like losing every now and then. Because like it's actually one of the few prophecies that's actually maybe a little bit worse sometimes playing from hand, or playing as a prophecy I should say, because it'll be in effect like for your opponent's turn, and then as soon as your turn starts, your opponent's creatures gain their power back. But if you play this on your turn, like at the start of your turn, maybe like later on in the game, you can make some pretty favorable trades, maybe deal some damage, and then your opponent's creatures are still going to have that -2 effect until the end of that turn that they just started after you played this. I think that actually kind of gives this a boost. I probably wouldn't put too many of these in my deck though. Like, I just think that facet of this effect is actually very strong, and I don't think people realize it like at all. So I'd probably put it on par with Corpus Disease and like the low end of being average. Healing Potion is a 2-cost action with Prophecy. You just gain 5 health. I'm not sure where to put this one. 5 health for free could be nice, but I'd probably rather draw a Prophecy that can like affect the board or put something on the board rather than just stall the game out a little bit. I don't want to say it's bad. Gaining 5 health is not like something that's not relevant. It's definitely a below average card. Put it down there. Helgen Squad Leader is a 2-cost 0/3 and has the ongoing ability of when another friendly creature attacks, Helgen Squad Leader gains +1 attack. This dude is not good. He's weak to a lot of removal and silence. It's also probably very slow to set up. And yeah, again, it's just weak to silence. Another card that's just like on the verge of being unplayable. I'm sure there's some deck out there that makes him work. Heretic Conjurer is a 5-cost 2/3 with guard and has the pilfer ability of creatures you summon this turn you are transformed into random Daedra. So there's a lot more shitty Daedra with the Jaws of Oblivion expansion, so it maybe only really suits that deck, kinda. It's pretty much just like any other RNG card that generates like a specific type of card, like Plunder. It's gonna low roll, it's gonna high roll, or do anything in between. I guess you have the benefit of knowing that most of the Daedra outside of Invade are gonna be okay enough. So I'm just gonna put it in like the low end of below average. Hero of Anvil is a 5-cost 4/4, and he will cost 1 less for every creature you summon this turn. It could be insane, but I think it requires too much setup. And at that point, like even if you're using 4 cards that cost 1 to play this guy for free, you're dumping a lot of cards into that. And I don't know, that just doesn't seem very good because you're just giving up a lot of card advantage, hoping that this guy doesn't get like eliminated or something. So yeah, I'm gonna put him in below average as well. Hive Defender is a 4-cost 3/6 with guard. This dude has been a staple in yellow decks since like launch, basically. It has good stats, it has guard, so it's a really solid defensive option in like pretty much any yellow deck, even like some that want to be a little bit more aggressive. It's just a very solid all-around card. So I'm sliding all the way up here into being a strong card. Probably like on the level of like Bleak Coast Troll and stuff like that. Hive Warrior is a 4-cost 6/3 with Breakthrough. And he is nowhere as strong as his defender counterpart. 6 damage with Breakthrough is kind of nice, but this thing like is only going to get 1 attack against anything, without dying, and even still it's going to die to whatever your opponent has on board because it's so fragile. So this is the average tier. Yeah, I wouldn't even put it in average. It's definitely a below average card, probably like right about there. Halalu Oathman is a 3-cost 1/1. On summon, if you have an agility card in play, you gain 3 magicka this turn. And if you have a red card in play, you draw a card. On the surface, it's very understated. But if you can trigger both summon effects, then she becomes like way more appealing. She has some utility in those Halalu decks that want to flood the board very easily with low cost cards. Also in Monk, gaining 3 magicka later on in the game can be very useful if you have the cards to back it up. And then maybe not so much an Archer, but maybe you just want to draw a card. She probably is not going to be the best option for it, but it's still a thing. I would say definitely the low stats hurt this one, but the fact that it's in and supports the colors that it wants to be in very nicely puts this like on the lower end of average, but it can do some really insane stuff if given the opportunity to. Illusory defenses are it's a 1-cost action with Prophecy, but it summons 0/5 illusory walls with guard in each lane, and then at the start of your next turn you sacrifice them. Literally, this is one of the weakest prophecies, because even from hand most of the time, like, it's just gonna stall out a little bit. Even if they like stuck around for a little bit longer, I guess it would be better, but they'd still be dead very soon after that. So they're not very useful. I'd say they're honestly a pretty bad card. I'd put them down here. Okay, Imbued Khajiit is a 3-cost 2/4 with Drain, and when she's consumed, she will give that consuming creature +1/+1 and Drain. The stats are all right, but the consume buff you can give later is pretty good on most of the consume cards, I think. So I think in that aspect is a solid card, but how many of those consume cards are you really running? It's going to make me want to just kind of put this at like average at best, on the lower end. Emulating Blast is a 6-cost action. You destroy all creatures except for 1 random creature on both sides of each lane. I guess this is good in most cases where the opponent has like a much wider board than you do. However, it does have the potential to screw you up sometimes if it leaves you like in an awkward situation where like one of your weaker creatures survived and like their strongest creature survived. That happens quite a bit. Still, it can keep you alive if things pan out well enough, and maybe through some trades, if you have enough creatures on the board, you can probably force it to do well for you. So I'd be willing to give it like a kind of above average rating. Yeah, definitely above a lot of these. Probably right about there. Imperial Camp is a 4-cost ongoing support, but when you play it, you put a 1/2 Septim Guardsman with guard into your hand, but friendly guards also gain +1 attack. This is so slow, and it has almost no impact. The extra attack on guards doesn't do a whole lot, even if you're just running a bunch of guards, so I kind of just want to say that this is kind of just a bad card. Imperial Legionnaire is at 3-cost, 3/4 with no text. 4 health isn't bad, it just doesn't have any kind of effect. Usually on turn 3, you kind of want at least a keyword or some kind of an effect. Yeah, it's going to be about on par with the Charis, because that also doesn't do anything. It's just kind of vanilla stats. Imperial Might is a 5-cost support ongoing. At the end of your turn, you summon a 1/1 Imperial Grunt. This thing is way too slow. It's really only going to be okay in those absolutely grindy decks that like use Necromancer's Amulet and Spider Lair for constant healing and stalling. This is a really bad card. It's just it's so slow. Who runs this shit? Put it in the right tier, right? Nope, I did not. He goes down there. Alright, Imperial Reinforcements is a 4-cost action that fills an entire lane with 1/1 Imperial Recruits. They're just 1/1s with no keywords. Honestly, so like this is obviously suited for some kind of token deck, but this is really slow for that, because by turn 4 you want to like already have a bunch of like really small guys, and then have maybe for a turn or two like start applying some buffs to them. Like 5th Legion Trainer and Divine Fervor and stuff like that are just going to be better, and they're played about the same time as this. Maybe it has some kind of mid-game support, but it's not going to be that impactful, so I'm going to say it's definitely below average. It's very, very low average, though. Imperial Siege Engine is a 5-cost 3/3 that gains +1/+1 for each other friendly creature. Yeah, this is one of the biggest javelin targets, even if like in the best scenario it's a 5-cost 10/10. This is going to get removed so fast or silenced and only leave a bunch of small guys behind. So I think it's about on the same level as like Gloomwraith and below average. Imprison is a 2-cost action, so you shackle a creature, but if you have 4 or more willpower creatures, you destroy it instead. This is actually a very strong token willpower card. Like a 2-cost, like just kill a creature, is pretty insane when it's unexpected. I think it's versatile enough to be included in a few surprising decks that like really focus on the willpower kind of stuff. So I would be willing to put it in the lower end of average. Invasion Marauder is a 3-cost 3/3 on summon and just invades. Honestly, this is a bit better than the 1 and 2 cost invade creatures, other than like the Dremora Valkanaz. Because by the time that this comes down, it's probably going to have a buff or two when it does, get played. And even on its own, it just has pretty alright stats. So I think that probably puts it on par with our good boy, the Black Sap Protector. Once I find him. Black Side Protector, where are you? There. Yeah, I think he's about just on par with that kind of effect, where it's just very average card. Sometimes it's going to be a lot better than when you play it. Or, you know, it might come down with more oomph. But yeah, average all around. Invasion Party, 4-cost action. So you can choose 3 times. You either invade or summon a 1/1 scamp. So this is the only like truly insane invade card, because this is a very easy and like relatively cheap way to restart and replace a gate right after it gets removed, or boost one that's already in play into being like suddenly insanely powerful and giving keywords. I hate to do it, but this is the one card that like really boosts invade into being like, you know, it's the one invade card where once I see it played, I just concede. It's a very strong card for that mechanic. I'm gonna say it's the weakest, like strongest card in the game. Maybe it deserves to be a niche. Actually, yeah, no, I'm not gonna give invade players the satisfaction. Yeah, no, on second thought, it deserves to be in niche tier, because, yeah, it supports literally only invade, but invade is super easy to answer, like, incredibly easy to answer. The only time you can't win against it is if you just don't draw the answers. The only time I concede against invade is if this card comes up and I don't have an answer to it. So yeah, it's going to go into the niche tier. Jarl Ballin is a 7-cost 3/3. On summon, he will summon a Stormcloak Skirmisher in the left lane and a Kavach Soldier in the right lane. And at the start of your turn, if both of your lanes are full, you win the game. This is a really hard effect to pull off. I'm gonna say he's another like niche card right after Invasion Party. I know. So the Stormcloak Skirmisher, I think, is the I think it's a 2/2 or the 3/1 with Breakthrough, and then the Kavach Soldier is the 2/3 with Guard. It's not super hard to pull off. It just takes some work. But yeah, they literally made this guy the biggest meme kind of card after the Jarl Ballin stuff. So I'm just gonna put it in niche. I think he's better than most people give him credit for. Joffrey is a 5-cost 3/9. So on summon, he chooses another friendly creature, and he has the ongoing effect of damage that would be dealt to that chosen creature is dealt to Joffrey instead. The 9 health helps this guy, maintain his gimmick quite a bit. I just don't think it's the most useful effect, even though like it's super weird, but you can throw silence at this guy to stop it, especially if he like gives it to some kind of like annoying guard in the way. So I'll say he's below average, but man, I really wish people could run him more. He's a really fun card. Calgrunteed is a 12-cost 8/9 with guard. On summon, you summon a Halls of Colossus, which is a support with 2 uses, and that support allows you to pull a non-unique dragon out of your deck. So I think being a giant wall is pretty fine. The support is also pretty fair by not pulling any unique dragons out of your deck. So, yeah, some people would be like, oh, that makes him terrible. But no, that's totally fair because you can still pull out like 9 and I think, the next biggest cost dragons basically cost like 9 or 8. So you can theoretically get about 20 Magicka worth of like value out of like just playing Calgrunteed. And a lot of those really expensive dragons have pretty useful summon effects. So I think he's a pretty average legendary, but for the value that he can generate in the right deck, it's pretty good. He is definitely the worst dragon to pull off of like Call Dragon or something, because you might not be running any dragons because you're just, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping for Parthenax or something. But I think he's definitely an above average card. Alduin is definitely the more powerful dragon, so that's why he's just going to be an above average below him. Kagudi Fabricant is a 4-cost 3/3, and on summon, if you have a neutral card in play, you will summon a Kagudi Fabricant in the other lane. This one is probably the least bad of the Fabricants that care about like that neutral card synergy, like the ones that are in the other colors and stuff like that. It's not going to be like amazing most of the time though, but it can be if you're already ahead on board and you can like trigger the summon ability. I think this is really helped by the fact that most of the strong factotum, like neutral heavy decks, usually tend to lead towards like Spell Sword, or like maybe if anything, I'm trying to think, what's like the other one that uses yellow? Actually, I think just Spell Sword, yeah. But even still, this is a good way of flooding the board against anything that can't deal with like wide board that fast. Karthspire Scourge is a 5-cost 4/4. On summon, it will give all enemy creatures in that lane -1 attack. Probably not the best dragon by a long shot. The reduced attack can sometimes be useful for cards like Execute or Grizzly Gourmet. It's a little situational, but at the best, you're maybe removing 4 damage from a full lane, maybe freeing up a positive trade somewhere. I'm not super sold on this guy, so I'm going to say he's below average, but I don't think he's like that far below average. Probably about like right there. Cool Law Keeper is a 3-cost 1/6 with Rally and Guard. The Rally isn't super amazing on this card, really, other than the fact that this card has high durability, like for its cost. It's still weak, it's weak to the lowest amount of removal, but actions like Execute can still get this and punish it pretty hard. It's more of a defensive card. Yeah, I'm going to put it on like very low average, I think, still. Because again, this is like one of the cards where it's like, am I putting too much Rally into my deck? You probably are if you're including this guy into it, or this gal. Knight of the Hour is a 5-cost 3/3 with Prophecy and Guard, and on summon will gain you 3 health. I think it's an okay Prophecy, not so much from hand, but the Guard and health gain are pretty decent, even if played from hand. So even if it's understated, I'd be willing to say he's average, but like definitely on the low end of it. Kavach Soldier is a 2-cost 2/3 with Guard, which those stats and like the keyword isn't so bad as a common, but things like Barrow Stalker exist, which have this exact same stat line and cost and also drain. So that kind of pushes this guy down to being quite a bit below average. Probably about right there. Kwama Queen. Yeah, okay, this isn't a double card. Alright, Kwama Queen is a 5-cost 4/4 with the plot ability of summoning a 1/1 Kwama Forager in the other lane. It's literally just a vanilla 1/1. And then other friendly Kwama have +1 attack. If there were more Kwama creatures in the game, this would probably be better. There's literally only Hive Defender and Hive Oppressor, or whatever the hell it was called, the 6/3. Yeah, this is a pretty bad card. It just does not have enough support. It does not justify the cost at all. Legate Rika is a 4-cost 3/4. When you summon an Imperial, you summon a 1/1 Imperial Grunt in the other lane. So she doesn't have like amazing stats or anything, and her ongoing ability isn't super relevant anymore. The type of decks that go wide fast usually don't run that many Imperials anymore. They might like just run I don't know, stuff like the Khajiit that like can summon another copy of itself. There's some Imperials, but not a whole lot. But then by turn 3 or 4, they just kind of want to like buff those guys over time rather than just like ship more of them out. So I'm gonna say that this is a pretty below average card. Legion Prefect is a 7-cost 4/4 with the summon ability of giving all other friendly creatures +1/+1. So maybe as a top end for token decks, this is probably okay, but I can't say for sure because I've never really used it in one. I think it just seems way too slow for that kind of deck. It's definitely worse than Rika, who we just talked about, because she's slow and then this guy is way, way slower. Legion Shield is a 2-cost item that gives guard and +1 attack, +3 health. Not bad stats or a keyword really for 2 cost. It's pretty much like a maybe a slightly better Kvatch soldier. It can still be a bit underwhelming. Once I find a Kvatch soldier, I'll probably rate it above that guy. Probably already passed him while I was reading my notes. Yeah, I'd put it right about here with these guys in the low average tier. Legion Zero Templar is a 4-cost 2/5 with guard, but on summon, if you have another creature in each lane, he will gain +3 health. So he could potentially be a 2-cost 2/8, which is not really that great. It's hard to remove sometimes. When it's sometimes good, it's good defense, but nothing else. So I just have to put this on like very far below average. That is like not a good stat line, and it takes too much to set up that like not good stat line. Light of the Three is a 5-cost 4/4 with Exalt 2, so you can spend 7 to give other friendly creatures +2/+2. So this does not fit into Exalt heavy decks very well at all. It can maybe help them, but I would say where this probably, I guess, like really shines is those same Willpower decks that go wide very easily and use cards like Resolute Ally and Divine Fervor to buff a bunch of little guys up to become a formidable force. But even then, I think it's really too slow for that. and the fact that it's not a continuous buff like Divine Fervor is, yeah, it costs a little more and it gives a bigger buff, but it's like a one-time thing. I think if those decks don't close the game out by turn 7, they've probably already lost most of the time. So I'm gonna say that this is a probably pretty below average card. Probably right about there. Loyal Housecarl is a 5-cost 2/2 with Prophecy, and on summon she can give another creature, well any creature, +2/+2 in guard. So she's not a bad Prophecy per se, but paying 5 for this can be pretty bad most of the time. I think the only time that she is good is like on the very first Broken Rune, if she comes down as a Prophecy against a pretty small board. But even then, she's probably not the best. So out of all the below average cards, she's probably a little bit stronger. I think the Prophecy does help her like kind of push up a little bit here, but man, she is one of the like definitions of being a bad Prophecy to play from hand. Luminous Shards is a 3-cost action. You destroy a creature with 1 power or less with Empower +1 power. So every time you empower it, it increases the power of the creature that this can destroy. Definitely needs to be in a very specific type of deck. It doesn't need to be in just an Empower deck, which I think helps it a little bit, but not much. Because in theory, you could put this in a very aggressive Willpower deck as like a very cheap removal option. Because yeah, sure, if you have like 3 guys on turn 3 that can hit a face, yeah, you're probably going to eliminate something very annoying to keep your aggro pushing and not like, prevent you from doing that or continuing your aggression. But that's not going to be very consistent. So yeah, it's going in below average. Lydia is a 5 cost 3/8. She has guard, and Lydia guards both lanes. A unique effect. I really love that they transferred that really annoying mechanic that is a side effect of the Skyrim followers, of them just, blocking doorways that you want to walk through, and transferring it into a guard game very nicely by making her block both lanes and having guard. Very funny. Love the flavor. Anyway, yeah, she guards both lanes, so it's a unique effect. I think she's one of 2 cards maybe that like do something like that, or like close to it. And she definitely has the health to survive a couple attacks going into that. I just think that she's a little bit too weak to removal and silence with like this cost. So you're probably just better off like removing something that's powerful through like your own silence. I want to say she is gonna fit in at like below average. No, I think she's definitely better than Descendant of Alkosh. Yeah, she's about probably on par with Skyborn Dragon and Speaker Tyrannus. So yeah, below average on the high end. Manticora is a 10 cost 6/6 with guard, and it destroys an enemy creature in that lane. This card is not seen quite as often as it used to be back when like 2-color control decks were like a lot better. But this is still a very solid control card. It kills something, then immediately like provides defense in that lane with a pretty good body. And it hits cards like Nahagleave that are immune to actions and stuff like that. So that definitely gives it a very high ranking. Yeah, I would definitely say that this is a very strong card. Marked Man is a 1 cost 1/1 with summon. You put a 0/2 makeshift defenses with guard into your hand. It's literally just 0/2 with guard. And yeah, this guy like became a staple in every token and like low curve aggro deck. Really, oh geez, really it's not hard to see why this guy gets good value with like cards like 5th Legion Trainer or Divine Fervor, and with like those kind of cards in effect, it gives a lot of pretty good value. So I'd say it's about on par with like Afflicted Elite and a lot of these like early game cards that can be quite powerful if they have like a little bit of support, but they don't really need that much to even still be useful. So yeah, above average. Mechanar's Will is a 5 cost action, and it says you steal an enemy creature with 3 power or less until the end of your turn and it gains charge. So this is an interesting form of removal. So it counters a lot of decks that rely on like lethals, because it can provide a very interesting 2-for-1, because a lot of those lethal cards have less than 3 power. But I still think that there's maybe better options for, that kind of removal. Like this has a higher rarity than Piercing Javelin, so that also the fact that this is only available in like an expansion kind of hurts it a little bit. So you have to like pay in-game money, or you have to like, pay actual money to get this card. That hurts it quite a bit. I'll say it's on the low end of average. Mehrunes Dagon Seducer is a 4 cost 3/6 with Breakthrough and Drain. This is a very strong stat line. We haven't talked about we haven't talked about Hive Defender. Hive Defender is a very strong card with this stat line, and all it has is guard. This has 2 more keywords, being Breakthrough and Drain, which gives it like Drain is good, and Breakthrough is also good. And both of those keywords are very fun to combo with very easily. Like, you can just give this like some kind of weird item to boost attack power, and both Breakthrough and Drain in one attack is just really solid. Like, all around, she is a good card. She is honestly one of my favorites, and to me personally, she's an auto include into any yellow deck that I play. Just about all of them. So like, I'll be willing to drop her into like right here in the strong card tier on the lower end, because maybe some more aggressive list might not need her, but even still, even in some of those aggressive ones, one or two of her wouldn't help. Mercenary Captain is a 4-cost 2/2. On summon, you consume a creature to give other friendly creatures +1/+1. This is a pretty solid way to buff, for the decks that go wide. Those decks can lose an early creature very easily, so the consume part of it isn't too hard to do. And then you also have like Divine Fervor coming down like right after this, so the stat line isn't too bad on its own. I think it's very comparable to Resolute Ally, which we haven't talked about yet. There's a case for either one, maybe even both, but I'd be willing to put this like on the higher end of average. Probably like we're at about here. Mirak, Dragonborn. He is an 11-cost creature with 5/5, and on summon, he just straight up steals an enemy creature. So he just takes a creature on your opponent's side of the board and drags it to yours. This dude has insane value. Like, he can buy you a ton of time to like stabilize. He can steal an opponent's finisher like a Tazcad, so you can use it for yourself if it's like that close of a game. This guy has like a really high ceiling for like what he can do. Really, his only downside is the fact that he's a unique card and that he's like so damn expensive. Like, that still like doesn't like devalue the amount of value, I guess, that he gives you anytime that you play him. So yeah, he's gonna go into the amazing tier. Monastic Champion is a 5-cost 6/5 with Breakthrough, and also has Pilfer. You summon a 3/3 Cathay Rat. This guy, one, he has very good stats for a Pilfer creature, and like the Breakthrough and Pilfer like just helps him so much. And then the fact that that Pilfer ability is actually pretty strong if you're already ahead on board. Like, it forces your opponent to respond to this guy, because if your opponent doesn't, then this guy's just going to keep applying pressure. Those 3/3s are going to add up. Free 3/3 creatures are quite a bit. Like, that's a lot of damage that can add up. So I would say he is definitely a strong card, probably about on par with like Ayala and like Wild Incarnate. Moon Bishop is a 1-cost 1/1. If you play it on a Wax turn, it becomes a 1/5. But if you play it on a Wane turn, you just gain 4 health. Yeah, this is a very like do nothing ability. Like, a 1/5 is just that, a 1/5 for 1. It's not gonna do much. Gaining 4 health for 1 magic can probably be okay, but it's very low impact, so I'm just gonna say that it's very low average, very below average really. Moonmoth Castellan is a 4-cost 4/3 with guard, and has the plot ability of putting another random guard into your hand. I think it's slightly understated for a guard, especially because you want guards to have a little bit more health. I think, however, the plot ability does open up some options. It can be used to guarantee some extra defense at some point in the future. You're at least going to get something that's going to block some amount of damage. But there's guards in every color, so it has some kind of use in yellow Unite decks. So I think that's pretty good as well. I'm not going to do the math on exactly what percentage of guards are in each deck. Or, not deck, every color. I don't think it's a below average card, really. Yeah, I think it's like definitely better than like Barbus. Yeah, I'd say it's on the lower end of average. It's still a good, just defensive card that can sometimes do something cool. So I'll put it in the low end of average. Moraktong Nightblade is a 4 cost 3/4. On summon, it'll put a 0/1 target with guard for your opponent. And it has the Slay ability of drawing a card. If it's an action, you reduce its cost to 0. So it's slightly understated, just a little bit, but I don't think that hurts the card too much at all. When it comes to the Slay effect, I think the card draw is good enough. It's totally fine. The extra text about the action being reduced to 0, if that happens, is not going to happen often enough to be super relevant. I'm trying to think. Willpower can splash with other colors, to have cool combos, like I guess Rage or something like that. But let's see, I'm trying to think. I think it's still like just usable for like the card draw. Like it at least gives it a 0/1 target. Willpower isn't really the best color for splashing in with those kind of Slay creatures because there's just not a lot of them, and they're also not that good. You probably want things that I guess vibe a little bit better with like Quicksilver Crossbow and like lethal Slay creatures and stuff like that. So I'll put it on the lower end of average. Mortal Executioner is a 3 cost 2/4. When an enemy rune is destroyed, Mortal Executioner gains +2 attack. This can be a somewhat scary snowball card. Doesn't get run often, but I have seen this get up to 10 plus like attack fairly easily with some items and then breaking runes. But then it gets hit by your removal, usually. Yeah, I'd say it's on like the low end of average, probably on the verge of being like an average card, but still not very likely. Requires a little bit too much setup for me to say it's actually average. Mystic of Ancient Rites is a 2 cost 2/3, and when he empowers an action in your hand, the empower bonus does not expire at the end of the turn. There's a little bit of like context here. But what it means is that actions empowered by this guy's attacks, so usually only 1 empower per turn. So he needs a lot of support to like do a lot of stuff and empower a lot of stuff to be really good. I don't think that's really going to happen very often, and it's probably not worth it. I mean, very few of the empower cards are worth putting that amount of investment into. So I would say he is definitely going to be on the below average tier. Yeah, it's definitely less consistent than a lot of these guys. Mythic Dawn Zealot is a 2 cost 2/2, and at the start of each turn, if you invaded, at the end of each turn, if you invaded, you put a 1/1 scamp into your hand. Again, this is just a 1 cost 1/1. Not very good. It's okay enough support for invade. At least you're getting something that's probably going to get a buff. Later on you're probably getting a 2/2 with the keyword, so it kind of helps invade a little bit with that very huge glaring weakness that it has of once it runs out of cards it really can't do anything. So I'll put it in average, but it's not going to be very high in average. Orvis's Bargain is a 0 cost action, and you give an enemy creature -1 attack and a friendly creature +1 attack just for that turn. I think even for a 0 cost, I mean, this is just so incredibly low impact and is rarely going to be useful outside of triggering some plot ability. I'm just going to say it's a bad card. I mean, what's -1 attack and +1 attack going to do? Probably not much ever. Outflank is a 1 cost action with Prophecy. You give a friendly creature in each lane +2 health and guard. I think this is okay for defense. Could be okay in a pinch. It's very situational on your board state, but I think the low cost actually kind of helps it. So I'd be willing to kind of say it'd probably be about here in terms of usability in average tier. Pretty average card. Pack Leader is a 4-cost 4/4 with the Pilfer ability of summoning a 1/1 young wolf, and also the ongoing effect of all other friendly wolves having +1/+1. So, there's just not enough wolves to make this work, and what hurts this even more is that almost all the wolves cost 4. The one right after this pack wolf costs 3, and then like the wolf cage costs 6, but every other wolf costs at least 4, which really clunks that up even if you wanted to do something cool with them. Yeah, this is below average card for sure. Don't ever play wolves. It's never gonna work out for you. And Pack Wolf is a 3-cost 2/2. When you summon it, you summon a 1/1 young wolf on the other lane. Again, just still not enough of them for any kind of synergy. It's just a 3/3 split into, you know, both of the lanes on 2 bodies. Again, just another below average card. I really wish they put in more wolves. Penitus Oculatus Agent is a 3-cost 2/3 with the summon ability of stealing a creature's keywords. Stealing keywords is actually very powerful. It's why Anasi is going to be rated very high whenever I do get to her. But she steals every keyword on your opponent's side of the board, whereas this guy is only going to steal off of 1 creature. It's kind of hard to tell which cards are worth stealing, and you might not have a good opportunity to steal good ones. So once I find the blue guy who you exalt to get a random keyword, I'm probably gonna put him on like the same level as that guy. Or at least figure out where he's at. Jeez. This is how I know that this this video is a mistake. I'm going... There he is. Basically, they can cost the same to be a 2/3 with a keyword. Yeah, maybe the agent's a little bit better because you can actually kind of choose, you know, like which keyword or combination of keywords you might get. This guy's always just gonna give you one, and it's always gonna be random. So, yeah, I think he belongs in average. Alright, we got a couple powerhouses coming up. Phalanx Exemplar as a 5-cost 5/6 with guard. And he also has the ongoing effect of when your opponent draws a prophecy from a rune being destroyed, you put a 1/2 Septum Guardsman with guard into your hand. The Septum Guardsman is this guy right here. Exactly that's a 0-cost 1/2 with guard. I think the fact that costs 0 is not super important to this card, but hey, it can actually be pretty helpful. Really solid defensive stats. Even like, you know, the guard just kind of helps like a lot. That ongoing ability, while like alright, isn't gonna be the most game-winning thing ever. But it can help when like a mid-range deck wants to start hitting face, because the 5/6 is gonna be kind of hard to deal with. I think, yeah, he's definitely up there. Actually, yeah, I'd be willing to push him into being a strong card. Yeah, it's kind of on par with like a lot of these guys up here. Yeah, he's a strong card. Piercing Javelin is a 5-cost action with prophecy, and you just can straight up destroy a creature. A lot of people hate this card or think it's kind of bullshit and cheap because of the prophecy part of it. I really don't. I mean, how many cards are there that can really just straight up kill something for free like that? Really just this one. Anything else you pretty much just play into. Now, I'm gonna say, a lot of times, you know, it's played for 5 magicka as well. And that's a significant amount of magicka to play at literally any point of the game. Even if you have 12 magicka, even if you have more than that, if you have like 15, that's like a third of your magicka just to kill one thing. So, you know, It's not as versatile as Lightning Bolt is, because Lightning Bolt has that option of being able to go to face. I'd say it's at least better than... Yeah, it's a good card. I mean, it can fit. It can fit in anything. I mean, what deck doesn't want just the chance to be able to kill anything on like any given rune break that might happen to it? So yeah, I'm gonna put it on the very top tier. But you could make an argument for it to honestly kind of just be an average card. If I'm being completely honest, I'm kind of just being nice to it a little bit. Pillaging Tribune is a 5-cost 5/4 with summon. You give a friendly creature drain this turn. This guy has a very powerful ability, I will say that. And it requires a little bit of setup for this guy to get like a really good amount of drain to hit. I think the ceiling on this guy is pretty high though. Like you can give this to like a Parthenax that like stuck around for a turn or something, and you can just drain an obscene amount of health. So I think it's definitely a strong effect. It's just a little inconsistent, so I'd be willing to put it like right around where Cicero is on the verge of being like just an absolutely strong card, but it's not quite there because not every deck really needs it. Pit Lion is a 3-cost 5/5, and it can actually be played unless you have a friendly creature in each lane. This card can be pretty insane. It is possible to get this down on turn 2, which is insanely difficult to deal with. That's like the hardest 2-turn creature to like answer. If you play a Scouting Patrol right before this, that's not gonna happen very often, but still, it's really strong in decks that can get it off early and consistently. So I'm willing to put it as like maybe not just above average, but like on the low end of strong, because like it's strong, man. Even like in the kind of more slower decks that are able to fill up 2 lanes and fight for both lanes very easily, yeah, this is strong. 3-cost 5/5 like later on in the game can just be like, I guess like the nail in the coffin. It's kind of like why Young Mammoth is like also pretty good, because it's just like a lot of stats that's cheap. So yeah, it can like in conjunction with other things, it can become like very overwhelming for your opponent. So yeah, I'm gonna put it on the very low end of being a strong card. Praetorian Commander is a 6-cost 3/3 with summon. You give creatures in your deck +1/+1. Man, this card used to be insane, but now it's okay. It helps to like hand and deck buff stuff a little bit. It's also very easy for this card to get like played from the discard pile pretty easily. Also resummoned consistently through like, I don't know, stuff like A Night to Remember and things like that. If you splash some blue, Dark Rebirth and stuff, it's gonna be on the low end of average, because like that's kind of like a slow thing to do, but once you like get that train rolling, it's super hard to stop. Priest of Mara is a 3-cost 2/2. You equip an Amulet of Mara to an enemy creature and another friendly creature, and your friendly creature has to not have a guard. I think the enemy creature has to not have guard as well. But anyway, it's a very funny lore-based card. So the amulet prevents the 2 creatures that have the amulets from attacking each other. That's not super great. Because there can just be other creatures that are able to just make those trades. So it's actually not the most beneficial thing ever. I think silence and stuff like that too can also like hurt the card quite a bit. I don't want to say it's outright bad. It's close to it though. It's close to being pretty bad. So yeah, I'll put on the very end of below average. Priest of the 8 is a 2-cost 2/1 and has summon. You draw a card if you have 2 other willpower creatures. So in the Heroes of Skyrim set, we've gone over pretty much all of them, but they all had some color or some card in the color that required 2 other ones of that color to be on the field for it to draw a card. I think this is the best one, just because one, this is so cheap, and yellow already has like that ability to summon a bunch of stuff, and even still, even later on, like in a slower deck, yellow still has a bunch of high health creatures that can stick around for a very long time. So yeah, I think Priest of the 8 is actually not too bad compared to a lot of those other ones. I think the only one that came close was the red one. Yeah, this guy actually, the Stronghold Patrol. I think he's a little bit better than that, just because he fits in a wider variety of decks that focus on willpower. So yeah, it's an average card. Priest of the Moons is a 2-cost 2/2 with Prophecy. When you summon him, you gain 2 health. He's not a terrible Prophecy. He heals a little bit and has a little bit of board presence at the same time. But I think both sides of that coin aren't really that impactful on this guy. It's one of the few Prophecies that's at least like playable from hand. Wouldn't be my first choice to slot in, but I'd be willing to say that, yeah, it's average. Probably not as good as any of these. Probably about on par with like Morgtong Spirant, I think. So yeah, I'll put it in average on the lower end. Prison Ship is a 3-cost 0/5. Summon, you shackle an enemy creature while you have Prison Ship. Every time I get on the boat at work, this is what I feel like. Anyway, this can be fun to use. It's very easy to answer though. Like, even pure aggression can answer it, but like even still, I think enough decks have enough answers to some kind of really stupid removal card like this. It's not really removal, so yeah, Prison Ship is going to be below average. Queen's Captain is an 8-cost 4/4. It has Wax and Wane. The Wax ability is to draw 2 cards, and Wane, destroy a creature. So drawing 2 cards is a pretty fair Wax ability for this kind of body. Not the best, but hey, a 4/4 draw 2 cards isn't too terrible, especially in Willpower. The Wane ability is actually pretty impressive because Manticore is really like the only one that can just flat out like kill something with like almost no restriction. When I say almost no restriction, you know what I mean? Like, it does have to be in the same lane, but this card does not have to be in the same lane, which is pretty nice. But the issue with like this and the rest of the Wax and Wane cards is that you really want it to be happening on the right turn. So with the high cost, it can really throw the Queen's Captain off a little bit. I think it's definitely an average card. Like, it's not super broken or anything, but it can definitely help swing a game. So I'd be willing to put it up here with these guys. Yeah, I'd be willing to put it right there next to Dremora and Markinez on the top end of average. Rajini Highwayman is a 3-cost 2/2 with Pilfer. Draw a card. Not a bad Pilfer ability, just a little bit understated to the point where it can die to quite a bit of removal for the cost. But I think it's still a fine option for card draw, not the best. So I'll slot it right there in average. Ravenous Hunger is a 2-cost 4/1, and on summon, it gains Drain if there's an enemy creature in the lane that you play it to. Not a hard effect to get off at all. It's just weak to literally anything that exists. So yeah, it's gonna be on the low end of average. Yeah, probably about right there. I think is fair. Somewhere around like Daedric Incursion and like Altar of Despair, where a lot of these cards really need. Again, some of these bad cards, like on the top end, they have situations where they can be very good, but also like a lot where they're just not good. So yeah, below average. Rebel Warden is a 1-cost 1/1 with Pilfer. Summon a 1/1 recruit. This is very good at filling the board early if you can draw it very fast, and it synergizes well with cards like Rim and Siege and Unrelenting Siege. I think those are both niche decks, like very weird, but this deck kind of helps push damage in both of those archetypes. Really, I think if you're running either of those cards, you're probably running this, and even still, if you draw this on turn 1 of those decks, it's not the worst thing. So I'm willing to put it on like the very low end of average. Reconstruction Engine is a 3-cost support with 5 uses. Every time you activate it, you give a friendly creature -1/-1, and you summon a 1/1 reconstructed spider. First of all, why? Even decks that have a bunch of neutral synergies don't want this. Just run the neutral cards. 1/1 is not worth causing one of your creatures to like be wounded. You know, basically cursing one of them. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's a bad card. Renowned Instructor is a 3-cost 3/3 with expertise. Summon a 1/1 recruit. I think this is not a bad card. It has alright stats, and you know, decks that this card fits into have very easy ways of proccing this. So I'd be willing to put it probably about where like Ice Spike is. It's one of those cards that can start getting you some momentum if you can trigger it early. Renowned Legate is a 7-cost 5/5 with Breakthrough. On summon, you will summon a 1/1 Imperial Grunt and then gain 1 health for every friendly creature. I think this guy is honestly really slow for the token decks that this is supposed to fit into. And most of those decks want the game to be finished by the time something like this would be coming down, or at least being able to provide such an insane amount of reach that something like this is not important at all. So I think it's honestly a pretty below average card. Resolute Ally is a 3-cost 3/3. When you summon it, you will give another friendly creature in that lane +1. Well, all other friendly creatures in that lane +1/+1 if the top card of your deck is another yellow card. Very good in any deck running mostly willpower cards, especially in like tokens where you can get a pretty decent attack boost, you know, based off of that. Where is Nimble Ally? I think this is about on par with Nimble Ally. I'm forgetting that I rated that card probably to you guys like about 10 hours ago. For me it was like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I think Resolute Ally and Nimble Ally are both very similar cards, and they definitely help like decks of their color get off pretty well. So I'm gonna put an average. Revered Guardian is a 4-cost 4/4 with Guard, and it is a dragon. So if you're going really heavy on those dragon synergies, then this is okay, because it provides some much needed defense against more aggressive lower curve decks. And you know, a lot of dragon decks tend to be on the slower side because of how expensive all the like really good dragons are, so you need some time getting up there. So this having Guard and like decent stats pretty much helps you get there a little bit. So yeah, I'm willing to say it's an average card. Riften Lockkeeper is a 4-cost 4/4 with Breakthrough, and when you summon him, you gain 4 health. This is a pretty solid card for aggro mirrors. It has Breakthrough to help you push face damage, and it heals you a little bit to help you in that like matchup. So that's pretty strong, but otherwise it's pretty much just average. Like it doesn't do too much for most of the matchups aggro will find itself in. So I'll put it in average, a little bit higher than the Revered Guardian, because at least it's not tied down to like wanting to help just dragons or something like that. So yeah, average card. Riverhold Escort is a 3-cost 1/6 with Guard, and it also has the Pilfer ability of being able to move that turn that it does Pilfer. This honestly seems a little bit too slow for any move deck, especially using Willpower, because a lot of these or those move decks really try to do like a lot of damage really fast by moving a creature like 3 times in one turn and just buffing it insanely. Yeah, I think it's just a below average card. I'll drop it right there. Ruin Archaeologist is a 3-cost 2/5 with the treasure hunt of looking for supports, and if you draw that support, you just draw a card. If treasure hunts trigger multiple times, then this wouldn't be too terrible, but treasure hunt only works one time, so this card is very severely hurt by that, and support decks are already like insanely slow. So I'm just gonna say it's a very below average card. Sanctuary Raid is a 7-cost action. So it destroys an enemy creature and then gives all friendly creatures in that lane +1/+1. I feel like this card is doing a little bit too much for its own good. So I'm going to put it in... So for starters, I'm just going to put it in the bad tier. Because one, it's not good removal. And even still, it's not also that insane of a buff. You're only applying that to one lane of creatures. You might not even have a full lane of creatures like there, wherever you play it. So yeah, I'm just going to say it's bad. It's probably not unplayable. Like, again, a lot of these cards, like probably in the top row, they're maybe even like going into the second row, they're not like unplayable, but they're just so overshadowed by other things. And Sanctuary Raid is like the perfect example of that. It's overshadowed by Javelin, Divine Fervor. Both of those cards do both sides of like what this deck or this card wants to do, just way better and more efficiently. So yeah, it's gonna be a bad card. Scouting Patrol is a 1-cost action. You summon a 1/1 Imperial Scout in each lane. Very straightforward. It has a better time a little bit later on too as well, when the patrol cards, the 1/1s, can get, you know, a little bit of a buff. Still can kind of suck when you get it like really or like, yeah, really late in the game, and you're like actually looking for an actual creature, not just 2 1/1s to kind of help you win a game. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's a below average card. Seducer Darkfire is a 7-cost 7/7. When you summon her, you choose a cost, and then she has the ongoing effect of your opponent can't play cards with the chosen cost. Very powerful ability, especially if you're able to like kind of read what your opponent might have, or if you're aware of something that your opponent has. It's very strong. Let's see. I think I actually kind of want to put it in niche tier. It's going to be another one of these cards that's like very strong, but you kind of need to know what you're going up against. Like, maybe you slot this in for like a certain type of gauntlet. Like, again, maybe something like the Hexa Gauntlet, where you want your opponent to not play any markets or any 0-cost cards. So you just you put her down and you choose 0. Can't do that. Yeah, I think that could be pretty good. So yeah, that's a strong ability, but it's extremely niche. So yeah, I'm just gonna put her in niche tier. Senche Tiger is a 6-cost 4/7 with guard. Not a terrible body. The guard at least helps it. But this still just dies to a lot while not doing much of anything. I think it's definitely better than like Bog Lurcher. Not Bog Lurcher, Highland Lurcher. It's at least better than like these guys. It at least has a keyword. Yeah, I'd be willing to put it like on the very low end of below average. It's almost unplayable, but it probably still has a fairly good niche. Septim Guardsman is a 0-cost 1/2 creature with guard. Kind of insane for a 0-cost, but I don't think that justifies running much of any 0-cost cards in your deck. I think some of the cards that have the ability of putting this into your hand kind of like make them stronger. So like, it's okay for value. I'd put it in like very far below average. I wouldn't include probably any of them in my deck like at all. So yeah, I'm just gonna put in below average. Shining Saint is a 2-cost 2/2. When you summon her, she will give a creature -2 attack and make them lose cover if they have cover. That is very strong. Making a creature lose cover is very powerful, and even still, giving creature -2 opens a lot of things up to execute earlier on. So let's see. I think it's gonna put this in average, probably on the low end of average. Once I get a refresher for what's about there. Yeah, I'd probably put it right there next to Rothgar Artisan. It's fairly solid, as it's just like a 2-cost creature like that has that utility. I am losing my mind. I'm almost there. Shivering Apothecary is a 4-cost 2/2. With a summon, you summon a random elixir. So literally all these elixirs that we've been talking about that have been pretty low impact, yeah, she has a chance of summoning any one of them, which means, one, she is understated and very weak to removal and inconsistent. However, Other than blue, I think you have a pretty even chance of drawing an elixir from like every color. So maybe in a Unite deck, she's not that terrible. I think that's the only place I really ever run her. So I'll put her in below average, not terrible, because she at least has some kind of fun use. Shrewd Strategist is a 4-cost 4/5. When you summon him, he will consume a creature and give all creatures in your hand and deck with the same name +2/+2. It's actually not a terrible effect. And he also does have a decent stat line. I think the ability is kind of whatever though, because you still need to like... I think the issue though, that kind of ruins this card, so let me just go ahead and just drop him where I think he goes, which is an average. I think it's a pretty average card. But what kind of hurts this card is that your opponent is shown what you're consuming, so they know that you have at least another one of those cards, maybe 2 more of them in your deck, and that you're hoping to draw them again very soon because you're buffing them. So that's gonna hurt this from being a very like insanely good card to just kind of being a below, not below average, but low end of average card. Shrine Guardian is an 8-cost 8/8 with guard and has the ongoing ability of when your opponent summons a creature, you reduce its power to 0 until the start of your turn. Solid body, I'll say that. It just doesn't do anything to impact the board immediately. That being said though, this really only counters like decks that are using a lot of charge creatures, so that's already like a little bit niche, but not so niche that it belongs in that tier, because it still can function as just a giant body that you need to like have, or your opponent wants like out of the way to hit you. So I'll put in below average. Skinkrad Patroller is a 2-cost 3/2, no text. Not a terrible stat line. For aggro, I guess. A lot of the red cards just kind of do it better because they have some other kind of utility. Again, this has no text. And there's another card that I immediately want to compare it to. I probably did when I first talked about it. These 2 cards are basically exactly the same. Literally, these are just the same card, just in different colors. So, pretty bad. Smash and Grab is a 2-cost action. You give friendly creatures with Pilfer +2 attack and breakthrough for that turn. So, this is okay. It's going to be a little bit inconsistent, but its cheapness is nice when you think about how much reach this can provide. If you're going really heavy with some Pilfer strategies, and the breakthrough is definitely going to help with that. I would be willing to say it's a very, very low end average card, like on the very low end of average. Snowhawk Detachment is a 5-cost 3/5 with guard, and on summon will gain +1/+1 if you have any other creature with guard. It can be useful in really defensive decks. I don't think that's pretty good. I mean, willpower cards are good at being very defensive, like surprisingly defensive. So, I mean, I'd be willing to say that I don't think it's bad. It's not even probably below average. Nah, screw it. We'll put it right here. Yeah, I mean, it does need like another guard to be useful, but still, 3/5 with guard isn't too terrible. Snow Wolf is a 2-cost 1/3, and it has +2 attack while you have the most creatures in that lane. I don't have any notes on this card. Somehow I lost those. I definitely remember this card not being very good because, again, there's just no wolf synergy. And then, even still, this effect is like nothing. This is like a nothing effect to have on a card. So, pretty... Is this the bad tier? Yeah, pretty freaking bad, man. That's where I'm going to put it. Right next to like Young Dragonborn. Solitude Stalwart is a 1-cost 2/2. No text. Very simple card. Good stats for a 1-drop. Can trade up to a few 3 or even 4-drop cards. Still dies to quite a bit and probably is going to die in most of those trades once you get up past like 2. I probably wouldn't put too many of these guys into a deck, but I think they're alright enough for me to say that they're like, yeah, they're a little bit below average. That's where I'd put them. They need a little bit of setup to be like really good, but even still, sometimes you just want a 2/2 for 2. Sound the alarm is a 0 cost action. Enemy creatures lose cover. Yeah, it's gonna be alright. Again, making things lose cover is a very powerful ability. The cheap cost helps it as well. I'd actually be willing to say it's a little bit underrated, so I'm gonna be controversial and put it in kind of like the higher area of A tier, or the average tier, actually, not A tier, average. You guys can probably tell that I'm half asleep recording this right now. I'm almost there. I can push through. Spawn Mother is a 4 cost 1/1 that gains +1/+1 for every other friendly creature. So yeah, again, I said the Bollywog is terrible. So this, without a doubt, also makes that card terrible. Did say it was a bad card, right? Just need to look for the few yellow cards that are down here. The Bollywog, there it is. At least the Spawn Mother can get bigger, I guess, and it's a summon ability, so it doesn't need to rely on too much to actually get that buff, just that there's stuff down when she gets played. Still, she's terrible. Spiteful Dremora is a 5 cost 4/3, and on summon, he destroys an enemy creature, or actually just any creature with 2 power or less. So basically an execute with a body attached to it, which normally wouldn't be too bad. I think as a 4 cost 3/2, this would still be pretty fair for the effect, caring about the opponent's attack. Yeah, I'm gonna say he's below average. I'd probably put it right about there. Average. Stand Watch is a 2 cost action with Prophecy. You give a creature guard and then draw a card. Honestly, not bad at all. This is good utility. You giving something that maybe you weren't hoping to be able to defend with is suddenly gonna be a wall for your opponent. Or on the flip side, your opponent has something in the shield lane, or not the shield lane, the cover lane, and you play this on it, and now it doesn't have cover because it has guard. Any card that can do that is probably a little bit better, and this does it really cheaply. So I'd be willing to say that this is a fairly strong card. I just don't know who to give it to, or what tier to give it to. I'll put it at the top of average. Strategist Map is a 3 cost support with 3 uses. Every time you activate it, you summon a 0/1 guard on your opponent's lane. I'm not sold on this at all. It's a bad card. Again, it's kind of like what I was saying with the Moragtong Nightblade. Yellow isn't the best card to pair with Slay stuff, at all. And I think this guy really shows that. Pretty much. So yeah, because why would you even, if you're even just generating a free target for yourself to kill, it's why don't you just, I don't know, run something like a Arcane Elite, or not Elite, with the Venom Tongue and a crossbow, and bam, you got your Magicka kill. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling at this point. Somerset Shield Mage is a 2 cost 2/2. Other friendly creatures in that lane will have +1 health. It's an okay buff, just really underwhelming, so yeah, below average. Sunhold Medic is a 1 cost 1/1. Give a friendly creature +2 health. I think at this cost, I'd rather just give a creature 2 power. Because something like this is played alongside early in a game that isn't weak to execute can get a pretty good buff and become overwhelming. On its own, though, this is a very underwhelming card, so I'm putting it on the low end of below average. Come on. Yeah, below average. Tenar's Zalvite Lurker is a 6 cost 5/6 with the consume ability on summon to consume a creature, and then you gain health equal to its health. This is like probably the only consume card that is not at all tied down to like the imbued cards at all, because this can literally just consume anything with like at least 4 to 6 health pretty easily by the time that this comes down. Yeah, I think she's a pretty good card. So I'm gonna slot her up pretty high up here. A little higher, a little higher. Yeah, I'd be willing to put her right there at the pretty top area of average. Thadon, Duke of Mania, is a 6 cost 6/7. When you summon him, that lane will become Mania. So we already talked about Syl and how she transforms a lane into Dementia. Thadon essentially does the same thing, but a little bit more defensive. The Mania lane is going to care about you having the higher health creature rather than the higher power creature. And if you're able to trigger that at the beginning of your turn, you'll draw an additional card, which is also very powerful. Again, all the stuff with like changing shadow lanes and all that. I'm willing to call this guy... Once I find Syl... Okay, yeah, finally found her. Jeez, I'm like falling asleep here. Yeah, I'd be willing to say that these guys are pretty much like neck and neck for which one's better. So they're both just going to go in above average. Thalmor Justiciar is a 3 cost 1/3. When you play an action, he summons a 1/1 Thalmor Recruit, or Thalmor Soldier. It's just a 1/1 with no keywords. Pretty bad stats, and for some reason, using a decent amount of actions while also just trying to fill the board with a bunch of 1/1s just does not mesh well at all for me. I'm going to say that this guy is definitely below average, pretty far down there too. Probably on the verge of being unplayable. The Black Dragon is a 4 cost 5/5. She is immune to lethal and has the slay ability of discarding all creatures from your opponent's deck with the same name as the creature that this slays. On the surface, I think it just has good stats for a 4-drop, which really isn't surprisingly very common in Willpower. They usually are like skewed one way towards defense or hyper offense. With 5 power, it's going to kill quite a bit on its own, so I'd be willing to say that she is definitely a good card. Probably right about there in the strong card tier. The Crisis Begins is a 6 cost action. You destroy a creature and invade. Worst Javelin. I'll throw Invade a bone. I think that this should just cost 5, if I'm being honest. It'd be at least kind of a bit more fair. As is, this is just very terrible for Invade decks. I'm almost willing to say that it's like damn near unplayable for those decks. Unless it's like it's built for going slower and taking a lot longer getting to its end game. So yeah, definitely far low average. The Mechanical Heart is a 6 cost ongoing support. When you have 0 or less health, you sacrifice the Mechanical Heart and you regain 10 health and restore a rune. It's a very cool effect. We're going to be talking about Vivek here in about, I don't know, like 10 minutes or so. I can see him right there. He's creeping up. Anyway, I don't think it's the best option for stalling out a game at all. It's very possible that your opponent just has too much on the board that this little setback isn't going to hurt them like at all. So I definitely think that this card is pretty bad and very forgettable. The Thieves Guild Shadowfoot is a 3 cost 2/2. On summon, you steal the top card of your opponent's deck and then you replace it with a counterfeit token or trinket. Not bad at all, because this can be used to swap out the top card before you break out a rune. So your opponent will, when the rune's broken, just draw the little counterfeit token, which is a 0 cost action that deals like 1 damage and draws you a card or something stupid like that. Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's okay in Unite decks too, I guess. So it has a few homes. I'd be willing to put it in average. Be willing to put it right there. Tower Alchemist is a 3 cost 2/4. Your activated supports have unlimited uses. Only good in support decks, which I hate, but again, I'm trying not to be biased. There's some good cards that hits the deck and provides a lot of use for, like with this. But all in all, that's just, oh my god, it's so unbelievably slow. Like, who wants to sit around for 50 minutes playing a game doing that stupid shit? Okay, again, sorry, I'm getting carried away. Yeah, I think this guy makes an unusable deck somewhat more usable, so I think he's pretty bad. But I'm still just gonna put him in niche. He literally only helps one kind of deck. Tusk Bristleback is a 5 cost 5/5, no text, pure vanilla. I think I know exactly where this guy's going. Somewhere where creatures don't have a whole lot of text. Right there. Yeah, it's like a bunch of old pals right there hanging out together. Anyway. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. Two Moons Contemplation is a 3 cost ongoing support. If your opponent doesn't damage you on their turn, you sacrifice this to summon 2 Priests of the Moons. That's the 2 cost 2/2 that gives you 2 health. Very convoluted way of getting some extra health. I'd rather just pay these guys if this was something that I needed in real life. But I don't want to say it's a bad card. Not really. Yeah, definitely below average. Like far below average. Umbra is a 3 or 6 cost 3/5 item. At the start of your turn, the wielder battles an enemy creature of Umbra's choosing. So that totally means that it's just a random, choose a random creature and see what happens. The stat buff is alright. No doubt about that. I think it gives the highest total for the core set, outside of some stupid shenanigans. Yeah, I think it's just going to be below average, honestly. That random effect just really hurts it. I kind of zoned out there, man, guys. I'm sorry. Undying Dragon is 6 cost 5/5 with Drain. It gains +5/+5 if you have 30 or more health. Honestly, one of the better dragons, especially on the legendary front. If you've been doing a very good job with healing throughout the game, or you're playing a character that heals, or a deck that heals a lot, I should say, this guy is pretty good, especially if you're running multiple of them. Also good at Unite decks. No, wait, no, I'm reading the wrong card. Jesus Christ. Yeah, if the opponent can't remove it, by the time it becomes a 10/10 with Drain, then that's just gonna like snowball out of your opponent's control. Very high average, but I'm still gonna say that it's something that's above average. I'm totally gonna say that this is a strong card. Unexpected Arrival is a 3 cost action. You invade and then summon a random creature or Daedra with cost equal to your Oblivion Gates level. So this is alright in invade. More so if you've been allowed to, let the cancer grow to the point that it's terminal and that, a surgery is needed to remove the cancer from the game. But anyway, this card is also okay in Unite decks, though, that don't use red and blue, because playing this as is, summoning a 1 cost or level 1 gate, you have a 50-50 shot of drawing the Invasion Scout, the red 1/1, or the Dremora Valkanaz, yeah, blue 1/1 with Ward, which just eventually gives you more opportunities to invade and start brand new. I don't even know where I'm going with that, if I'm being honest. Anyway, it has a little bit more utility than most of the other invade cards, so I'm willing to give it a slightly higher rating. Yeah, there we go. Above average. Variant Aquilarios is a 4 cost 4/6. When one of your runes breaks, you gain 5 health instead of drawing a card. I honestly don't know what the hype is around this guy, because I'd rather draw cards. Most of my decks are a little bit faster paced, so I can see this helping like a very slow control type of deck. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Put him in below average. On the higher end, though. Vivek is a 5 cost 5/5 with Exalt for 3, so for an 8/8, he can become a 10/10. And he has the ongoing effect of, while you have an exalted creature in play, you can't lose the game. This does not trump Jarl Balgriff or Unite, because those cards state you win the game, This has been tested extensively. Do not tell me that I am lying. That is how the game works. This will not stop you from losing Unite or Y'all Logger if that happens to you. Somehow, yeah, the game just treats it differently. But anyway, past my rant. Let's move past that. I mean, it's alright. It's weak to very common silence and removal and stuff. Like, you can... I've very easily gotten, like, my opponent down to negative something health, then knocked on the door. Never mind. Below average card. Vivek City Pilgrim is a 2-cost 2/2 with Drain, and you can exalt it for 3, so it can be a 5-cost for 4 with Drain. Yeah, nah, this is not good on either. I mean, the 2/2 Drain is probably a little bit better, actually. I think exalting this makes this way worse, so definitely going below average. Warclaw Mercenary is a 2-cost 2/2 with Rally. I think it's decent enough for easy rallies. Probably better than the 1/1, the Serethi Scion, wherever I put him. Freaking hours ago. I'm starting to lose track of all these cards, man. I've been losing track of all of them. Definitely better than Firepot Spider. Say that. Definitely better than this guy. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and slap him right there. Below average still, but it can still do some pretty decent work. Warcry, 4-cost action. You give friendly creatures in a lane +2 attack that turn. If you have a full lane and your opponent doesn't have anything in there, sure, that's a lot of reach. Like a ton of damage. I'd say it's gonna be like average for sure. Bam, throw it right there. Wily Kiva, I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyway, 2-cost 2/4 with no text. These are very good stats for a 2-drop, especially with like no downside attached to it. It's bulky, deals an okay amount of damage, and holds an item well. So I'm going to say that this is a perfectly average card, actually. Probably on the lower end of average, if I'm being honest. Like, bam, right there. Winterhold Illusionist is a 5-cost 3/3. On summon, another creature disappears, then returns at the end of the turn. So when the creature reappears, it's basically like resummoned. So like, you know, any summon ability that that creature had will trigger again. It can, I think a more fun way to use this is to basically use them to remove guards from the opponent's side to allow your friendly creatures to attack, because it just says another creature disappears. That doesn't have to be a friendly one. Yeah, I'd be willing to say that he's average. The ability is probably like a little bit broken and could be broken in some stupid way. I'm sure someone else has done it. But yeah, I'm definitely willing to say he's an average card. Okay, I was looking over my notes and I realized a few willpower cards were missing from Daralot's list here. Starting off with Dramora Channeler, but it's really known as something unpronounceable to me. Starting with an X. But anyway, it's a 3-cost 2/2 with Prophecy. And on summon, you gain health equal to his power and health combined. So, as is 4 health for a 3-cost 2/2. Not terrible. Really requires some setup to be really good. I don't want to say it's niche. It's probably a kind of on the cusp of being a pretty okay card. So I put it in below average, but it's not so far like off of below average or being average. Wish is a 4-cost action with basically, so you summon a random 2-cost creature, but every time you empower it, the cost goes up by 1. On its own, not good at all. Really needs a lot of support to be really good for its cost. So I'm definitely going to say this is below average by quite a bit. Wolf Cage. Give it up, everyone. I think this is the last wolf card. I think. Anyway, it's a 6-cost support with, I think 3 uses. If not, it's just 2. But anyway, you summon an uncaged wolf, and then the wolf gets stronger. For every wolf that you've played or something like that. Uh, just, just not good. Yeah, it's another just very bad support card. Just among the worst. It's probably better than these guys at least. At least it puts something on the board usable. Worldly Wanderer is a 5 cost 3/5. On summon, you summon a support of your choice from your deck with cost less than Worldly Wanderer's power. This is a generally powerful ability, but it has fun synergies in decks that can give this, extra power and that are running some pretty good supports. I don't think it's niche. Actually, yeah, no, it's a little niche. Where I put it right about there. Writ of Execution is a 4 cost action. You choose an enemy creature, and at the start of your turn, you destroy it and then put a completed contract into your hand. This is a super awkward card because you spend 4 match to tell your opponent what card is going to die on your next turn. So you give up a lot of tempo to play this to get some tempo in the future so you can use the contract to pull out something a little bit faster. Definitely hurt because the game's UI is going to tell the opponent what card you're selecting, so there's nothing stopping them from just killing that card before the effect happens and just denying you that completed contract. And yeah, like this might also push them to using something like an item to force a trade like that, or even using Swift Strike to just go face with something to get maximum value out of that creature. Definitely a bad card. Okay, we're in the home stretch, guys. The last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Last 80 cards. I just know that this is 11. Last 80 cards in the whole game. We're almost there. Okay, a new era is an 11 cost action. You shuffle all creatures into your deck. Just all creatures that are in play. Yeah, this is a stupidly strong effect. It's very greedy too. Only fits in Control Empire decks, really. Which is a shame because Aggro Empire is actually very viable on its own. But yeah, it's so strong that the only way to beat this is to not let it happen. Stuff like Withered Head, Cultist Help. Or, if you just finish the game really quickly, unless they're ramping, then you're kind of screwed in that case. I would say it is going to go to the top because it is a strong card, but it's one of the cards where, if it happens, maybe you lose to it, but you can still have a fighting chance even after one of these. I'll just be willing to put it as a strong card because it literally only goes into Empire Control. It's the only place it fits. Anasi is a 5 cost 5/5. On summon, Anasi steals all keywords from enemy creatures. Yeah, that's a very strong effect. I think even if she steals one keyword, it's fine. But if she gets more than that, then she's probably gonna be pretty insane. A little dependent on your opponent's board state, but even still, bypassing guards is very strong. So I'm gonna put it at the very top of a strong card. I don't think every monk deck necessarily needs her in it or wants her, but a lot of other things like Halalu, Empire. What else is there? Dominion. A lot of those wouldn't be hurt by including a Nasi. Aldmeri Spellwright is a 5 cost 3/6. When your opponent takes damage, you gain 1 magic at this turn. This is an okay effect. It's supposed to help empower a little bit. It's a cute way to do that. It's not straight up empowering things, but it's giving you magic to play more of those actions, I suppose. I don't think it's very great at that. It's better in decks that probably chip away at or burn your opponent, probably. Even still, I don't think Monk is the best at that. Monk and Mage is okay at it. Obviously, Assassin's the Assassin colors are in here, so it's good at doing that. But yeah, Monk doesn't really do that too much unless you're, doing those kind of weird Unrelenting Siege stuff. Good thing the card was right there. I almost forgot the name of it. I think this is the first multi-attribute card that's kind of just whatever. So I'd be willing to put it as maybe even like a below average card, or just like on the very low end of average. That's the thing. I should have started with these multi-attribute cards. They're kind of like the opposite of neutral, because the neutral cards, they can fit into any deck, right? So their power level is a little bit lower for the most part. Some of them are still going to be pretty good in a lot of decks, but because they're still good in a lot of decks, their stats are just like a lot weaker. They don't have as strong of effects for their costs and things like that. These cards, they're like Elena Banach is like the perfect example of this. Like, this is a super strong effect, and it's very like specifically like routed towards archer stuff, like having lethal. That's a very green thing to do. Pinging for 1 damage, that's a very red thing to do. A lot of the red cards do that. And you know, the fact that it's a unique legendary, and this basically acts as like being able to be a removal thing for her archer decks, kind of boosts the power level of Elena a little bit. And I think she's one of those ones, kind of like another one, where she is really, I mean, she is in a deck, or like, you know, color combination where there is a good amount of removal still, but she has a very unique way of bypassing things that are immune to actions. You know, things like Nahagleave and stuff like that. She's just screwed by things like Alien Guardians that don't care about the lethal at all. So, I think she is a strong card. Yeah, I mean, I think she can go like pretty high up there. She's not like amazing. You don't need her in every archer list. A lot of them don't even need her, especially the really aggressive ones. So I'm willing to put her like near the top of strong. Altar of Spellmaking is a 2-cost support. Ongoing. At the end of each turn, if you played a creature, action, item, and a support, you play the top card of your deck. Yeah, this is incredibly difficult to pull off consistently. The effect is okay, but you have to put like a lot of resources in 1 turn to be able to do that. I think this is going to be like the only, well, it's not going to be the only, but it's going to be like one of the first ones that's like actually like kind of a bad card, because it's just like a huge investment to like do all that, and you might like get one of your 2-cost creatures out of your deck, and was that really worth it? Probably not. So yeah, it's a bad card. Altmer Dragon Knight is a 3-cost 3/2. At the end of your turn, if you played an action, Altmer Dragon Knight gains +2/+2. It's decent enough for mage decks. You know, a lot of them use quite a few actions, so, you know, preferably you might need a low-cost action with this, so maybe like a Firebolt that's going to kill something, and then suddenly you have a 5/4 for 3. That's not bad. I think this guy's actually, he's alright, you know, if you can keep him alive for a while and you're still like just kind of playing actions, maybe like if you're playing actions to keep this guy alive by like killing other things, he can get out of hand for some decks. I'd be willing to put him like on the level of like Reeve and Modrain in an average. Apprentice Necromancer is a 3-cost 3/3. On summon, he will summon a 1-cost creature from your discard pile. It can be okay utility for decks that do have valuable 1-drops, I guess like Ungolem or something. So maybe it can be okay also in some token decks or anything that like goes wide very easily. I still want to say it's kind of very low impact, because how many of the 1-drops like do you really want to run with this guy? I'm gonna say it's definitely below average. Archcanon Serioni is a 4-cost 3/3. On summon, you choose a blessing from one of the tribunal gods, and if you exalt him by 3, so you can make him cost 7, then you get to just get all 3 of those instead. So the blessings of the gods, one of them is a +1/+1 buff to all friendly creatures. Give a creature drain and guard, and the other one summons a Dwarven Spider that, you know, the 0/1 that draws a card. So exalting gives you all 3, which I think is probably the way to go. I think the rest of them is kind of maybe the +1/+1 buff is the best, and then situationally the giving a creature drain and guard is going to be really good. Maybe sometimes you just need a card drop. I think he's just one of those exalt creatures that you like literally can only play exalted, and he's quite all right at doing that. Not like anything too stand out. I think it this really needs like the big creature that you can give drain and guard to, so you can drain for a lot of health. That's what it really needs. So like if you can do that even without exalting, he's probably fine. So I'd probably be willing to say that he's average. Probably a little stronger than some of these guys. I'd probably put him up here. Archer's Gambit is a 3-cost action. So you move a friendly creature and then it deals 1 damage. This is kind of like in one of the perfect color combinations for like this one. This is the first like class specific action we're talking about. Each 2-color combination has its own like action. So one, this helps move Dex and Archer because you're moving the creature. And you know, if you have any of the buff cards like the Dune Smuggler, I think. one of those Dune guys. If you have those, then you know they're moving and getting buffs, and then also synergize well on the green side with not only the move but the lethal stuff that's there. You know, dealing 1 damage to something, if it has lethal, it's gonna kill it, and then maybe you're moving something like from one lane, killing what was in that lane it was in, and now there's another creature in the lane you just moved it to that you can kill, so you can get like a 2-for-1 with this card, sort of. Yeah, I think that's pretty strong. Like, it's very simple, but it's like a very strong card. You definitely need like a deck kind of that supports it very well, but this is like a card in that deck that's gonna make it do very well. So I'd be willing to say it's about right there in the strong card tier. Ascended Sleeper is a 6-cost 3/6 with guard, and at the end of your turn, if you have a creature with 5 power or more, you reduce the cost of all creatures in your hand by 1. So discounting every creature in your hand once or twice is probably pretty strong. Sadly, this guy is not going to stick around too long. You know, so you're not really going to get like insane benefits. If you can get it to trigger a lot and somehow keep this guy alive, then maybe. I get screwed by like having this guy and like 2 creatures in my hand. Usually, it's dependent on that as well. So I'm gonna say it's like on the pretty low end of average. Probably about right there. No, I think it's better than most of these. I'll put it there. Ashlander Punisher is a 4-cost 5/4 with breakthrough. He also has Pilfer and Slay. He gains +1 attack. So, very good for aggressive or mid-range. You know, it has those types of stats on it. It also has a very good combination of having Pilfer and Slay. And, like, the breakthrough keyword on it is, like, very good. Also, because Archer's a, you know, pretty aggressive set of colors, it can also fit in a Dagoth very well because it's a very cheap trigger for those 5-cost stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is a good card. Like, in theory, you could get this to, like, hit, like, I don't know, like a 1/1 or a 1/2. You still deal breakthrough damage, and it's, like, it's getting the Slay and Pilfer ability off at the same time. So it gains a couple attack while also still dealing face damage. Like, that's pretty strong. This guy is a strong card. Probably fits into more stuff than Elena. And, like, the Grey Fox and some of these. Yeah, I'd be willing to say it's better than even like Mana Marco. Yeah, at least you can run 3 of them. Assassin's Ritual is a 3-cost action. You give a creature lethal and ward. The lethal and ward are probably if not the strongest, one of the strongest like combinations of keywords that can be put together. So like, and because it's an assassin, you can re-trigger like ward effects super easily. And it basically acts as removal because the ward deflects any damage that lethal creature would have taken, and lethal is going to allow the creature to kill whatever it hits for free. So probably allows a creature to like kill multiple things. I feel like this card's a little like dunked on for no reason, I think. I mean, like I don't see it run that often, but I think it's definitely better than what people think. I'd be willing to say it's about like on par with Gavel of the Ordinator, so above average. High above average too. Ayleid Guardian, 11 cost, 8/8 with guard. It is immune to lethal, and on summon, you summon an Ayleid Guardian in the other lane. So you basically get two 8/8s with guard, and they're just giant walls. So oh boy, this card. I'm sure people are interested to hear my opinion on this one. So for one, obviously it's very powerful. And you know, don't get me wrong, I hate when this is played against me. Trying to be objective here. But, you know, this counters all the lethal synergies by being immune to it. It's also in the color combination that can boost its magicka to get this out much sooner than it should be allowed to. And on top of that, it also has very few immediate counters. The only cards that come to mind to me are the red here, Lord of the Arena, and Alduin. Like, outside of that, you just have to have enough damage on board to kill them. And not even done yet. It fits too nicely in Telvanni, which is capable of, you know, one, like, we're just pulling this out of the discard pile, but also, like, if you leave one alive, then, like, you know, there's Dark Rebirth, Brilliant Experiment, like, just a bunch of cards to, like, just basically do it again. Yeah, it's a strong card. It's, if people run more things like Fell the Mighty, Lord of the Arena, which I went over, I rated Lord of the Arena very high because, one, yeah, it's very good removal, but it's insanely good removal for these guys right here. If more people run that, maybe not as a 3 of in most red decks, but if more of you run that, then maybe Ayleid Guardians won't be seen as much. I feel like that's the way to stop Ayleid Guardians from being a popular card. So yeah, I'm willing to put it as like a strong card. Probably on par with quite a few of these up here. So yeah, I don't think it's like, if you can beat your opponent before they get it out, then like you're fine. But once that happens, you have to put a lot of resources into them. So yeah, I'm gonna put them in the top tier, unfortunately. Oh boy, we got 3 cards that say Aaron. Okay, so Aaron the Dominion Queen is an 8 cost 6/6 with Drain. On summon, you draw a random action from your discard pile, and when you draw an action on your turn, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. Well, she deals 1 damage, so it's like, boom, hit them for 1, and then, you know, you gain a little bit of health. So a 6/6 Drain is pretty nice, even it costs that much, and then I guess on summon, you know, dealing 1 damage as long as you have an action. It's not hard to do in that color combination. You know, there's Mage and Monk and Assassin. They all have pretty good actions that, you know, you'd be running in there already. She is a little bit expensive for, you know, a color combination that can't gain magicka that easily. But there's also fun combos to do with her. I mean, I think like being able to get an action down, that at that point in the game, you're probably gonna get a pretty strong action, or you at least have a few options of what you can get. It is random, but like, you know, there's potential where you can get like javelins back and stuff. I'd be willing to say she's above average. A bit better than a lot of these. I'd say about on par with like Skeletal Dragon. Aaron is a 5 cost 5/5. Draw a random action from your discard pile. Your actions cost 1 less. Pretty much the watered down version of the one we just talked about, because they didn't have 3 color decks when she was, you know, made. Pretty okay like control option, I think. So I'd be willing to say that she's actually a pretty strong card, because even like if you play her a little bit later, then that just kind of increases the probably like the level of actions that you can get from her. I'd be willing to say that she is probably better than Elena most of the time. And definitely more consistent than Hannibal Traven, so I'll put her at the very top of like the strong cards. Aaron's Chosen is a 6-cost 1/1, or 6-cost action, but you summon a 1/1 recruit in each lane and then give them guard. But if you empower this, then they get +1/+1. This is bad. Costs way too much and very conditional on very conditional on the board state that you're playing them into. Also requires quite a bit of an investment to get these to like be even somewhat playable. So yeah, bad card. Belmora Puppeteer is a 2-cost 2/2, but she has the plot ability of gaining +1/+1 for each other card you played that turn. Later on in the game, this can be like super strong. But yeah, even in like aggressive lists, maybe you hold on to her until like turn 6. You drop a couple 1-cost and a 2-cost, and then this, and suddenly you have a 2-cost like 5/5. That can like that amount of stats hitting the board can be like quite a bit oppressive, and Halalu is very good at doing that. So I'd be willing to say that this is kind of just a flat out straight up good card. It fits those strategies pretty nicely. Yeah, I'd be willing to say it's about right. Oh wait, no, we're in the above average. I'm willing to say she's about up there. Battle Mage's Onslaught is a 4-cost action. You put a random action, item, and creature into your hand. I guess in a Unite deck it's okay, maybe. Or one of those weird decks with like Skooma Cat where everything just generates random crap and you're just kind of hoping to high roll somewhere. Don't think those are really good decks. Not Unite. Unite's a good deck, but I'd just rather play something consistent in general. So I'm going to put it in below average. Blackhand Messenger is a 3-cost 0/2 with Drain. On summon, he'll deal 2 damage to a creature and the last gasp of dealing 2 damage to your opponent. Decent bit of health gain. If you have cards like Cruel Firebloom, you can gain 4 health and potentially kill like 2 creatures much earlier than most hands and decks should be allowed to, especially like on curve. I think this guy's a pretty good card. He fits in quite a few things in Assassin colors nicely, and like slower like Telvanni stuff, he fits in them incredibly well. So I'd be willing to put him like right about there. Strong card. Blackwood Distiller is a 4-cost 3/4 with the Pilfer ability of gaining 3 Magicka for that turn, and Slay, gain +1 max Magicka. Yeah, this card is really freaking nice for Slay heavy decks and Scout. Because if you want to ramp a bit, like this is a very easy way to do it. Right up Scout's alley. So I think it's a little understated, obviously, but it's because the Pilfer ability is so strong. Like that can be devastating if it triggers. And I think the fun part about it is that your opponent probably doesn't want you to pilfer. So one, they have to like silence or kill this, or they have to block it with a guard. And by turn 4, there's probably quite a few guards that this is actually able to kill very easily, especially with like some other kind of help that you might already have on the board. So it helps one, the Slay ability, but also, if you can just kill the guard yourself, bam. Like if you think about this attacks on turn 5 and you gain 3 Magicka on turn 5. Suddenly you can play an 8-cost on turn 5, and that maybe even a 9-cost if you have the ring. That's pretty insane. This card has a very high ceiling on what it can do. So I'm willing to say that it is kind of just a strong card in general. I'm willing to say it's about on par with... Yeah, I'd probably say it's about on Brynjolf's level. Bolven Venom is a 3-cost 3/3 with Rally, and when you rally with no creatures in your hand, you'll draw Bolven Venom from your deck. The nice thing is that it triggers, he triggers before the rally happens, so he's always going to be a 3-cost 4/4 if he's pulled in that way. Even so, you're probably running a really rally heavy deck in order to like get that effect off, so... he's probably going to come down on average a little bit bigger than usual. I think I'd be willing to say that he's a pretty average card. I think actually, like, because Young Mammoth is strong, because it fits in to multiple, purple using decks. Whereas Bolvin Venom's going to be a little bit weaker, honestly, because he's a one of, and he only fits in a Redoran. You have to be playing Redoran to get this guy. So it's going to make me put him, like, probably right here in, like, high above average. Champion of the Arena is a 7-cost 4/8 with Breakthrough, and summon, you battle an enemy creature. It's a decent enough orc. Most orc decks probably want to finish the game by turn 7. But, it can be a clutch way to remove a guard. Oh, come on, what is that? Go away. Anyway, it can be a clutch way to remove a guard while potentially still dealing a little bit of face damage. It has vampire synergies as well. Its secondary race is vampire. So I guess if you wanted to build around that, they can do that as well. I mean, it's a fair card. It suits warrior quite a bit, so I'd be willing to say it's probably. Are there any other orcs up here that I can like compare it to? Yeah, probably about like where Charis Reaper is, I guess, above average. Clivia Thorn is a 6-cost 4/4. So other friendly creatures in this lane have guard. At the end of your turn, you summon a 1/1 recruit in each lane. She's okay when it comes to like the defensiveness in some scenarios, but I don't think she's very hard to remove by that point. Probably just annoying if like you don't have hard removal, like, and she's played against you onto like a full lane. Getting to her can be like quite annoying, and I've had it happen to me every now and then. But usually I just silence her or something, and then you can kill her right after that. I don't know. I'm going to say, like, pretty average one. Covenant Masterpiece is an 8-cost item with Mobilize, Breakthrough, Regenerate, Guard, and Ward, and it gives +3/+3. This gives a creature an okay stat buff, and these keywords are interesting. On one hand, it gives the creature a lot of, like, defensive ability, like with Regenerate, Guard, and Ward. And then the Breakthrough is kind of a weird addition. You probably want this on some really big creature, which I guess is supposed to justify the high cost. But I think if you're putting a 3-color item into the game, it should cost a little bit less, because you can only play this in Daggerfall, and it's not even really that good in that deck, and really any of them. So yeah, the high cost just really hurts this so much. So it's going to go really far into like below average. Crusader's Assault is a 3-cost action. You give a friendly creature +2 attack, Breakthrough, and Slay and Pilfer. Draw a card this turn. Yeah, this card is pretty fucking nuts. I'm going to put it... I'm just going to go ahead and scroll all the way up here. So obviously in the right deck, this is just going to be like... This is what allows like any aggressive deck in Crusader colors to just like keep pushing damage. Because it acts as like being able to remove guards, and if you have more attack than that guard has health, then bam, you're not only killing that guard, you're dealing a little bit of face damage, and you're drawing a couple cards at the same time. Like, this just enables aggressive Crusader decks to just keep getting ahead and staying ahead. So yeah, I'm just gonna say it's a good card. It's a very strong card. Daggerfall Phantom is a 2-cost 2/2 with the last gasp of returning all items equipped to Daggerfall Phantom to your hand. This is a very interesting way to keep some reach into your hand, but it's very weak to silence, like pretty much anything that relies heavily on items is. So I'm going to say it's just kind of an average card. It's going to be like a low average. Dagoth 12-cost 8/8. He has Breakthrough, Charge, Drain, Guard, Lethal, and Ward. This dude is an absolute monster of a card. Literally, like, has the best combination of keywords, which is literally all of them, except for Regenerate. Um, yeah, so he represents immediate damage that's hard to deal with outside of like hard removal. Uh, it's probably he's probably just weak to the extremely greedy decks that can one remove him before he even gets played, like with Hollow Death Priest and stuff. Or once if he gets the damage in and it's just not enough to kill your opponent, and he just gets removed right after that, that can also really hurt. But I think him having Drain definitely helps that. Um, I mean, he kind of functions. Costing 12 is kind of like insane, but I mean, when you have like this much on your when you have like this much versatility, because the breakthrough gives it some really offensive. Well, breakthrough and charge give it a lot of offensive ability. I guess the lethal does as well, but then drain and guard and ward, like that's all just very powerful as well. I'd be willing to say that it's quite strong. Not the most powerful thing. So I'd probably be willing to say he's like on Tazcat's level in general. Dark Mane is a 2-cost 2/3. When you summon a creature in that lane, if it's full, Dark Mane moves, and when he moves, he gains +2 attack and drain that turn. So, if you're going wide very easily, he can be a 4/3 with a drain, probably pretty frequently. So he obviously kind of has a home and move monk decks, but also just the decks with monk colors that can go wide very easily. So even like Halalu can use him pretty effectively. So I'd be willing to say he's on like the very high end of average. Probably like slightly above average. We're willing to put him right about there. Death Scythe is a 1-cost action with the action itself has drain, which is interesting. But you deal damage to a creature equal to the number of creatures that died this turn. Can be friendly or enemy creatures. Probably in the perfect colors for this type of action, because most people that play Telvanni, they play the super slow control decks that just kill all your stuff every turn. So yeah, I mean, it's good in there. The fact that it's so cheap does help it, because you can play all those actions and then play this at the end and use it to gain a stupid amount of health. So yeah, I'd be willing to say it's a strong card. Devaith's Experiments is a 9-cost action with Betray. You summon a copy of a friendly creature. This is a very powerful effect, especially if you're betraying a creature, to get, really like multiple instances of a powerful ability. That's probably going to get you to win the game. I don't know why this isn't played more often. Like, I guess other than, the fact that Telvanni is just kind of greedy already and already has a lot of high cost stuff. Yeah, strong card. I'd be willing to say it's stronger than a lot of these. It's definitely stronger than Death Scythe. Yeah, I'd say it's right around there. Actually, no, it's on like the level of Ulfric's Uprising. So yeah, strong card. Dominion Battle Reeve is a 3-cost 3/3 with Drain. It also has the Summon, Last Gasp, and Slay abilities of dealing 1 damage to your opponent. So the Summon ability is alright, just boom, pinging 1 damage and gaining 1 health is fine. And the Last Gasp and Slay ability are also very nice with the card having Drain. So, you can create some nice scenarios where you're gaining a pretty decent chunk of health. Especially when this kills something. That's like, when it kills something and it actually dies, because you gain like at least 5 health. So, let's see, this is a high... I think this is definitely above average, because these Dominion colors synergize pretty well with each other. But kind of like in weird ways. And Dominion Battle Reeve is obviously made to like help... It's made specifically to help empower. Otherwise, it's just kind of gaining you little like chip bits of healing every now and then. Dragonfire Wizard is a 3-cost 2/3. And okay, so at the start of your turn, you add a flame to Dragonfire Wizard. She has the Last Gasp ability of putting a Flame Lash into your hand that deals damage and gains health equal to the number of flames on Dragonfire Wizard. I believe the action itself always costs 1, so it can get pretty insane if it gets up to like 3 or 4. Because then you're dealing, what, 3 damage, gaining like 3 or 4 health for 1 Magicka. That's pretty good. That's probably also not the hardest thing to do, so that can be alright. It's a little bit inconsistent, but not terribly so. Like, if you defend it well enough and it finally dies, then yeah, you're gonna get a pretty good action into your hand. I'm gonna say it's probably a little worse, or about on the same level as Altmer Dragon Knight, so I'll put it in average. Duke Vedem Dren is a 5-cost 4/5. The first time you play a card each turn, you draw a random card from your deck with cost equal to your remaining Magicka. Yeah, this guy's very solid for mid-range decks. Also very good in any case where you have like odd Magicka costs like in your hand already that make like optimal plays a little bit more difficult. Like, I don't know, say you have like 7 max Magicka and you have like a 4-cost and like a 5-cost, or 2 4-costs, and you need to like play both of them or you like lose or something like that. Maybe this guy can help you or something. So it could be a little inconsistent because, you know, he's pulling something random and you have to have something with that cost in your deck, which earlier on after he's played isn't too hard to do. So I'd be willing to say I would be willing to say that in general that's going to be a more beneficial ability than it wouldn't be. So I'll put him right about here on the a high end of being above average. Dune Ripper is a 5-cost 4/3. When it enters a lane, it deals 2 damage to an enemy creature, and it also has the pilferability of move. This dude is very annoying. I hate this card, especially when it's in all those move Archer decks. It also helps Archer with like ping stuff that can result in finish offs and leaf lurkers or even curses sometimes. So I think the fact that it can be tricky to deal with, especially if it immediately gets played in like a shadow lane and you don't have something that's going to be able to withstand an attack like in the field lane, like to this, it gets kind of tricky to like remove outside of just like hard removing it. So I'm definitely willing to say that it's above average, but it's hurt by the fact that you know, you mostly only want it in like move decks. So yeah, it's gonna be like in the middle of above average. Edict of Azura is a 4-cost action. You can destroy an enemy, creature, or support. This is probably the best just flat out removal in the game. It's better than Javelin from hand, you know, just by being 1 cheaper and being able to affect supports as well. Willpower and Endurance are among the stronger control colors together, and you know, it complements, you know, this card just complements any of the other control decks that Spell Sword colors fit into, like Tribunal. Even Veteran control is actually surprisingly pretty good. Empire control, like they all run this, and even still, like even some aggressive lists like wouldn't mind having 1 or 2 of these in. One, to get rid of like some very strong supports that exist, but also like just cheap removal. Like it's basically functioning the same as like an Earthbone Spinner in a more aggressive Spell Sword deck. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's a very strong card. It goes right up to the top. Emmerich the Covenant King is a 9-cost 7/7. At the end of your turn, Emmerich gains a ward, and on summon, he battles an enemy creature. So kind of like a 9-cost removal action. I think getting the ward at the end of the turn kind of helps him stick around a little bit longer than you'd expect. But I think at this cost, it's likely that there's going to be an answer to him. So I think the immediate effect is nice. Just the immediate battle for, you know, like 7/7. That's like okay. I'd probably say he's on like the very low end of average, or of above average, I should say. So yeah, I'll put him there. Emperor's Blade is a 4-cost 4/5 with guard and slay. You gain 3 health. Very good defensive card. The Spell Sword is a color combination that also is, yeah, it's good. It has good control decks, mostly because a lot of the willpower stuff has like really high guards. Some of the endurance stuff does too. I mean high health guards. I think that's what I meant. So yeah, the slay ability helps immensely against aggro if this can't be silenced or removed. So all around, like even like something a little bit faster, like going mid range, the health gain and these stats are just kind of nice in general. So yeah, I think it's another pretty strong card. Be willing to put it once we get there. Be willing to put him right about there in the strong card tier. Empire Recruiter is a 2-cost 2/3 with Pilfer. Summon a 1/1 recruit in the other lane. It's a decent way to generate consistent board presence, and he has good enough stats to stick around for a turn or two. You'd probably rather have the recruits go into the lane that he's in, but it'd probably be too strong. He definitely helps at like aggro Empire quite a bit, which I would think is slept on. If more people running Empire should run the aggressive version of it, but that's besides the point. Yeah, this guy really does help push that type of deck, so I'm gonna say he's on the higher end of average. Probably right about there. Yeah. Enchanted Ring is a 3-cost item with Mobilize +1/+1. On summon, you equip the wielder with all copies of Enchanted Ring from your discard pile. Then, if the wielder has 3 or more items, you draw a card. I don't think this is really good for 3-color decks, because you're already sacrificing a lot of your consistency, you know, just to have more options, more variety, basically. And even if you're going like crazy with items in deck building, like this is still going to be kind of awkward to pull off. I don't think it's unplayable. Like on its own, it helps its own like mechanic happen. I'm gonna put it like down here in below average. It's pretty far below average. Euraxia Tharn is a 9-cost 6/6 with the summon ability of steal an enemy, creature, or support, and last gasp, your opponent steals it back. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and just scroll all the way up. So, I'm going to say that this is... So Manticore is there, and Mirak is right there. I think she's better than both of them. Not by much, because... So she's interesting to talk about because you need to be playing this in some kind of slower control deck. But also, like, stealing an enemy creature is a lot more powerful than killing an enemy creature, which is why she's already going to be better than something like Manticore, which is kind of comparable. And then having the last gasp does hurt. So that means that she also has to be played with something where you can silence her or bypass the effect. There's actually a surprising amount of ways to do that other than just like silencing her. So yeah, I think in general that is very good. Like the fact that you can do that, she just has to be run with that or she becomes probably like worse than Mirak, but probably still not by much. So yeah, that's where I'm putting her. Fallen Nesty Reaver is it's an 8-cost 5/5. Summon, you destroy all wounded enemy creatures in that lane. That's going to be really difficult to set up outside of just playing Sai Sahan right before this. Yeah, I think there's just like I don't know, it's going to be too slow and too clunky. So I'm going to say he's below average. I mean, I guess even if he kills like 2 things, like he's probably worth it, but probably not by much. So I'm going to put him in below average, but he's going to be pretty high in there. Just really like way too dependent on like the board state. Forerunner of the Pact is a 3-cost 4/3 with Veteran. You draw a Forerunner of the Pact from your deck. At least it replaces itself and something like that. It's not hard to stop though. At 3, like it's probably gonna get at least 1 veteran off unless it gets silenced. And you know, if you can get all 3 of them down very easily, then sure. it'll probably help you like steamroll your opponent very fast. So I'd be willing to say it's an average card, but it's gonna be on the high end of average. Frostgale Dragon is a 9 cost 6/6. On summon, it deals 4 damage to an enemy creature and then 1 damage to all other enemy creatures. It has okay stats and does decent damage across the board for like that combination. It can be kind of hard to set it up to kill more than like 2 creatures though. You would probably also want to run more of the unique dragons for like the higher cost dragons as like your finishers, like Odiving, Parthenax, maybe even Alduin. But I guess for Battle Mage, they're kind of lacking a big dragon. And it does function well with like Glacial Dragon, because this could potentially shackle like all your enemy's creatures. I'll say it's just average. General Tullius is a 6 cost 2/2. On summon, he puts a Colovian Trooper, which is also a 2/2 with guard, into each lane. And when a friendly creature dies, General Tullius gains +1/+1. Yeah, this guy's probably the weakest unique legendary that's like built like specifically for a class. You really need multiple things to die like as soon as you play him, so he's not pathetic. And even if you don't, then like he dies to like Ice Storm and like literally anything that does like any kind of board wide removal. So on the top of being like unplayable, like you can probably make him work. I just don't think it's worth it at all. Gortwag Grow Nagorm is a 6 cost 4/6. At the start of your turn, summon a random creature from your deck to a random lane. I'm going to put this right up with Sails Through Storms and whatever the other one was. Sails Through Storms. Does it again. Where are you? Okay, I finally found her. Yeah, I think above average definitely suits this guy. Maybe a little better because he at least doesn't have to like also hit face. But yeah, it's one of those cards where your opponent like has to respond to this guy basically like immediately, or he's gonna pretty much help like carry you to like winning a game more than likely. Can be a little inconsistent. Same thing with like Sails Through Storms, like the exact same thing, except his is a little bit more RNG because it can be any creature that's at any point in your deck. So yeah, put him in above average. Guildsworn Apprentice is a 2 cost 1/2 with Prophecy, Guard, and on summon draws a card. Honestly, probably an auto include for literally every Guildsworn list. So I'd be willing to say I'm gonna put it in the strong tier, but not because it does anything like insane on its own. Like you just want it in every Guildsworn deck, just like as a cheap, way to draw a card, a cheap early play. Like it at least does something. It's like the green Thieves Guild recruit. So maybe I'll actually just kind of put these guys next to each other because they literally do the same thing in their respective decks. Guildsworn Apprentice is just better because it has to be played in a 3-color deck, whereas this can be played in any green deck. So yeah, on the low end of being a strong card. Hand of Dagoth is a 5 cost 5/4 with Breakthrough, Drain, and Ward. This is a very powerful combination of keywords. Ward helps, the lower than average stats on this, but they aren't terrible. Still, 5/4 for 5 isn't terrible as long as it has good keywords. So, having Ward helps its survivability. 5 power on a drain creature is amazing, and, it represents a threat to, like, aggro decks that they have to stop because of that health gain. And then the Breakthrough also just helps it for, like, getting more power when it comes to, like, trades and stuff like that. So, this card is basically an auto-include into every Dagoth list. Yep, I'm going to put it on par with... probably like Wizard Hand, Cultist, and Elfic Illusionist at the very top of the list. Haunted Manor is a 4 cost ongoing support. You give the second creature you summon each turn +2/+2. It's a pretty strong ability on its own. It definitely helps the Halalu strategies of swarming the board with a bunch of little creatures and giving them a pretty good buffs, especially when you include cards like Divine Fervor that are also very powerful supports to have. So all in all, I'm going to say it's going to fit into the strong card tier pretty nicely. Okay, Headless Zombie is a 4-cost 3/4. On summon, you consume a card, and last gasp, you draw a copy of that consumed card. This is very good in decks that care about the discard pile, which, many endurance using decks do, and sorcerer using decks. But what makes this card way better than it needs to be is the fact that it consumes literally any card. It's the only one, I think, the only consuming card that doesn't just consume a creature. It can consume actions, items, and supports as well, which automatically, yeah, it makes this card way better than it needs to be. And it can allow you to pull some stuff from, like, some very powerful stuff, like, out of your discard pile to be used again. And because it's partly intelligence, you have to think about things like Dark Rebirth that can instantly allow this to get value again. So yeah, I'm just going to put it in the very top tier. High King Emmerich is a 6-cost 5/5 with ward, and he deals 2 damage for each friendly creature with a ward. This dude is like just a really awesome sorcerer card. There's blue and purple creatures that all have wards, and cards that give wards in like those color combinations and naturally. So it's potential, or there is potential for this guy to do like 4 to 8 damage, like not super difficult. It's not, yeah, it's not that unlikely for him to do like a lot of damage depending on the matchup. Even still, it's like a solid body that does something on the board. Like, it can probably kill something on the board. So I think that definitely puts him like quite a bit above average. I'd say he's definitely stronger than a lot of these. So yeah, I put him in the strong card tier. Inspiring Kinsman is a 4-cost 2/4 with Rally 2. Last gasp, give a random creature in your hand +2/+2. The Rally 2 is nice, just like the Balmora Captain. I'm not too sure how exactly it works. I think it just applies to instances. But the last gasp, giving like an additional +2/+2, helps it fit into some hand buff decks, which is pretty nice, I guess. I guess if he attacks once and then dies, then he's adding a total of +4/+4 to your hand, which is, that's pretty good. So I'd say he's on the high end of average. Probably pretty comparable to something like, I guess kind of comparable to a lot of these cards up here. Oh jeez, there we go. Put him right there, and high and average. Joe Run the Scald King is a 5-cost 5/5. He is immune to silence, and friendly creatures cost 1 less. Enemy non-creatures cost 1 more. So on the surface, it's nothing too special. Being immune to silence with the cost discount is an okay combination of things to have going for him. The cost increase to the opponent is also very nice. So, he's adequately statted. I think because all the other Ebonheart specific cards are just like veteran stuff, and this is the one guy that's not veteran stuff, he's probably the best like technical auto include for Ebonheart stuff. Still, I think he does all right. I'm gonna say he's a strong card, but he's probably gonna be like the bottom of strong cards. Just for that, just for him being like the only good like specifically Ebonheart card. Chimera is a 5-cost 5/6 with Pilfer. Give Khajiit in your deck +1/+1. Yeah, pretty much all the useful Khajiit are in Monk basically, and they have all that Pilfer support going on, which now she does. She has pretty good stats, so she supports a very unique type of deck. So I'd be willing to say that she's gonna be like on the high end of average. Let's see. I don't think she's. God dang, it's starting to get really laggy because there's so much on the tier list. I don't think she's better than like Divith Fear or Lord of the Arena or Queen's Captain, but probably more consistent than like Nakreen. Okay, I'm zooming out a little bit more so that way this can go by a little faster. But Mage's Trick is a 3-cost action. You deal 1 damage, gain 1 health, and draw a card. This is like a not good card. It's just doing too much, and none of it is very good. 1 damage isn't a lot. Healing 1 health isn't anything really. And drawing 1 card for 3 is not even really the best, even in the options that Mage has. So I'm gonna say it's like very far below average, almost unplayable. Main card Cameron is a 4-cost creature with 4/4. After you play an action, you invade, and friendly Oblivion Gates have +4 attack. So this obviously helps invade because it makes the Oblivion Gates super annoying to deal with. Main card Cameron really like isn't gonna be carrying an invade deck much at all though. Honestly, like he dies quite a bit himself. Like if they picked like an actual Daedra to represent like the unique legendary for invade decks, then it would probably be better, because then at least like it would also be receiving the buffs. This is just gonna be a 4/4, so I'm just gonna say that it's he's just average, and it definitely hurt more by the fact that yeah, he can only be played in invade. Martin Septim is a 4-cost 3/7, so at the start of your turn. Okay, so basically, because I can't read the card very well, but I know what it does. Basically, when you end your turn, all that like leftover magicka that you had gets carried over into the next turn, and if at any point you have 30 magicka available to you, then Martin Septim will transform into the avatar of Akatosh, which is just a 30/30 giant body. This is a fun as hell card to build around, and pretty much any deck that does ramp just needs to get to a point where the opponent is relying completely on top decks. You play this, let them stick for a couple turns, and then one-shot the opponent. I have gotten this off a surprisingly large amount of times, and he's not even the main win condition in a lot of those decks. Yeah, I have several videos and streams of me pulling it off, but like, because you look at a card like this and you're like, there's no way that that's ever going to happen. I did it with Schwartz on my spotlight. He was like, yeah, there's like, because when you look at this card, you think like, there's no way that that's ever going to happen. Who is ever going to let you get up to 30 magicka? And it does happen a lot more often than you would think. So I'm going to put him in above average, mostly because I think if you're playing one of those slow ramp decks that have like a lot of expensive stuff, and you play them late in the game, like literally when you have 12 magicka, and you don't play anything else, now you have what, 8 more magicka to play with on that next turn. You have 20 magicka. You can do a lot of stuff if you have like the right cards in your hand. So I'm gonna put him in above average, kind of near getting to the point where it's just an outright strong card, because yeah, he's weak to removal and silence. Master of Incunabula, I guess that's how you pronounce that. 4-cost 3/6. She has the expertise ability of all your other creatures. I mean, she's got good stats, and she fits in the expertise heavy decks. But see, not all of them synergize very well with each other. Like you have like the guy who reduces the cost of actions. I think another guy that just gets buffed. And then you have like the yellow one that buffs like all the other creatures, so they kind of like go all over the place with what they do. So I'm gonna say it's like on the low end of average, because yeah, sure, it helps that deck, but I don't think it helps it very much, honestly. Master of Thieves is a 4-cost 3/5, and your friendly creatures with Pilfer get to attack twice every turn, as long as he's in the on the field. Yeah, this guy helps push Pilfer decks to do absurd things. Like if Pilfer did not have this, then that would not be like a playable deck at all. I'm gonna say it's definitely above average, only because like I don't think it's a super strong card, because it literally only helps Pilfer heavy decks, or like you have to be playing Den of Thieves with this guy for like, I guess, really good payoff. So yeah, slightly above average. Merrick at Aswala is a 7-cost 2/2. When you summon him, he will give each friendly creature in that lane a random item. A potentially good finisher, but it really depends on your board state, and even more importantly, how high you can roll on all the items. I think the potential is a little higher because you're basically rolling 4 times. So you know, I'm going to say he's on the very top end of average, just to be nice, because I think more often than not, you're probably going to get at least one good item on maybe an average creature. So yeah, average. Militant Chieftain is a 5-cost 3/3. I'm gonna have to actually zoom in on this one. If it's gonna zoom in. Okay, 5-cost 3/3. Damn it. 5-cost 3/3. You draw a random orc from your discard pile. Other friendly orcs also have +1/+1. It's good in orcs. It's a good, like, kind of Divine Forever type card for them. Which I guess isn't important because they're kind of an aggressive deck, and then drawing the orc that, like, probably died earlier, I guess, is also good to kind of give them a little bit more gas going. I'm gonna put it in average though, because it literally only helps orcs, and it's like kind of a very specific way that it helps them, like the wide buff and, you know, giving it a little bit more draw power. It's very specific to the orcs, so yeah, average. Monk Strike is a 4-cost action. You move a friendly creature, give it +3 attack, and drain this turn. On the right creature, this can heal for quite a bit. I don't think it's a bad card in probably most Monk decks, or even like most decks like Dominion or something like that, that's splashing the Monk colors into it. Especially because Monk colors already have like a lot of drain creatures, or just kind of things like, you know, Hive Defender. Like, you can move it, give it drain, and it's like healing for 6, so not bad. Because that +3 really helps it. So yeah, I'd be willing to put it in like probably a little higher into average. Probably put it like here. Okay, Monster Perfection Lab is a 1-cost ongoing support. At the end of your turn, you may choose a friendly creature wielding 3 or more items. If you do, you sacrifice Monster Perfection Lab and and choose an item from your deck to equip to the creature. That is extremely specific. This is a super weird support, so I'm gonna say it's probably on the top end of being unplayable, because like you have to put so many items onto one creature, and then you're just stacking another one onto it, and then what if like your opponent just silences it or silences it before you can even like do this? I think it's bad. Mournhold Taskmaster. Mournhold Taskmaster is a 4-cost 5/4. Friendly creatures with veteran have charge. I think this is like the one veteran support card that's going to be like really good. Like, one, this guy has good enough stats. It obviously only synergizes with that. But giving them all charge, I guess if you have a handful of them, you know, on your following turn, it can be pretty good. But I'm still going to say it's below average, like pretty far below average. Not pretty far, it's actually kind of high up and below average. But anyway. Ordinator of the Almcivi is a 2-cost 3/3 with guard. If you pay 5 to exalt it by another 2, it'll be a 5/5 with guard. And Ordinator of the Almcivi is permanently shackled unless you have an exalted creature in play. Really not. This is one of the few exalt cards that's actually like decent value without exalting, just for like basic defense, because a 2-cost 3/3 with guard, that's pretty good even if it can't attack on its own. And then being a 5-cost 5/5 that can actually attack, that's pretty good. So, I think this guy can go on the high end of average. This is probably like, if you're not using the Arch Cannon, you're probably using 3 of this guy to make a Tribunal deck work, because it's just so defensive and can be played so early. So I would be willing to put this guy at the top of average. Probably right about there. Yeah. Pact Outcast is a 5-cost 5/5 with guard. Summon and veteran. You consume a creature, and Pact Outcast uses the consumed creature's veteran ability. has good. I mean, so I think this thing is kind of clunky to use. So one, you have to hope a veteran creature's died, so you can use that veteran ability. Um, it's a little, yeah, it's just like a little awkward to use. It can be very powerful. With the right, with the right abilities to consume from. But I just think that veteran is not that good. So I'm gonna put it like on the very, very low end of average. Power of the Almcivi is an 8 cost action. You set each creature's power and health to 1. It's not exactly removal, but you can set things up like arrow storms or ice storms to just wipe out the board. It's just so expensive, and I mean, I guess you can also like free up trades and stuff, but just leaving them alive can be a problem with stuff that has like ongoing powerful effects. So this is another one I'm gonna say is like at the very top of being below average. Prankster Mage is a decent defensive option. It's a 5 cost 5/3 with ward, but when its ward is broken, when he has the ward, he has guard, and then when his ward is broken, he gains cover, so it gives him a little bit of survivability. So he won't like just have the ward broken and then immediately get killed by something. So it gives you time to like reward him, so he can continue being annoying. Really, like flat out removal after the ward's broken is probably the best way to like deal with this guy, like a lightning bolt or something. I think he's still fine though. It's kind of a fun card to like play with. So I would be willing to put him in average as well. I'd be willing to put him there. Kind of on the higher end of average. Protector of the Main is a 5 cost 4/4 with drain and guard. When you gain health, Protector of the Main gains +1/+1. Again, Monk has all the good healing stuff, so he's not hard to buff. He might just eat removal, which can help your more powerful creatures stay alive. Monk does have some pretty powerful creatures, so I would say, yeah, he's a good defensive option that can, if he does stick, he can definitely help you like get back into the game. So I'd be willing to say he's also like on the high end of average. I'm willing to say he's definitely better than Mankar Cameron, probably better than Militant Chieftain too. Yeah, I think it's probably a better monk card than Chimera by a bit. I'll put him in above average, but slightly. Queen Baronzaya is a 4 cost 6/3 with drain, and when you summon her, you will give all friendly creatures in that lane guard. So it's a very solid way for Assassin to put a wall up, but also give you really good potential for healing. Yeah, literally like she only dies to lightning bolt, really. That's like her biggest like threat, and also like being silenced if they're really trying to fight you on that health gain. But I think the fact that she also creates like a potential like entire lane of just guards that your opponent also has to get through is also very powerful. So yeah, I'm gonna say that she's like just a bit above being a strong card, because no assassin list is probably hurt by having her. The 6 attack is still a lot too, so I think she's definitely better than just being a strong card. Red Brahmin is a 9 cost 5/5. On summon, he will silence and shackle all enemy creatures in the lane that he's played into. This is any control deck using Scout. This is like literally their best option for like just immediately delaying like lethal. Like this guy can instantly turn the game around in like the right situations. A lot of 10 cost actions are very powerful like right after this. And then on top of that, like silencing stuff is very powerful for a lot of matchups, really. I'd be willing to say this guy is probably about on par with like Belligerent Giant and Loneth. They're very strong cards. The only problem is that you have to be able to get to him to play him. Red Mountain is a 4 cost ongoing support. Your creatures with 5 power or more cost 2 less. It's alright. That's an alright discount to have, even if like this is weak to, support removal and stuff. I don't think it's that big of a deal for the card. I think if you can, I think if you can play this, like, you know, on turn like what 7, and then immediately like play like a 5/5 for 5 for 3, you're probably gonna be fine because your opponent might focus on the 5/5 that you're playing, and you can run 3 of them. So I think it's just gonna be an average card. Veteran Forerunner is a 2-cost 1/1 with Charge, Drain, and Ward. Very good set of keywords. The low stats definitely suck a lot because this is something that you have to either run in the rally deck, which is why it's in Veteran, but also probably have like items or some kind of action like Crusader's Assault to get really good use out of this. So it needs a little bit of help to be like doing really insane things, but I think that's fine, and it kind of makes this card like, it's average for sure, but I think it's good enough to say that it's probably on the higher end a little bit. It doesn't need that much help to do like anything crazy. Rift Thane is a 2-cost 2/2. On summon, if you have less health than your opponent, he gains +2 health and guard, and if you have more health, then he gains +2 attack and breakthrough. I think the defensive option is probably better, but you know, if you're playing Crusader, you're probably being a little bit more aggressive. This is just one of those very nice 2-drops. It's extremely like, it's extremely versatile. It can go into like really aggressive Crusader lists and also some defensive ones, because a 2/4 guard for 2 is very strong. Even like, because it scales up a lot better than some other cards. So I definitely don't think it's just average. It's definitely an above average card. Probably one of those like that kind of verges on being just kind of strong on its own. I'm willing to put it with like Bren Conjure. Sadras Agent is a 4-cost 4/2 with guard, and he has the last gasp ability of summoning a 2/1 Mournhold Guardian with guard. So the 2/1 sucks. We've already covered that a couple times. A couple cards generate that as well. I think it's one of the worst of the epic cards that are like in what is it, like these class specific colors. I really don't have much to say about this. Like, if your opponent can't silence this, and I guess if they only have 2 creatures that can attack into it, then maybe it's just going to be an okay stall tool, but I still don't think it's going to be very good in that regard, honestly. So yeah, I'm going to say it's definitely below average. A Scout's Report is a 1-cost action. You look at the top card of your deck, you may discard it, and then you still draw a card. So if you look at that top card and you're like, oh, I want that in my hand, you don't have to discard it. You can just draw that immediately. If you don't like what you're being shown, discard it. Whatever the next card is, you draw that. I think that's very good for thinning through the deck. Basically, like, I'm going to say that this is better than Rapid Shot and Shadow Shift, just because you basically get to like, you know, like try again in quotes if you don't like your first option, because it can suck when like you're looking for a specific answer to help you basically like maybe stop yourself from dying, and you like use a Rapid Shot and it gives you like a 1-cost creature that's not going to help you at all. Like, being able to try again with this is very useful for the same Magicka cost. So yeah, I'm willing to say it's significantly stronger than Rapid Shot and Shadow Shift. It's still in the same tier. There's still strong cards, but it's just a little bit better. Sentinel Battle Mace is a 4-cost item. It gives ward and +4 attack. This is one of the best items just in the game. Like, it allows for favorable trades. It can re-trigger ward loss effects, and 4 reach is not bad at all. Like, if you're playing against a Battle Mage deck, one, you have to worry about lightning bolts, but you know, worrying about this as well on top of that, yeah, just gives them more ways to kill you from, you know, 4 health. Probably better than lightning bolt sometimes too, because you might have like a 2-cost and they have 6 health. Bam, you drop this, you can kill them still. So yeah, I think this is going to be a very strong card. Let's see. I'd say it's kind of like almost an auto include in most battle mage decks, but maybe not all of them, especially like burn ones. They probably would only put one of them in. But yeah, I think it's going to be at the top of strong cards. Shornhelm Champion is a 5-cost 3/3 with Breakthrough and Ward. When his ward is broken, he gains +3/+3. I feel like this card could... I feel like this used to be a lot better, but most of the decks in these colors have really good 5-drops now that are like a lot more versatile. So this is also like a very huge silence or removal target. It can be cute though if there's no answer to it and you keep rewarding it. I'm gonna say it's below average. Not there. That's the bad tier. I'd say you probably go... It's definitely better than Sadras Agent, I think. Let's see. Better than a lot of these. Yeah, I'd be willing to put them like right about there. Skywatch Vindicator is a 6-cost 4/4. On summon, you can deal 2 damage to an enemy creature or give a friendly creature +2/+2. There's much better and threatening 6-drops, especially in blue now. This card just got like so outclassed by other 6-drops that got released later. It's a versatile effect, so like that helps it a little bit. It's just not powerful enough on either end of it. Like arguably the +2/+2 is better because dealing 2 damage to something on turn 6 probably isn't going to kill much of anything. So it's another card that I kind of just want to say is bad, but maybe not by much. Like it's probably better than Monster Perfection Lab. General Tellus is probably better than that too. Probably giving this card a little bit too much credit. This could probably go like down here. Smuggler Underboss is a 4-cost 4/3 with Drain. At the end of your turn, if you played 3 cards this turn, Smuggler Underboss is immune to damage until your next turn. So yeah, this suits Halalu pretty well because, you know, they have colors like within there. Like they have Crusader, Archer, and Monk. They can all be very aggressive lists that go wide very easily. So they can spend 3 cards a turn to get this guy to be immune to stuff. And they can do that very easily just in general. Like they can repeatedly do it. This guy can be quite annoying if you don't have hard removal. It's a huge silence target though, because he's just immune to damage, not like actions and stuff. So I would say definitely average. Takes a little bit of setup, so I guess he's kind of like Martin Septim in that regard. So put him in like above average a little bit. Sorcerer's Negation is a 2-cost action. You silence a creature and then deal 2 damage to it. I've been mentioning this card quite a bit throughout the entire video. We're just, you know, it's one of the last ones on the list. Yeah, this is just one of the most effective removal options for those cards that like snowball a lot. A lot of the cards that are like extremely powerful, but they just have low health. I'm trying to think like, so there's, you know, cards like Crystal Tower Crafter, the Green Goblin that keeps growing bigger, stuff like that guy. Let's see. Breton Conjurer, that's the kind of like card I'm talking about when it comes to like the ones that are very powerful, but they're like hit by this like exactly. Yeah, so this card is gonna shoot straight up to being... I know we have some bangers coming up. This card is gonna shoot pretty much all the way to the top. Pretty much like every sorcerer list. It's kind of like Javelin and like Lightning Bolt. Like every sorcerer list probably wants 3 of these in it, even some of the more aggressive ones, because a 2-cost silence is also very good, especially if it can potentially kill like chump cards as well. Sower of Revenge is a 5-cost 5/5 with Guard and the last gasp ability of dealing 5 damage to your opponent. This is another one that is just absolutely powerful. Literally any warrior deck can use this. Maybe not the like slower control ones, but most warrior decks like are very aggressive and like If you can drop one of these down and you're already very ahead on the board, this is just like one of those insane cards. It's just like gonna push you to winning like way faster because it's just so hard to deal with, like especially when other things are around it. So yeah, amazing card. Spell Sword Summoning is a 3-cost action. You summon a random 1-cost creature in each lane. Can sometimes be okay. Not really though. Random 1-drops probably isn't gonna win you a game or anything. Outside of some very specific strategy, I don't think Spell Sword Summoning is gonna fit, directly into that. Sun and Shadow is a 5-cost 4/6. On summon, you can permanently shackle another friendly creature to draw an action of your choice from your deck. This is a very powerful effect. Being able to pick, your least useful creature like that's on the board to just let it like sit there. You can even pick like a guard that is just functioning as defense anyway, and is probably gonna die very soon anyway. But yeah, you can pick like pretty much any action through your deck that's gonna help in like the situation that you're in, or is gonna be like relevant very soon. Like you can pick an Ice Storm against an opponent that's probably going a little bit more wide against you. So yeah, this is a very strong effect. It's just really slow. That's the only thing like hurting this card. But yeah, I'd be willing to put it right there with Eclipse Baroness. Supreme Dragon, 6-cost 7/7. At the start of each turn, each enemy creature that has power greater than 3, you set their power to 3. Yeah, this is very good at shutting down a bunch of like big creatures later on in the game. Shuts down like item stuff too, like very easily. Doesn't shut down like ongoing effects, but like, yeah, that's very good, and it only happens on the opponent's side of the board, and it's at the start of each turn, so your opponent can't even like if your opponent can't kill this and they still like put something big to try and stop it like on the follow-up turn, it's still gonna get its cost reduced or its power reduced. Yeah, this is a very strong card, honestly, and it doesn't even have to be just in Dragon decks. So yeah, strong card. Telvanni Cat's Paw is a 3-cost 2/2. With the last gasp of draw a card, if Telvanni Cat's Paw was sacrificed, though you draw 2 cards instead. Yeah, this is another good Telvanni card. Telvanni has the ability to play this in Cruel Firebloom to basically replace the 2 cards that it just used to kill something. It's definitely better than all this. So yeah, I'd say it's not like the one thing pushing them to being like some of the best decks, but yeah, I'd definitely be willing to say that Telvanni Cat's Paw kind of deserves its place, like being near the top of like some of these really strong cards. Temple Patriarch is a 6-cost 5/5. On summon, it'll trigger the Exalt of each friendly creature. Most of the Exalts aren't very good. Like really only a handful of them are, and it's very hard to play some of them in combination with this, and it also feels bad to play the ones that do have good exalt abilities like Temple Conjurer without actually exalting them to get this to happen easier. So yeah, I'm gonna put him below average. Thorn Hiss Mage is a 5-cost 2/4 with guard. Summon, you give +1 max magicka, and every time you gain max magicka, it gains +1 attack. So it actually comes down as a 3/4. Probably like the best ramp card in general, because it's one of the only ones that's in like a 2-color. It's a 2-color card. It's only other than like Blackwood Distiller. It's the only one. Anyway. If left alone, it can grow into a bigger threat. I don't think it's going to happen very often. Let's see. It having 2 attack is very interesting because you can pull this from the discard pile with like Ordurner and Necromancer. But yeah, I think this is a very like solid card for those slower control decks too, just to get to your bigger, late game cards a little bit faster. Having guard helps, so it's a strong card. Transitus Shrine is a 3-cost ongoing support. While you have a creature in each lane, your cards cost 1 less. I've never really played with this card too much. but I have had my ass handed to me when I couldn't answer it. It is easy to answer. It's just possible that it could be taxing to keep it up. Like, if your opponent's at least like kind of matching you a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's still giving you a discount, so I'd be willing to say it's a pretty strong card. At least above average. I'll go like middle ground because I don't know too much, or I don't use it too much. So I'll be willing to go like middle of the road and say it's definitely above average. Tyr is a 4-cost 5/4 with Prophecy. He has Breakthrough and Guard as well. I believe he is legitimately the biggest body that you can get off Prophecy, which is good. The keywords aren't bad either, so especially for a 4-cost, he's pretty good for being a 4-cost for I would say aggressive or mid-range deck lists. He can kind of fit the role of being like a good pivot if you get him off an early Prophecy. Because of that Breakthrough, he can kind of flip the board for you very easily. I think he's above average. Being a 1-of Prophecy is kind of like whatever. Like, that actually kind of hurts him a little bit, which is why I'm only putting him in average. But yeah, he's going to be on the higher end of it. Ulfric's Housecarl is a 4-cost 3/3. When an enemy rune is destroyed, you draw a card. Yeah, this guy is strong. This guy is really good. Especially because he's kind of like the beast form cards where you just play him if you can break a couple runes that turn and then get some gas going for your future turns. So I think it's definitely a strong card. It's probably like about on par with Pitline and Old Salty's Assault, so that's where I'll put it. Vanus Galarian is an 11-cost 3/3 with the expertise ability of dealing 3 damage, gaining 3 health, and drawing 3 cards. A lot of 3s there. This expertise ability is very powerful. I like that you can deal the 3 damage wherever you want. So drawing 3 cards is also very powerful. So I think that makes the low stats kind of justified. It's just so hard to play this with anything else. It really needs to be like a 1-cost item or action, like, or maybe even a 0-cost. And that kind of makes up for the fact that like you're spending what, 2 cards to basically draw 1 more, like to, you know, replace those and then draw 1 more. I think it's strong. It's just really difficult to pull off. So I'll put him in average as well, but also kind of on the higher end. Warrior's Fury is a 3-cost action. You give a random creature and item in your hand +2/+2. I think it's okay. I don't think it's that bad. You have to just have... I mean, I think even like the 3-cost giving a creature in your hand +2/+2 probably isn't terrible. But what makes it so inconsistent is that you do need to have an item in your hand, and you might not always have that like available to you. So I'm going to say that this is like another average card. No, I'm actually going to say it's probably below average, actually. Wild Eketir? I don't know what the hell that is. Anyway, it's a 3-cost 1/1 with charge, and friendly creatures in that lane gain rally for that turn. This could be a very good way to just stack a bunch of buffs onto like on a creature in your hand. Probably better like a little bit later on, obviously, when you have like 3 other creatures in that lane. Or actually, it's just every other creature. So yeah, there's some really high potential there. Just really depends on your board state. I'm sure there's like some other cards just like that in this tier. I guess, yeah, like Mercenary Captain. It's basically the offensive version. Or they're very similar. So I'm actually going to say that these cards are probably a little bit better than that. Oh my god. Are we there yet? Alright, our final card. Jeez. Worm King's Agent, 7-cost 4/4. Summon, deal 2 damage to a creature, and he also has Slay. You summon a 2/2 Worm Thrall with Guard. Super understated. The Summon and Slay ability kind of have some okay utility for some decks, but this needs a lot of support for any kind of continued use. Like, and it just costs way too much. Yeah, we're ending on kind of a dud here. It's definitely below average. It's better than some of these, I think. Yeah, that's probably where I would put it. Yeah, we're gonna zoom out now that we're done to 100%. We have to give the computer a moment to think. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so I'm gonna do a slow scroll. I'm actually gonna start from the bottom up. Kind of like go over all this again. So like, yeah, some of the cards that are at the top and bottom of these tiers, they can probably. Well, you know, first let's zoom out a little bit more, so we can get like a little bit more action going on. Yeah, so like this niche tier is again like it's cards like Widow Headhunter, this Goblin, the Rebellion General, Invasion Party. They're very strong cards. Like even kind of like on their own, they're still very strong, but they like support one specific deck like a little too much. Especially like with the Woodwork Headhunter, you have to be running a decent amount of orcs for him to be really good. And then other ones like Mushroom Tower, Soul Shred, they're just cards that you like. Gates of Madness, they're just cards that you just directly like build around, or you're only using them for some kind of function. So yeah, the niche tier, again, these cards have a wild range of variety in their usefulness. And then yeah, the straight up bad cards, definitely down here in these, I would say bottom, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 rows would be the cards that I think are like never worth putting into anything. And then maybe, you know, as you get up, these are at least okay cards. Like, yeah, sure, if you just need a 2-drop and you have like basically not a collection at all, sure, throw in some of these guys. Yeah, and then we get into the below average cards. Again, like this top level of like card in the bad unplayable tier. These ones are, you can probably sometimes see them. I usually see them in casual mode. That's usually where I see them, and they don't really do anything even there. So yeah, some of these bottom level cards in the below average tier, like Mage's Trick, Bedlam, Trouble Seeker, the Honey Tongue, they are pretty bad to play most of the time. Like they just don't do enough. So that's why they're down here. It's also some cards like Crisis Begins. It's just like it costs way too much, and it's like made for a specific type of deck. And then you start getting into stuff like Frost Giant. You just need too much support for these things, like Gearwork Spider. What else? The Ashlander Zealot, I think that's what that is. Like you need Doomcrag on the board to be good. So yeah, it's probably, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit more. I'm probably gonna do some kind of tally, and I'll present it a little bit farther into the like video, because I want to do some of the science behind how I ranked some of these. I mean, like you start, maybe I'm like a little bit more harsh when it comes to rating cards, but you know, again, like below average doesn't mean absolutely terrible. It goes back into saying like, if I combined the like above average, average, and below average into just an average tier, it'd be like the biggest thing ever. Like it'd be very hard to distinguish much between them. And I think the fact that like, yeah, there's a ton of average cards, about the same amount, maybe a little more below average ones, and then there's like slightly less above average cards. I'm gonna fix this just to help the present. Oh, that didn't help. All right, there we go. Anyway, yeah, just like, because in the above average tier you have like really powerful cards like Gortwog, Swims at Night, Serial, Territorial Viper, Sai Sahan, Pureblood Elder. Like you have a bunch of cards that are like very strong, but they have to stick around, and that's like the big thing. And then you have some good actions that are just overshadowed by other stuff, like Fell the Mighty is overshadowed by Javelin. If your deck is able to run it, why wouldn't you just run Javelin? And then the strong card tier is a little bit smaller, but these are cards that just don't need that much help, like Hive Defender, Brynjolf, Moroke, Manticore. Like, those are cards that just immediately do something pretty powerful, usually most of the time, or they're going to help you get back into a game. And then, yeah, the amazing tier is obviously going to be the smallest one. And it's just cards that are just like auto includes. Like, they're either auto includes or they're like just extremely powerful, and they can fit into so many different types of decks. So, yeah. We'll do a slow scroll down. Oh, geez. That was way too fast. Yeah. Let's slow it down a little bit more. I'll zoom back in a little bit so we can see the full list in all its glory. Okay. So, yeah, I just want to... Okay, now that we're at the end of this. So, and I'm going to try to wrap this up very quickly because I have no idea how long the finished video is going to be. I haven't even started editing it yet, but I have probably somewhere over 12 to like 14 hours of footage from the last time that I counted. I want to first thank Daraloth for making the tier list. He got so many of the cards in there. He only missed like 6 or 7 that I caught. So he did a very good job getting them, and yeah, like, a huge shout out to him for doing that, because it took me a couple days to get all the files together, and then I lost them all, so I was gonna have to take another couple days of doing that. So him making this like took a huge load off of me for me to be able to just use it. Also shout out, just another shout out, he, as far as I'm now finished recording this, he still only has the agility one out, and I know he's working on the endurance one right now. But yeah, probably by the time that I finish editing mine, he might have more of them out, because I know it's going to take a lot for me to edit. I want to throw some shout outs to Dano and PO, because he helped me test a lot of the more complicated cards like Arenthia Swindler and he was a real champ for letting, for doing that, sitting through a bunch of games. My wife also helped me test some stuff out. I'm trying to think. It's like been months ago at this point when I started doing some of that stuff. So if I forgot someone, feel free to comment, in the video that you helped me with that. And then who else is there? Night Dark Wolf and Warlock. They gave me some very good pointers on some cards that they thought were very good. So their input, I didn't get to, at least with Warlock, I kind of forgot to say where his input really got put in. But he just gave me some cards that he thought were like the top 5. So one, those guys, they're also content creators, they're streamers from over the other side of the world. And yeah, they put in some input there. So, give them some shout out. A lot of people put a lot of work into this outside of just me. They definitely helped me out. So yeah, those people. And what else is there, man? I don't know. I'm glad I put this together. It was a lot of hard work. I hope you guys really appreciated it and you enjoyed it. Again, this whole video is just my opinion. So if you disagree with anything that I said in this giant long rant, go ahead and I guess call me out or something. I don't know. But yeah, thank you also to the viewer for listening to my voice for this long. I really wanted some kind of long form content for Legends like this. And I'm glad, other people probably are going to make higher quality videos than me, because I'm not good at video editing and all that stuff. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. And most importantly, I hope you all have an amazing day. Take care.